You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the #1 old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast number 71 with Nic2hardo. How you doing, Nicole?
Good morning. Doing
morning.
good. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I forgot about the good morning. I'm doing great. How are you?
Feeling lifted, feeling awake on 5 hours of sleep, so feeling good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Just finished a stream and feeling a little relaxed right now due to something, but yeah, just chilling. And
okay. Yoga, right?
yoga.
Some
Yeah.
chess.
Some yoga after a stream really chills me out. That's my
Yeah.
routine.
Me too.
But I am really excited to have you on, and yeah.
Excited to be here.
So
I approached you because I wanted Lauren to come on here. Because I was interested in watching Lauren be on the Sae Bae Cast, and now here I am. So, next question before you start asking me questions. When's
there,
Lauren gonna be on?
Lauren, you know what? We'll have to get her on in the summer, and I'm thinking probably maybe June or July actually, because
Okay,
I'm a founder in Lauren's stream. I have been there since like
go on.
whenever she first streamed. I think it should have been like 2016, maybe 2017. I think. Then she took a break.
Wow. Yeah,
Yeah, I had
I
no idea I
remember when
was a
she.
founder either because there was no such thing as founder badges back then. So that was
Oh,
cool.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna mark it in my calendar then because I would really like to see a Lauren cast.
I'm glad. You know what? So I also asked Zoe Pancakes to be on next week, and I am just very flattered kind of by like being able to ask people to come on and talk to me, because that's literally all it is. Like, you're just talking to me. Like, that's literally
Right.
it. And of course there's an audience as well that will hear it later, but it's very flattering to have some people get pretty excited about coming on. It makes me take a step back and be like, okay, this is kind of cool. I like this little project. It's just been growing slowly, and when I first started it, I mean, I felt like this weird thing where I had to beg people to be on it. Like, hey, can you do this for me? Like, can you do me a solid and like be on my podcast?
Really?
Yeah, that's how it felt
I wouldn't
initially.
view it like that. I think it's really cool because I don't think anybody else in this category is doing anything like that. So I think it's a really niche thing that you've found, and a lot of people want to obviously support you in it because we think it's cool. At least I'll speak for myself. That's how I feel.
Well, thank you.
I thought it was really cool that you asked me. So I don't know, kind of it makes me sad that you feel like you had to like beg people to do it at first,
Yeah,
you know?
I think, yeah, it was just the beginning. It's somewhat like you just don't have anybody really listening at the time. Like, you have a couple hundred people maybe, but that's it. And it feels like, why would somebody want to spend their time talking to me if it's like a smaller audience? I don't know. That's how I felt. And I overthink things a lot, especially
Oh,
when it
I
comes
feel
to
you on
content
that.
creation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's easy to do whenever you have, like you said, so many people with speculations and opinions on things, and you just want to do what you think is fun and you find appealing, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And you want to put time and energy into it, and then whenever you get met with the either nothing or just like not nice things, it kind of sucks because it was something you were excited for, and
Yep.
so yeah, I understand it 100%.
Yeah. So let's, I guess, go into who you are for those that don't know. And I guess you can start wherever.
Oh boy, that's quite a task. That is a loaded question. Well, Nick or Nicole, I started streaming 3 years ago, I think, this month. Yeah, 3 years ago now. Um, didn't really go into it. I don't think anybody really goes into it thinking they're gonna get a full time out of it. You know,
Yep.
I got very lucky with the community that I've built around me and the people who've chosen to support me. Um, and I don't know. that's pretty much it. I play RuneScape on the side. I enjoy my community way more than I really enjoy the game right now because I'm burnt. I pet hunt, and well, I guess I pet hunted 2 years ago because I have been trying a pet ever since. So, I don't know. I'm really excited to be here and talk to you because I've been quite a fan of you for a while. You were one of the first bigger streamers that I ever watched, you and Elliot and Coxie. So, I don't know. We always go into each other's chats now and say, it's Sae Bae, it's Nic. So, like, I'm excited to actually have a conversation with you now, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
You know what, the first time I ever saw your Twitch name in like
Go
on
on.
Twitch was in Secon stream, actually.
Oh my God, I love Sekon.
Me too. I thought you were a
Love
dude.
Sekon.
I thought you were a dude because it was just Nic2hardo. I'm like, that does not sound like a girl name.
Oh, the amount of times I've raided somebody and they go, "Hey, what's up, dude? Thank you so much for the raid." And I'm just like, "Yeah, hey guys."
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's also a name. I think is the name Ashley or something like there's a European name. I guess it's like in the UK or something. It's popular for a man to be called Ashley or something like that, and they just go by
Oh,
Ash.
really?
And so,
Oh, okay.
when
Love Ash.
when I see the name Ashley, I'm like, that's a girl. Like, there's just no chance that's a dude, because it's Ashley. Like for
Right.
Americans, it's just
Yeah,
girls.
I guess it's just a mentality that's like pushed on us for like names like that, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
My Oh, well, never mind. I'm not going to dox myself, but there's a little story to that, but that's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was the first time I saw your stream, and now now that I know you a little bit better, I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Being in Sec on stream, because Sec,
Yeah.
I don't know what you think about Secon, but I like gravitate toward him almost. It's like he has such positive energy,
He
and he just, yeah,
Yeah. He's one of those people that you'll never meet again. Does that make sense at all?
literally, yep,
He's just like a very unique type of energy. And like whenever you hang out with him, or just even message with him or anything in general, it's just like he just has a way about carrying himself and carrying a conversation where he like makes not only what he's saying be important, but also listening to you is of importance as well. Like I don't know how to explain it. I fucking
yeah.
love Sekon. That's it.
He's just
Like I just love him.
he's a great communicator. He like
Yeah.
knows how to listen. He also does something, and this is something I'm trying to work on, is listening, but truly listening, and then asking something that wouldn't normally be asked, be,
Yeah.
like an inspired question, sort of, or just
To get
something
like a
about it.
deeper
Exactly.
understanding about what somebody's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sekon's yeah. Go
He's like
ahead.
my therapist, basically. By the way, we.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
so funny you say that because what I was just about to say is like I've gone to Sekon and like I asked him about like therapy and things like that because like I don't know, mental health is something I find of importance and
Yeah.
in my life recently the shit's been hard. So like I've reached out to him before and he's one of those people that like will never hold it against you, will never make you feel weird for asking like those type of things or anything like that. He'll just openly help you. And
Yeah.
it's just like, I don't know, if people like that are really important. I think it's really important to like make it known that he is such a good person. So that's why whenever anybody talks about Sekon, I only have good things to say about him because
Yep. Same.
he's such a good person.
Yeah. He's awesome. Uh, what's also interesting is growing up in life, you meet these people, like you just meet a bunch of people, obviously just living life throughout your childhood and teenage years. And then,
Right.
at least for me, when I hit 18, like I thought I had met everybody there is to meet in a way, like personality wise. Like, oh, like
Yeah.
these are what humans are, like this. I've met everything. I know
Yeah.
the whole spectrum of humans now. But then you adventure out and you realize how much more there really is to a person.
Yeah. And I think streaming really is a big aspect of learning, like growth like
Yes.
that. Because at least for me, whenever I graduated from high school, I was with my ex at the time, and I had moved to a city where he knew everybody and was in his hometown, and I knew nobody. And so it was really like isolating almost. And so I just completely separated myself from like any of my friends because I was like, who the hell is going to want to drive the whole way out here to hang out with me? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I just isolated myself. And that's actually how I started streaming because I was just so bored and just like lonely and just like wanted to like have a community to hang out with, but didn't know how to go about being a part of one because I was out of one for so long. And so I just like, I don't know. I had a point to bring this up and I've completely lost it because of my yoga. Um, shit.
The only downside to
Um,
yoga, just the only downside,
yeah,
but yeah.
yeah, the memory is just awful. Um, but shit, Sae Bae, what did you say?
No, we were just talking about how Twitch has brought a new community to your life.
Oh, yep,
Yeah.
there it is. So in that aspect, I reached out and I saw that my ex would watch Nick Mercs and Ninja and all those people,
Yeah.
the big ones. And so I was like, I was on, whenever you're on Snapchat and you get like ads in between Snapchats or like their stories or whatever, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't even watch stories anymore, but I know what you're talking
I
about.
don't, but like 3 years ago I did. And so, like in between them, there was an ad for mobile RuneScape. And I was like, oh my God, I played that whenever I was young with my brother. Like, we would go to the hill giants next to GE, and we would just get limp worts and sell them to the GE. That's all we would do. He would sit at home, and I would go to my grandparents' house because we didn't have two computers, obviously, back then. And so we would do that, and that's the way I started playing RuneScape. And so whenever I saw mobile, like the ad for it, I was like, oh my God. And so then I correlated it with my ex watching Nick Mercs and Ninja and things like that. And I was like, okay, I don't want to watch Fortnite. No offense to Fortnite. If you like Fortnite, go off. But I just didn't want to watch it. So I was like, I wonder if there's a community for RuneScape because this is what I'm now playing because I found it on mobile and then I downloaded it on my Mac. That's a whole nother wormhole that we don't need to get down. If you ever try streaming off of a Mac, if you are streaming off of a Mac, bless your heart, I am praying for you. It is miserable. You are a hero. It was the worst thing in the world. But yeah, so then from there, I started watching, Gray Gray,
Yep.
and you might know Charmchi. I started watching them. And they helped me a lot because early on I had some not so great people in my community with some not so great intentions. And so they helped me through that tremendously. So they're amazing, amazing people. If you ever get a chance to talk with them or be around them, they're amazing people. But yeah, so I took a little break after that and came back and put up a dono goal for an actual PC to take this all seriously and got very, very lucky with completing the dono goal and getting a very nice PC. And from there, I've just been doing this full time.
That's awesome. Isn't that cool? Well, let me ask
Yeah.
you this as well. Before you became a streamer, did you see streamers as almost a different type of person, like something that you could
Yeah.
never be? Because it's like
100%.
seeing a famous actor almost.
So, especially for me, being as I was used to watching people like Nick Mercs and Ninja and all those who don't even like read subs or read bits or really read the chat, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because they can't, there's too many
Yep.
people, there's too many things. Like, so I was just used to watching that, and it almost seemed like not like a TV show, but do you know what I mean? Like it's produced or something. Like it's
Yeah.
not,
Yeah.
it doesn't
Absolutely.
really feel live.
Yeah.
And so I was just like used to watching that, and I was like, okay, this is unobtainable. And like I had watched my ex try streaming Fortnite and Call of Duty and stuff, and like he really wasn't successful with it because it's so oversaturated with people, you know what I mean,
Hmm.
compared to RuneScape, where there's not that many people doing it. Well, there is, but do you know what I mean in
Yeah,
correlation
relatively
to?
tiny.
Yeah, right. So I was like, there's no way that this is ever gonna work. And actually my first my first two streams were The Sims 4. It's so funny. Nobody really knows that, to be honest. But there was a Sims 4 because it's also another game that I not really play that much anymore because of streaming, but I would love to.
Literally every
But
girl in the 90s played Sims. Like
I love
every
The
girl.
Sims. I froth The Sims. It's so good. Oh my God. Love. I have every single stuff pack on my Mac. It's just ridiculous the amount of money I put into that shit.
What was the oh, it was Motherload. That was the code you would type in for infinite money.
Yes. Yes, but not load like LOAD. It was LODE.
Yeah, like Motherload mine. That
Yep, yep,
yeah.
yep. It's engraved in my memory.
Yeah.
Control
Literally.
Shift C motherload.
Yeah. See, I had a friend growing up who was a dude, but he had a sister that was my age, and he was like 2 years older than me. So my older brother, and him would hang out, and then I'd go over. And of course, she had her own friends that were girls, and so I'd just be kind of like hanging out with my older brother and him. But
Right.
occasionally, she'd be on her home computer playing Sims, and I'd like go over and like start playing because like it's something else. They would play Yu-Gi-Oh cards and I wanted to play on the computer. Like I feel like I've always gravitated toward the computer as well.
Yeah.
It's weird. I
For
don't know.
me, I feel like my first introduction to like the internet, I remember it so vividly as well. We got internet one morning, and I remember my mom saying that we were getting a computer the night before, and I was gassed. I was like, oh my God. Because every single time I wanted to go on the computer or do anything, I had to go to my grandparents' house, and they had like quite an old computer, so everything would take like 20 minutes to load, you know what I mean? Like
Yep.
dial up type of shit. And so I was like, oh God, this is going to be so good. And so I woke up the next morning and there was a guy installing the internet and everything like that. And I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. This is so cool. And I run downstairs. The first thing I ever went on the internet was Tamagotchi website. Tell me
What,
why. I have
what
no
is
idea.
that?
I don't even know if it exists anymore, but it was so good at the time. But like that's what I remember about like my first introduction to the internet. And like I've always watched my brother. My brother was a big reason I'm even into any of this shit, but I've always watched him play Minecraft, Call of Duty, and all that type of shit. And so like I don't know, it was just kind of first or second nature to just go towards this shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think how it all started. I would go on the computer here and there, but I didn't really understand what the internet was. I just thought that was a part of the computer. Just it's whatever. That's a computer. Everything that's
Right.
involved. And so I would play. Do you remember that old pinball game on the computer? I'd
Yes,
play
yes,
that.
yes, yes.
We had a floppy disk.
Minesweeper as well.
Yep,
Oh my
Minesweeper.
God, a floppy
Dude, we
disk.
had a floppy disk that had a Taco Bell game on it. A
What?
fucking Taco Bell game. You would run around as like a
You
pepper or something like that.
you need to find that shit and sell it on eBay for like 10 grand. I'm not kidding you.
There
I
is
think it would
no
sell.
way we have that still. There is absolutely no shot. But yeah, I wouldn't be
Whoever gave
surprised.
that up needs binned out of the next holiday dinner because that is a shame to humanity that you do not have that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty shitty game to be honest. I don't remember enjoying it per se. It gave me vibes of Pac-Man. And when I think of
Okay.
Pac-Man, I think of anxiety. I'm like, this is the worst game ever because I'm running around, there's ghosts chasing me, I'm trying to eat shit. I feel congested and just like I feel claustrophobic playing the game and I hate it.
Have you ever played Among Us?
I have actually never played it, but I've watched enough to somewhat understand it.
It is so terrifying. As somebody who has anxiety and just is so bad at lying, I'm literally the worst at lying because I don't do it. I just refuse to lie. I just won't say anything if I don't want to. But like I'm so bad. And somehow one day I managed to get myself in a lobby with Skidler, Elliot,
Yep.
Foe, and Sick Nerd,
Wow.
and a bunch of other people.
Yeah.
And I thought I took the game seriously and I like was trying to figure shit out. No, this lobby was full of detectives and I got the fucking, what's it called? The imposter the first round. And I'm not kidding. I'm running around shaking. My heart's fucking racing. I'm sweating. I'm literally terrified. And I see like foe and I'm like, there's no shot. I'm like, get out of here because there's no way I'm killing you. You know what I mean? Like, no shot. And so I'm like running around. And I think I killed Elliot because I thought it would be Crease, you know what I mean? And so I think I killed Elliot and Foe runs up behind me because I think he doubled back because he knew something was sus.
Yeah.
Because I looked at him a few times and he doubles back and he sees Elliot and I'm trying to run the other way and he calls a meeting and I'm just like, I'm fucked. I'm gone. And Foe goes, Nicole, what were you doing? Why were you over there? What were you doing? And I just instantly crumbled. I was like, I don't know. It was so bad. And like after that, I just refused to play it anymore. Not that anybody really plays that much anymore, but
Yeah.
I
It was
just
really popular for a long
refused.
time.
It was. It had quite the, what am I trying to say? Duration. I
Yeah.
didn't think it would last that long. Compared to like Fall Guys that fell off, pun not intended. But that fell off so quick compared to I feel Among Us did. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
And there were memes of Among Us, and you still see the memes here and there.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, even
And
that
now there's like
sussy
VR for
emote and
it.
stuff. Really?
Yeah, there's VR for it. Have you ever seen the video?
No, that was just terrifying though.
It is terrifying. I saw it on somebody's stream the other day and I was like, that looks awful. That literally looks like I would have a panic attack and like run into a wall. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh, that sounds awful.
Sometimes I think about VR and how like we're getting to a point where VR might actually become like a normal thing. Well, probably not in the next decade or anything, but we're getting to a point where like you've heard of the metaverse and stuff.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
things like that where it almost feels weird like because we always see it as like black and white, sort of like they're trying to take over humans and trying to like enslave us to the internet and stuff, and not, I don't know,
Right.
like we're not going to be
I
humans
mean,
anymore.
we're voluntarily doing
Yeah,
it to
I know.
ourselves right now.
Yeah,
So,
literally.
like, I don't know. The whole, it's hard to even think about, but like, yeah, I understand what you mean. I would say in the next like 150 years, 100%, it's going to be quite a
Just
virtual
everywhere.
reality, I feel. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's strange though because I think I was listening to some podcasts about it, about like the metaverse and how there's literally like you're gonna have a headset on and you're probably gonna have a fucking bodysuit on or some shit like that eventually. I'm thinking like 50 years from now, and you're
right.
just gonna like that is going to be your life. You just wake up in the morning, put on your set, lay in the suit or whatever, whatever you're doing,
Well, it's
get in
kind
like a
of
little tub.
interesting. It's kind of interesting to think then, like, what would happen to the actual physical world around us? Because without us having any drive to do anything or better the world or mow our lawn for fuck's sake or like wash our dishes, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, what would happen to like our reality while we're just living this complete and utter virtual reality? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Kind of scary to think
and
about.
and the other thing I get scared of is how much better you feel like eating a healthy diet and doing exercise. And like I can just imagine if that's just like taken out of the equation and we're just like living in these
Yeah.
suits and stuff, like we're gonna be angry, bitter people. Like
Yeah.
the online presence is gonna be fucking miserable. I feel like just a
I'm
bunch
not
of
gonna be able
people
to
that are just
smoke weed.
depressed.
What do you mean?
Dude,
My body's gonna be pissed. I'm not gonna be able to joule. What do you mean?
the other thing I really wonder is because there's going to be products in the metaverse and stuff. I wonder if they're going to get to a point where they can almost imitate certain tastes and certain smells and stuff like that. I don't
That
know.
would be
Because they
crazy.
can already do it with your eyes. You know, you have VR set, you can pretend you're in a different environment and your brain starts
Right.
believing it if you're in there long enough.
Well, even like think about it if you take a VR headset and put yourself in like an IMAX like movie theater,
Mm-hmm.
where they have like 4D effects and shit like that. Like imagine that type of immersion.
Yeah.
And like if you just have like like you said, like a pod where it just completely like makes you immerse in it,
Yeah.
where you actually feel like physical effects and smells and things like that. Like that would be fucking crazy.
It is strange to think. I mean, I love my life right now, but I know a lot of people are very unhappy and,
Hmm.
they maybe just can't see a way out of like how their current life is going. And so I see this escape as like becoming their life. And
Right.
sometimes I wonder like what's necessary. And I know there's clearly downsides to it, but I really try to wonder from a human aspect, like how is this affecting you? And is this like are there positives to this? What are the cons of long term like using this stuff? And like does it really matter? I don't know. It's
I
strange
think
to me.
isolation would be 100% key though, because like I don't know, like you can tell me from your perspective if you feel the same, but there's days on stream where like I might not be having the best day and I'll go live and I'll be like, "Oh my God, like I have this great community and like holy shit, like why was I so down? Like I have all these people around me who actually like care if I'm doing okay."
Yeah.
And then I click end stream and then I sit here and I'm like, "Huh.
Yeah.
Well, now everybody's gone," and like
Yep.
not that they're actually gone because I could just go on my Discord or could
Hmm.
reach out to somebody or something like that. But you have the realization of being like, okay, this is all online. This isn't like actually like these people aren't in my real life. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so it's just like it's a weird parallel to kind of even talk about because you never want to offend your community by being like you're not a part of my life. You know what
Hmm.
I mean?
Hmm.
But like I feel as though like a lot of people even in the RuneScape section just feel like they know streamers 100% for who they are and who they've always been and character judgment and everything like that. But I think it's really important to realize that like when that when that switch hits, when you end stream, I feel like not that people are completely different on stream because I like to think I'm myself, but it's a completely different reality whenever you turn off the camera and the microphone and the LED lights, like
Yeah.
it's just completely different and it makes you realize that like okay, like as much as I love this and I want to do this as long as possible because it's what I'm actually passionate about, it makes you realize, okay, there needs to be balance in my social aspect of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As much as I'm talking to people all day, I'm actually not having physical connection with people.
Yep.
And I think that's something I've struggled with a lot, especially recently, because I haven't had balance. Because I think everybody can agree with what's going on in the world and everything like that. It's hard to have that connection with people. And like I even mentioned before, like after high school and cutting off all my friends basically and moving far away with my ex and just being around his friends and his family and nothing to do with mine. I then just now what do I have? You know what I mean? I'm 23. I'm not going to go to high school and go meet some friends. I'm not going to go to the bar because I'm scared,
Yeah.
So like I'm not going to show up at a club by myself to meet some friends. So it's just like it's hard at this age, like
Yeah.
not to be a complainer or anything because I'm so blessed for what I do have with stream and everything in the community that I have, but
Yeah.
like IRL connections is very, very difficult. So like right now it's just like my family for me, pretty much.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the same for a lot of people because sadly what's going on. But
Yeah, I've been living with my older brother for like 3.5 years ever since I started streaming. Like I moved out with him, and it's funny because streaming is so hard to get into for a normal person, like somebody with a job, somebody with bills, somebody with things. Like,
Right.
it is so exhausting. I was in such a unique position. And like, first of all, there was no way personally I was going to stream it at home with my parents. I just couldn't,
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't do it. Like, it's just everything. Like, there's a lot to it, but I'm like, that is just
Right.
not going to work out. And so,
It's just not gonna happen.
yeah,
Yep.
it's not. And so my brother was taking an internship in Baltimore, and I was like, dude, I was calling him and I was like, I really don't want to go back to school because I just feel like I'm lost and I'm just burning money, literally burning
Right.
money going to school. And
Yep.
so I just flew out with him, and I was just so lucky because, yeah, I had some savings and all from working from home and stuff back. I was living rent free with my parents, and my brother was able to basically support me through like the tough months where you're still growing a stream. And
Right.
I was doing it full time. Like, I wasn't working anywhere else. I was just really trying to grind hours. That was back when I actually like used to stream full time. Like, I
Yeah.
actually would put in 40 hours a week and stuff, which I'm trying to get back into that mentality. It's very hard to slip out of it.
It's hard. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I have these moments of realization. I'm like, you know what? I have to understand how blessed I am. Like, I get to work
Right.
from, like, my feet are touching my bed right now. I literally just get out of bed, jump on my
Yep.
computer, and that's my life. Like, that is exactly what I've always wanted. And of course, the grass is always greener on the other side. But like, no,
Right.
I've had sit down moments where I'm like, I am like, holy shit, how has this actually happened to me? Like, this is actually my real life. And so I
Mm-hmm.
try to like appreciate it and not take it for granted. And so by not taking it for granted, I just need to like do more.
I think, okay, so with that though, I think there's like, because I do have the same mentality is that I guilt myself for not going live, and I
Hmm.
think about people gifting, and I just feel like I should supply more content than I
Yeah.
am, or just be in a better mood on stream. But I feel like it's actually like canceling out any progress. Do you know what I mean? Because you're sitting there and you're saying, like, okay, well, I'm so blessed to have this community and everything like that. So I need to do more, but then you're burning yourself out in the process. So you're not able to fully provide the full content that you could be doing. Say you're at 100% mentally and physically,
Yep.
and you feel good about yourself and feel good about what you're doing, instead of beating yourself up for not doing more. So like I've just tried to, because recently I've been in that headspace of stream not doing as good as it used to be, and me just sitting there blaming myself and being like, ah, I'm the reason for this, like I'm
Yeah.
sitting here like depressed or whatever the situation, my stomach hurts and I just don't want to go live because I feel sick. And it's just like, like and now I'm blaming myself for not going live. And now it's making me want to go live. But if I go live, I'm going to be miserable. And what's that going to do except spread misery?
Yeah.
Although I do agree with going live whenever you're in a bad mood and being able to use your platform to healthily and consensually vent. I do agree with that because I think that's a big part of my platform as well is people coming into my stream and feeling safe and feeling like they have a place where they can just I don't know, be around people who actually care about if they're doing okay and things like that. And I've been blessed with people also caring if I'm doing okay, which is something that I've always wanted in life and got really lucky with having a community that wants only that, honestly. So,
That really is amazing, by the way, because sometimes we see streams as like just entertainment. Like, I want my entertainment fix, but there really is that niche of like going into a stream and feeling like you're almost home, sort of. If life isn't going so well, you have a
right.
place where you can feel safe and just like accepted.
Yeah, and like you feel like I don't know. I like to think like it's so cute whenever I see people in my chat being like hi to each other and like how are you doing and like
Yeah.
asking
Yep.
about certain things that they remember about each other and like seeing friendships happen and like seeing people PVM together then like I'll be at Tob and I'll see two of the people in my chat like tobbing together and I'll be like, "Oh my God, that's so cute." Like,
Yeah.
like if I'm able to bring people together, then that's really my fucking job, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing more to it for me at least.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know, it's really easy whenever you, at least for me, since I've moved out and I've also bought a car recently, and so I made.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been something I've wanted to do my entire life, and whenever I was young and dumb, I bought a 2003 Envoy, and if you know what those are, they're literally a small bus. I I crushed it in the snow, and then I was unable to pay for it
Oh
because I quit
God.
my job at an Italian place I was working, and I quit my job, so I was unable to afford it. So luckily, shout out my dad, bless his heart, I still owe him to this day. Um, but he helped me out of that hole. And ever since then, whenever I was moved out and living far away, I didn't have a car or anything like that. So I was just always stuck at home. So whenever I moved out, I was like, all right, I was living with my brother for a little bit post breakup, whatever the hell you want to call it. And so I was just like you said with yourself, like just saving up money. And I was only really paying for Wi-Fi there because that's what I was utilizing mainly. And also I was paying for groceries and things like that. But that's all I was paying out. So I was just saving up money, to move out by myself. And so whenever I finally moved out, I was like, okay, I'm going to do this right. Like I have savings, I have something to fall back on. I'm just going to wait out until I can mentally afford a car.
Yeah.
So once I did that, I was just like, okay, this is sick. Like, I don't know. The freedom of just being able to leave your house is something that like I long had forgot. So I don't know. It's just
Yeah.
been really cool to be able to do all of this from stream, and it's just kind of insane and
Yeah.
completely blessed and just confusing, kind of. I
Yeah.
don't know if you feel that way as
Yeah.
well. It's just like, why me? Like,
Yeah.
not really anything special, and it just feels like insane.
It's
Like,
the
I
it's
don't
also
know.
imposter syndrome. And let me also
Yeah,
just
yeah,
say, like, I think everybody, like every human has something to give. Like everyone's unique. And so
right,
which is odd because then you'd feel like, "Oh, I'm not special because everyone's special." But
right,
you can't be replaced, because there's nobody else that's you. And so
right.
sometimes you see that and you're like, "Wow." And I think of people that I really admire or content creators in any avenue. It doesn't have to be old school RuneScape, but like there are literally people that you just gravitate toward and they can't be replaced. And so
Right.
it's sort of like the imposter syndrome as well. Like, oh man, what's so special about me? Like other people are gonna go watch somebody else, but like people actually, especially with streaming, when they actually spend a lot of time with you in a live environment, like it becomes like, I don't know, just kind of becomes like family in a way, in a strange sense. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know, because I completely understand that, because I feel like Elliot's one of those people. Because, like, if you were to ask me, like, some of my favorite streamers, I would be like Lauren, Elliot, Coxie.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they're just people I gravitate to, and whenever I'm in their chat, I don't feel like, I don't know, I have to, like, talk up myself or, like, act like a different version of me to, like, get somebody to laugh. I feel like I can just be there and be okay with it,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And so, like, I don't know. I try to, this is taking a weird tangent, but I try to like understand why people troll sometimes in chats and or freaks and weirdos and stuff like that. And it just like it makes me wonder if they've never had a sense of community, so they don't know how to adapt into one, to approach one, to be a part of one. I don't know. And it's just like recently, because like I'm such a person that will bite on bait in my chat because it's free content, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can just make an ass out of somebody and just and everybody is gonna laugh and it's free content for a good 10 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
But I also like I can't help but like be like see the empathy side of it and be like, okay, why is this person acting like a the idiot? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
why are they being so malicious and mean? And just like what do they have something going on, and like I want to talk to them. And so like I don't know, I feel like there's a very gray line, and it's easy to step over it and be like, okay, just attack because it's easy content.
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel bad sometimes because like I don't know, I chose to do this for a living. I chose to be critiqued online and just open be an open book, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because some streamers, like, they'll treat it 100% like a job. Like, they just go on stream, they only talk about RuneScape or the stream, and they don't talk about life, and then they end, and then that's it, you know? And
Yeah.
people are okay with that. That's 100% just a different type of community. And I've just been a person that has been an open book because for me, streaming has always been if I can help somebody, if I can make somebody smile on a day that they didn't think that they could, then I'm pretty much doing what I want. Because if I want to think about it in a selfish type of way, I am a type of person that feels worth or validity through making others feel better. It helps me personally. So if we want to view it selfishly, then I also gain from helping other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's all stream ever was at the beginning of it. And like I said at the beginning, I don't really think anybody goes into this thinking it's going to be full time and get as lucky as they do if they do go full time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's really easy, like you also said, I want to mention like falling out of it and like trying to get back into it in 40 hours a week and things like that. Whenever I first started streaming, I would do 12-hour streams, just like it was nothing,
Yep.
10-hour streams, just because I was having so much fun and didn't have anybody else to talk to and didn't have like at the time I was living with my ex and we couldn't afford our bills or anything like that. And he was the only one working because I didn't have a car to go to a job or anything. I didn't know where to work because didn't grow up there, you know? So I was just lost and I just wanted to talk to people and I just went live and I don't know, I just got stupid lucky because whenever I first started streaming, all I would do was barb fishing. That's it. Bar fishing and giveaways because I
Oh, God.
didn't know how to play the game
What a
at
strange
all.
fucking combo. Barb
I know,
fishing and
right?
giveaways. Not even
Yeah,
PKing or
legit.
anything,
Like,
just barb fishing.
no, just bar fishing and giveaways. And
Legendary.
so, yeah, I got very lucky to meet a group of people from the EU, my UK gamers.
Yep.
And they basically taught me chambers inside and out. I've now lost the touch because I'm dog shit at chambers, but they also taught me top, which I'm beyond thankful for because I think it's one of my favorite aspects of the game, favorite content in the game. I think it's really, really fun to learn. And
It
I
was
don't know, it's
intimidating
just
as shit, though.
really?
TOB for me, when it was first... So, I didn't even touch TOB for 6 months after it was released. And I felt like even... Like, I was pretty much set. Like, I had an Infernal cape before TOB came out. I just was intimidated by it. And then by the time I wanted to start getting into it, I felt like everyone knew what they were doing already. And it was going to be impossible because I would have to find people to, like, teach me. And...
Right.
Do you remember Lady Kath? The streamer.
Lady
Her name
Cat.
was just Catherine on Twitch, I believe, but her RSN was Lady Kath. She was
I
a big
don't
stoner.
think so. But keep in mind, I've only been really on Twitch for 3-ish years, a little over
Yeah,
3 years.
she kind of stopped streaming around when we both started because we both started around the same
Okay.
time. But
Okay.
I would watch her streams, and she was actually the one that brought me along. She was doing TOB viewer rate, and it was just like we didn't even. I think we completed one TOB out of like 5 attempts. It was
Oh,
miserable, and
sometimes it'd be like that.
yeah, and
I'm 900 plus KC, and sometimes it'd still be like that.
Yep. It did not help, by the way, because I went like 950 for my scythe. And so for the
Oh,
longest time, I never fully appreciated TOB. And I still don't feel like I appreciate it because I spent my whole time just butthurt that I didn't have a scythe. And so I'm doing shit DPS.
I'm
And
the same way. I'm doesn't matter because I'm a main,
yeah.
but I'm 950 plus KC, I think, and I don't have a scythe in my name. I don't have a saying in
Rip.
my name.
You
I
don't have a
have like
Sang or a scythe?
no, I have
Oh,
2
God.
rapiers. I think all just the except for one piece, I don't remember. And I have like 20 hilts. Explain? I hate it here.
Yep.
It sucks so bad. It's like I don't even get excited whenever I see a purple now because I'm like, okay, it's a fucking hilt.
Yeah,
Like
you
just
fucking know it's a
yes.
hilt. Yeah, that
Yeah,
I mean
I
that
just don't even care.
for 915 KC, all I had was just Assured Hills. I didn't even have any weapons
Yep.
yet. And so it just like I would see a purple and I'm like I was over 20, I think I was like 23 purples at this time. They were all just Assured Hills. And I'm like,
Yep.
well, I see a purple. Yep, fucking just Assured. Like always is.
Yeah.
Get
And
your
the
hopes
kick in
up
the
for a little
fucking
bit. Yep. No.
yeah, the kick in the throat was the two rapiers that I do have were within like 20 KC of each other and they were recent. So
God.
like I've been like 920-ish dry of seeing any weapon at all.
Jesus Christ.
And then I
it's
see two
bad.
rapiers like back to back almost. And it's like, okay, why? Like, tell me why. And I'm so dry on a pet as well that it's just like I don't know.
I was a pet hunter. So right after I maxed at the end of 2019, I decided I wanted to be a pet hunter. That lasted like 3 days, and I realized this is total ass. I hate being a pet hunter. It
Oh, it
sucked.
sucks. Yep.
It
It's so bad.
sucked.
Literally does.
Yeah.
And just like I look through my like bank tags and shit like that, and I'm just like, okay, what do I want to like torture myself with today? And it's like Blue Dragon, nah, fucking DKs, no, just get another Dupet. Like it sucks.
Yeah.
And then I learned CG recently
Oh, nice.
because the way that I play the game, which is probably dumb of me and why I burned so much, because I think I got Thermipet at like 9,600 KSC, which is disgusting,
Yeah.
by the way, might I add. So for me, what I do is whenever I really want a pet, I usually dedicate my entirety to it. So for that 9,600 KC, I was doing nothing else in the game but skipping 4 Thermi tasks and doing Thermi tasks.
God damn
And
it.
so after I got it, I was just stupid burnt. And I was like, what the fuck do I do now? So my recent approach is just like, because I there's still content in the game, which people might flame me and say, oh, you're such an e-girl. You don't know the video game. Whatever. But I don't know. I like it because I don't know some content in the game yet. Like I don't know how to do bandos or I don't know how to do like Arma or anything like that. And so like it's kind of exciting being burnt and knowing that I still have things that I have yet to learn, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because recently I've learned CG, and by recently I mean in the past 5 months, probably 5 months ago. And I don't know, as awful as the content is, it's just like, okay, I have another pet that I can now go for instead of sitting at Vorkath nonstop for 5 hours straight, you know?
Yeah.
I can venture off. Or recently, like you saw when you came in my stream the other day, I've started going for bloodhounds, and like I'm awful at doing clues and things like that at the moment, but I'm trying, and it's just like exciting because it's new content. So like for me, it's not really being efficient and just the best at the game and having an infernal cape. Even I have a fire cape. I don't give a shit. Like, and so I don't want to dedicate a week of my time to molding at the video game that I already hate. Like, I hate whenever people ask me, Infernal Cape? When Infernal Cape? If I wanted one, I would fucking go for one, or I would sling pink on fucking Parsec. Leave me alone. Like, I'm not getting a cape. Like, even if I do get a cape, by the way, like, and do it myself, that pink comment was a joke in case it's used against me in the future. But and even if I do the cape myself, I'm not going to do it on stream because I have watched Pink stream and people backseat Pink Clay. Why the fuck would I go live with Inferno if people are backseating Pink Clay?
Yep.
Like, no. You know what I mean? Like, as somebody who's learning Infernal, I'm not doing that. Even if it does milk the viewers and give you a huge uprise in your view count and things like that, I don't want to do it. I don't feel like being a spectacle in 45 voice calls where they're all saying, oh, I hope she dies. Oh, I hope she gets hit. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't feel like doing it. And so regardless, if I do it myself, it won't be on stream. And then I'll do it off stream and people will say, oh, she bought it. Oh, she didn't do it herself. Because I already get comments that I bought or that all my gear is loaned to me. So it just doesn't matter to me to be efficient with that shit. It's more about hanging out with my community, and RuneScape just happens to be a game that we all play, you know?
Yeah.
So if I'm doing clues and a master clue takes me 40 minutes, do be what it do be, you know?
Yeah. No, and that's the other beauty about this game is like you're learning how to do clues efficiently. Like that shit is impossible to pick up instantaneously because there's just so much going on. Same thing with
Right.
any sort of god. I remember flicking bandos was. I remember watching Latius and like Hauke and
Oh
Reed
my God.
doing
Yeah.
these crazy flicks, and they would also do like a fucking shield flick in between their prayers and stuff.
Latios is insane.
He
Yeah.
is. He is
Yeah.
insane. Um,
Speaking of, I haven't seen him in ages.
Me neither.
Latios, come back.
He's on my list to come on the Sae Bae. I don't leak my list often, but he's on that list to get on the Sae Bae cast. And I would love to have him on.
Oh,
I have not seen him in a long time. You're right.
maybe we should hit him up. This is a sign.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely be over the moon to talk to him because I've been a huge fan of his just for years and years. And he's so humble, so
He's
cool,
so
so
nice. Yeah.
kind, and he's just
Yeah.
a fucking five head and just extremely talented at the game.
He's like one of those people that like you hear like his voice and you're just like, ah, that's calming. You know what I mean? Not in like
Yes.
an ASMR type of way where people are whispering and like that type of shit. But like, I don't know, his voice just like it just fits. You know what I mean? Like it's very calming for some reason.
He seems like an individual that's figured out the world. Like
Right.
he knows who he is, he knows what's up, and he's just more mature than a lot of other people his age. I'm assuming it's this is very interesting by the way. I remember people in high school, I felt like everyone was just at the same immaturity level when you're like in high school and stuff. But I remember having
Yeah.
one particular friend and I swear to God, his mind was like he was 40. And I didn't see
Yeah.
it back then. I didn't understand what it was, but now that I look back and maybe it's a little clouded, um yeah, he just his mind like he just knew what life was sort of and how weird life is and he just felt like he was just connected with the world a little bit more than everyone else. So just immature and thought about like prioritized stupid things all the time and he knew what his priorities were.
Well, I feel like I not to get into like spirituality or religion or any shit like that, but I don't know what you believe, but at least for me, I feel like I don't know. I feel like energy is recycled if you think about it scientifically, even. Energy, I feel like can't die. It just doesn't just
Yeah.
go away. You know what I mean? It's recycled.
Yeah.
And so not obviously in the way of like reincarnation or anything like that, but I feel like some people just have an energy about themselves. For example, Sekon. Like I feel like he just has an energy about himself where he's just able to analyze things in multiple type of ways that it makes me like think about is his energy like recycled, has he like done this before and he just understands, he has a deeper understanding of how things are and what it is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, damn.
And it's just like it makes me wonder about some people where you feel because I've had it a lot with people online, and obviously I know it's easy for some people to manipulate themselves and manipulate you and just appeal to exactly what they think you want them to be. And I've gotten screwed over by that by some people who I trusted and just feel like they were only trying to appeal who I wanted them to be. But I also feel like there's some people where you talk to them and within like the first few days, even the first few hours of talking to them, you feel like this isn't like the first time I've talked to you. Like we're connecting way too easily. We're having like the easy conversation where it's back and forth really quick. We're both enjoying this and like we feel like I don't know, we're talking about deeper things and like it just feels like it's not the first time like you've met them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not in the way you look at them and you're like, "Oh, I've met you before. You look familiar." But it's just the energy they carry about themselves is so familiar that it's just like easy to go along with and easy to keep up with and things like that.
Yeah,
I feel like
you're totally fucking right about that.
I feel like with stream I've met a lot of people like that where I'm just like, "The fuck, I've known you before." Like this energy is just coming too easily of us being friends and us having like banter back and forth and like you able to have like deep conversations but also fuck with each other, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just like this can't be the first time I've like known your type of energy or been around you or something like that. Like I feel like it's really easy with online, like I said, for people to fake who they are and things like that. So sometimes it does screw you over if you just openly believe what everybody says. But there is a line to it where people obviously do want to be your friend and things like that. Like I fucking love Elliot. I love a bunch of people that I've met through Elliot streams, and I would never ever like think that they would be malicious with me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's like fun to think about like I've met these people online and now I get to go to like the UK this summer, which I'm planning on.
Oh, that's
And
sick.
yeah, I know, I'm so gassed. I've never been off the East Coast in my entire life and I get to go to a different country. It's like insane.
That's sick.
But like I get to go there and I get to meet like Swank KBK and I get to meet like I'm Callum and Skidler and Shrimp and Dom and like all these people. And like I just get to hang out with them and like it's just so cool to think about like you can make connections IRL through this stuff and like actually make friends that like you want long term, you know?
Yeah.
You just also can't be blinded by the fact that some people don't have the best intentions and they will just try to match whatever they think you want in a friendship or a connection to then lead to something else, which is the sad part about I feel like I hate pulling the I'm a woman card, but I feel like it's a sad part about being a girl online is that type of manipulation and things like that when you trust somebody so much and they donate to you and this and they tell you like oh I'm only doing it because like I just like you as a human being and like I just want to support you and then the next day they're sending you dick pics and you're there being like all right, fuck. Like I thought you were a normal being, you know? Thought we were friends, but you're not normal, and now I'm pretty fucked emotionally from this.
Yeah.
So it's kind of insane the shit that you'll get as a girl on stream.
Yeah. I have zero clue. I could pretend
Even
like
guys
yeah.
get weird shit, to be honest with
Yeah, I
you.
mean,
Like
we
I've seen some weird shit online.
well, I
Even
think
guys chats.
I take walks around my neighborhood and it's a little sketchy. We got like two pretty big churches around here where like homeless people just camp. Um
Right.
and like I have to go under this little overpass and there are people up. It's one of those overpasses where there's like a cement slant and so there's people all the way up just like caved in right next to the bridge. It's
Oh, okay, yeah.
scary and it's like dark and there's like bottles that roll down the things. There's a bunch of beer bottles and broken glass and shit. I'm like, I am going to die. And I can only imagine how much worse it would be to be a female. I would I
In
don't feel
that
like I'd be
situation.
comfortable to like leave my home. Okay, so for example, like probably 3 weeks ago, I was walking and this guy fucking came up behind me with a hoodie on. This is evening time. This is like 9 p.m. or something. I'm taking an evening walk, and this guy just fucking taps me on the shoulder from me. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, you can't just fucking approach people like that.
Terrifying.
And he's
Yeah.
just like asking me for money and stuff. And he's like, hey, man, can I have
Oh.
like $5? And I'm like, sorry, man. Like, I'm just not in a place to give out right now. And that was not the right wording, was it? Anyway, so he basically starts harassing me for the next like 30 seconds before I'm like, all right, like I'm crossing the street, like get away from me kind of. And I wouldn't
Mhm.
know what to do if I was a female in that position because the dude was scary looking, you know? And you would feel like you're
Yeah.
going to get, at least for me, I would feel, I was already scared out of my mind. I'm like, this guy's going to stab me. It's dark out and nobody can see me. Like nobody else can see, like can see me. They can hear me
Yeah.
yell if
If
I fucking got
anything,
shanked, but like, damn.
yeah. It's just like so for me, it's not even just like it's different for everybody, obviously. I'm not going to talk for all girls on this situation at all because everybody handles things differently. Everybody has like past trauma, maybe no trauma at all, but still has a fear of it. But it's even things like going to Walmart. Because for me, I watch a lot of YouTube. I was a big, big, big YouTube person before I started streaming. It's all I would do is watch YouTube and stuff. And I'm one of those people that will fall down like the wormhole of weird YouTube shit, you know? So like I'll watch crime documentaries and stuff that are like 2.5 hours long, literally a movie on YouTube.
Yep.
And so I'll watch like all this crazy stuff and like it just makes me like not even want to go in Walmart. Like I will literally text somebody, anybody, then tell them like I'm at Walmart, like here's my location and everything before I even go in. Because I've heard a story of this group of people, there would be two people or a bunch of people, at least two people inside, and then three people standing at the doors, one on the outside smoking a cigarette or just doing whatever, and two on the side doors because you know they always have side doors
Mm-hmm.
along with the opening ones that are automatic. And so they would have them there, and then they would have a few guys in the van. And what they would do is look for mothers that were like obviously in Walmart, chaotic with their kids, trying to get groceries. Everything's fucking happening. Maybe they're picking up their phone, maybe they drop something, and they wait for the perfect time to either grab the kid and run off, or they wait for like the mother to be walking out to her car, identify the car, and then at the bottom they'll have somebody crash the car, and then all the people
Jesus.
get out of the van and take the people out of the car. And it's just like I I think of that shit, and it's probably just my anxiety and my paranoia, whatever. But it's just as a female, it's something I think about all the time. It's I am walking through Walmart and I see somebody looking at their phone and they have nothing in their hands, but they're standing directly behind me and they're not looking at anything on the shelf, they're just standing there. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, I'm about to get taken, so who do I call right now to pretend like I'm on the phone and I have somebody to go meet up with and somebody's expecting me, so if I'm not there, they're gonna know. So this guy can hear me saying I need to be here at so and so time. If I'm not there, then you're gonna know I'm not there and something's wrong. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's crazy because even with modern technology, there's shit on TikTok where it's you can guys literally sitting there pretending to be your boyfriend, being like, "Hey, babe, when are you getting home?" And then there's a text on the screen for what you say, is being like, "Oh, should be home in like 20 minutes. Why?" He's like, "Okay, I got food waiting for you. Like, I'll be standing by the door waiting for you to get home." And it's like, play this in an Uber if you feel unsafe. And it's like the fact that that needs to even be implied, thank God it is, because it's probably helps people. But the fact that that even needs to be implied in facts or it, like shows that there's an issue, you
Yeah.
know, like shows that there's a problem with how women are just constantly sexually viewed and harassed and just not really viewed as people, but objects of sexual orientation. And it's just mad. It's crazy.
Yeah. That is scary. And I don't understand it, and I can't pretend like I can understand it. My
Right.
apartment was getting broken into, and I had
Oh my
one
God.
contact in my eye, and I was in my underwear. And from the
Oh my God.
back side of the door, I started hearing this hammering. Just this guy was hammering the door right next to the doorknob, and I could see the light peering in, and so I just started yelling at the top of my lungs. And I've shared this before, but that kind
Right.
of shit is so terrifying. I kind of
Yeah.
downplay it now because it's been, like almost a year. And I
Right.
just think like, oh, it wasn't that big of a deal. The guy just ran off. But in the moment, you don't know what the fuck this guy's gonna
Oh,
do.
you don't know what he's capable
Yeah.
of. You don't know what his intentions are.
Yeah.
You
You don't
don't know
know if he's
what
hopped
he
up on
has to
meth and just is
lose.
gonna kill somebody without him even realizing he
Yeah.
just killed somebody.
He could have had nothing to lose,
Yeah.
literally nothing, you know? Like,
It's
it's so
terrifying.
scary to think about what people are capable of. Sorry, I have hiccups all the time. That's also something we should talk about. I constantly have hiccups. Um, but it's scary just to think like, okay, you're just getting gassed one day and just somebody just has a bad day and you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. And it's like, fuck, like it makes you literally, thank God I'm a neat, you know? Like I don't have to
Yes.
leave my house. But
Yes.
like that's literally a big aspect of why streaming as full time is so like it's such a blessing to me because for me, I started working whenever I was 15. I worked at a Dairy Queen and I was paid under the counter. Shout out illegal shit. I was paid under the counter because I was obviously young.
Yeah.
And he ended up fucking me over. That's a whole nother wormhole. He took like $500 out of my paychecks, which was insane. But I started working and I just like over the years through things happening in life and stuff, I was okay working at DQ. Like I was all right talking with people and I enjoyed it because it was something that was making me money and I could buy my Doc Martens if I wanted to, you know. I could pay for One Direction tickets if I wanted to.
Yeah.
But after that, whenever I started working at Panera, I started realizing that yeah, you don't like talking like to people face to face. You don't like having people come to you with issues that are completely out of your control.
Yep.
You know, like people would come to me at Panera and be like, oh, I can't believe that the sandwich was made like this. Like, you guys are unreal for doing this. And as I'm looking at her being like, ma'am, I'm paid like $6 an hour. Like, I didn't make your fucking sandwich. Like, do you want another one or what? Like, are we just gonna yell at each other? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't feel like dealing with that shit. And then whenever I worked at an Italian restaurant, I it was like a little mom and pop, locally owned type of shit. So like the owner owned the place, you know,
Yeah.
he owned the company and everything. And so it was like, if I fucked up, I fucked up. You know, everybody knows about it. It's a family business. Everybody's talking shit at the dinner table, the big Italian dinner table, you know?
Yeah.
And so it just like really set in that anxiety for me because it was like if I was 5 minutes late to work because I was having an anxiety attack in my car about something that was happening in my life, I was screamed at then inside. And I was like, this is completely out of my control. Like, unless you want me on Xanax, like, I don't know how to help you. You know, like, I was 5 minutes late. I'm very sorry. You're not paying me that much. Why are you yelling at me this much? So after some stuff happened in my life that I don't know if you know much about my charity stream, which
No.
was the biggest, it was the biggest thing I've ever really done with my life, to be honest. It's one of the things I'm proud of, which is crazy to say because I don't really find pride in really what's it called?
Just
When
your
you
own
put
endeavors,
yourself
I guess.
down. It starts with a D. I'm gonna forget that. But I don't know. I'm one of those people that will like talk down to myself for like a joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. So like it was one of the things I was really proud of, and so after my friend passed away, I quit working at the Italian place and I was just in a really low place. And I was with my ex at the time and he helped me a bunch through it. But then whenever I isolated myself to the point where I had like nobody to hang out with, nothing to take my mind off of her or anything like that, and he was always working obviously to pay for where we were renting. And so I was just like, fuck, like I need to do something, you know? So I started streaming, and after I got to a point where I felt like I had a good enough platform to do something big, I was like, I'm gonna do something for her, you know? Because I worked with her at that Italian place, so that's where this correlation is coming from. So I managed to raise $11,000. There's
Wow.
some added on to that. $11,321.
That is fucking nuts.
I managed to raise that for a local non-kill humane society that's non-funded by the government. And she, whenever she was alive, she used to do a bunch of charity work for them. Every single year, she would try to raise the most amount of money for them. So then she would like donate all this stuff and do all that stuff. And so it was amazing, amazing to be able to do something for her in her name because my community and I decided essentially like we didn't want any like you know like praise for this. We wanted it to be completely utterly in her name whenever we donated it. So I didn't even like say to the people that I was donating to anything about my stream. I just said like this is from so and so. Like it's in her honor. She used to donate here all the time, and she
Wow.
sadly passed away, but this is for her. And I got to do it with her mom as well and her entire family, which was really, really good because I hadn't seen them since everything had happened. So it was a really not only amazing experience to be able to be platformed to do something like that, but also to be able to heal in the process of that and be like, this is something I can be proud of, and it's also something in her honor, which is two aspects, like joined
Yeah.
together. And so I don't know, that's one of the most amazing, amazing things that I still don't think I'll ever wrap my head around. Like 10 years, 10, 20 years from now, I'm still gonna be like 11,000 fucking dollars. Like that's insane.
Yeah. The RS community, just in general, is just so giving and
Insane.
just extremely charitable. It's insane.
Super
It's actually
supportive of
insane.
like
Yeah,
anything.
I
Like
know.
they didn't know my best friend. They didn't have to have any compassion or empathy or you know what I mean? Like they
Yep.
didn't know like I did, but they sat there and they said, "Okay, this is important to Nicole," and they listened to her story that I told them, and some people related with it being in their own aspects of life and things like that. And they said, okay, I want to support this because I think it's a good cause and I want my name behind it and I want to be a part of it. And it's amazing. It's like insanely, insanely, insanely fucking amazing. Like to sit back. I remember I cried for like a week and a half after the stream. Like every single night, I would just lay down in bed and just be like, how the fuck is this my life? You know?
Yeah.
From being alone and living with my ex and having $5 in my bank account and negative dollars in my bank account to be able to raise 11 grand for a non-profit, like non-funded humane society, and just be able to give that and just buy all this food, all of toys, everything, give a check, and like just be able to walk in and say like this is in honor of my best friend, and just be able to do that because of my community and what they're able to support. And I don't know, and back is just fucking insane. Like it's actually insane whenever you realize that you can use your platform for good. It's crazy what you can do with it.
Yeah. That's amazing. That's so cool that you were able to do that, because that's also something that's somewhat intimidating to like
Oh
you
yeah.
don't know how it's going to turn out. You don't know what you're exactly getting yourself into because it's your first time doing something like that. And so it's
Bro, I was terrified.
yeah.
Oh my God. I was like, oh my God, nobody's gonna show up. I'm gonna look like the biggest idiot in the world. Like, but then I sat back and I was like, you know what? Even if nobody shows up and say $50 is donated, you know what I mean? That's
Yep.
$50 the shelter didn't have.
Yep.
So screw it. Like, if I have a platform, I'm given this luxury of having a platform where people want to listen to me and care about what I'm saying and support it, maybe, then take the fucking risk. What am I gonna lose? Like being embarrassed that like it didn't turn out the way I planned.
Yeah.
Expectations are literally the killer of any happiness because you're just setting yourself up for failure, you know?
Yeah. No, for real. I was gonna ask, speaking of like platforms and stuff, I noticed that you had a YouTube command, but you haven't uploaded anything because I subscribed. What is your plan with
So
YouTube?
it's all of my shit is unlisted. In my Discord, I have a little sub category where I post like the links to all of it.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know what all the rules are with copyright
Mm-hmm.
and all of that type of shit, and I just don't feel like I'm being ignorant. I don't feel like learning about it, you know? So like if I also don't pay an editor, so like I just do it all myself through like a shitty app.
Yeah.
And I don't know really what I'm doing. I just edit it and think like, okay, this is good enough, and I just put it unpublished because it's not something that's like garnering me money or garnering me views or
Yeah.
anything like that. So it's just like something fun to do on the side whenever I have a bunch of clips that I have downloaded in a little file and I throw them together, edit some shit, put some text on it, and just link it in my Discord. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I should have like actually linked it to a fucking unposted or unpublished video or something like that. But
No, I
you
just
live and you learn.
no, like I'm just curious. I think it's, you know, I think just venturing off slightly with a platform that you have, and like experimenting with other platforms sort of is like
Right.
a really cool thing. And it like you don't understand how cool it is until you like do it. Because
Right.
I mean, that's my experience with YouTube. I had streamed already for a year, and like the last thing I wanted to do was like start over because it was so fucking exhausting, like starting a stream in the first
Right.
place. But I'm like really glad. And so now it kind of starting YouTube and seeing a little bit of growth, and I treat it more as a project than like, my main form of income or anything. But it's just
Yeah.
cool, and it kind of inspires me to like even spread out a little bit more with new things. And like I feel like the world is just going so fast. There's gonna be like just new platforms and new stuff. Like I think back in like the 50s or whenever TVs became popular in modern society, um, TVs were seen as like just the craziest technology. Like you have a TV in your home,
Right.
you can watch what the president says on the TV in black and white. But
Yeah.
nowadays, like we have the internet and stuff, but I wonder what like the next step is, because it always feels like there's like a giant leap to like the next thing. Yeah.
Yeah. What's crazy is just like it's so hard to even fathom that. You know what I mean? Like, because even think about, okay, what's after the next step? Even though we don't even know the next step, what's after that even? And it's just like fucking
Yeah,
crazy
for
because like you
sure.
can't really wrap your mind around like even what's happening now, let
Hmm.
alone the further extent of that. And like we were talking about earlier, like VR or something like that, like
Yeah.
that being a reality is just like, I don't know, that doesn't even really appeal to me, to be quite honest. Like I wouldn't want to be like stuck in a little pod not moving and
Yeah.
not being able to like go out and see the light, because I don't know if you've ever been on degen schedule, like sleep schedule, where you
Yes.
sleep whenever it's light out and you are awake during night.
Yep.
That shit kills you. Holy crap.
Yep. It's amazing the first few days though. Like the first few moments, you're
Oh
like, I love
yeah.
the peacefulness and like,
Yes. Oh my God. You feel like you can get so much done because
yeah.
nobody's awake. So you're not like ignoring somebody or just like
Yeah.
not answering somebody. So you can just do whatever the hell you want because it's 5 a.m.
And
You
then as
know?
soon as
Nobody's
people
awake.
need you, you're asleep. So you're like, fuck you
Yep.
guys. It's
Yep.
like perfect.
Or like people hit you up directly before you're about to go to sleep and you're just like, oh, I'm too fucking tired to deal with this.
Yep.
Like, can't do it.
Yep.
But it kills you whenever it becomes like a regular thing
No,
because you never see the daylight and it's just miserable.
yeah, and you don't understand how bad it's become, like
Mm-hmm.
at all. Now
Until it's too late.
it's been warming up here. I'm really glad it's hitting summertime soon, and it's just like it's always bright out here because like I live in Alabama right now, and it's just really hot, really sunny, generally speaking. And yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it is literally a miracle how crazy this how much the sun is actually doing for you, like mentally, physically, everything.
Oh yeah, people that don't believe in seasonal depression, how? Like I don't get it. Like
There's people that
whenever
don't believe in
winter,
it. That's fucking weird.
yes, it's crazy. It dumbfounds me because it's like, how are you not going through this? You know what I mean? Not that I want people to go through any of that type of shit because it's awful. I wouldn't wish it on my enemy, but it's just like, how are you not like being compassionate with this? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy to me that some people don't understand it because it affects me so fucking much. Like living in the East Coast, like it's not like California, you know what I mean? Like we get seasons. So whenever winter hits, it's just, oh, it's so bad. And it's just like I sit inside my house all day and it's just like, okay, do you want to go outside and be freezing and maybe get in a car crash from it snowing and sleeting and raining and everything like that? Or do you want to sit inside and probably be miserable and but be safe, you
Yep.
know? And it just sucks. And it's like not even just the isolation part of it. It's just like the mental aspect of it somehow just like comes in. Maybe it's like the lack of communication or just the lack of being able, like the freedom of being able to do whatever you want because you know you can't. I don't
Yeah.
know what it is, but I know exactly what you mean. It fucking sucks.
I wonder what it's like living in like those northern European countries where they get like just a sliver of the year of sunniness, and then the rest of it's just rain, cloudy, dark.
Oh,
Just
that would be awful. Isn't there
yeah.
a place in the world where like it goes completely pitch black for like a few months? Like
I
it's
think
always night.
I think I've heard something like Alaska has a time period where it is literally
Yeah.
just dark for weeks. Or,
Months.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know what it
Yeah.
is, but somebody down in the comments that's listening to this probably knows. That shit
Surely.
sounds depressing. Like, you just don't see
I
the
couldn't.
sun.
Yeah, I couldn't fathom it. Like I literally couldn't do it. There's no way.
Oddly enough,
Like
I
I'm
could.
not.
I was just gonna say, oddly enough, I could fathom it because I literally block my window sometimes, and I just like I want full darkness in my room now. So, but I
Yeah.
can't do that for weeks. Fuck that.
So for me, this is another random tangent, but did you know that you can sunburn your eyes?
No, sounds like
Yeah.
absolute hell.
So me being very, very pale and just light complexion in general, and also
Same,
having light blue eyes, I think you
same.
also do, right? Yeah. We're in the same boat
Yeah.
here.
Currently
I
sunburned right
burn.
now, by the way, just
Yeah,
slightly.
yeah. I burn. I definitely don't tan. I burn and I get freckles, you
Yep,
know? It just
same.
is what it is. So I was on vacation one time and I was at the beach and I was taking a picture on the beach. And I was laying and I was looking upwards and my dumbass opened my eyes like it even mattered in the pictures. And I opened my eyes and I looked at the sun and it directly burned my eyes because the
Jesus.
UV was, I don't know what a bad UV is, but my cousin told me that it was a bad UV at the time.
Yeah.
And so I go home. Well, not home. I go back to my cousin's. And I'm like sitting at dinner and I'm trying to eat and I'm seeing like these flecks, like these sparks in my eye.
Oh
Like whenever you rub your
God.
eyes really hard, you know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about?
Are you talking about
And I'm
like
like,
the floating stars or
yeah,
or like
yeah.
floaters? You know, like the floaters that
Well,
you see?
both,
Okay.
both.
That's
So imagine that, and then imagine like put your hands up beside your eyes and like cover your peripherals.
oh
Imagine that. You have
God.
tunnel vision. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, am I going blind? Like, at this point, I'm not thinking like my eyes are sunburned or anything. I'm just
Yeah.
like, okay, my head hurts, my eyes hurt, I'm a little burnt. Like, don't know what's going on, but like, I'm probably just sunburned, have sun poisoning, something, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to eat my dinner and I'm like, I can't even see where my fork is going right now. Like I'm so like lost as to what's going on. I'm scared because I'm thinking I'm going blind. And so I'm like yelling to my uncle and I'm like, I need to go to the hospital. Like I don't know what's going on. And he's like, okay, tell me what's happening. And so I tell him and he goes, okay, so and so like look up the UV for today. What was it at the time that you guys were taking those pictures on the beach? And so she looks it up and she tells me that the UV was like higher than what it should be and it's obviously going to burn you. And so my uncle goes like, you know, you can sunburn your eyes and you can get ocular migraines for the rest of your life because of it.
Oh my
So now I
God.
have ocular migraines for the rest of my life. And what happens is whenever I like this is why I don't know if you know this hack, but if you use a ring light, if you bounce it off of a light colored wall instead of it directly facing you, it's so much better on your eyes, especially for light eyes like us, like blue
Mm-hmm.
eyes. So for me, that helped me tremendously because every single time I would use my ring light, I would just constantly see it in my peripheral, and then I would get the spots, and then I would lose my peripheral vision. And then I would
Jesus.
just be sitting on stream having an ocular migraine, not being able to see. And then directly after the ocular part's over, it just hits you with a full migraine. Like you want to vomit, you can't hear anything, you can't see anything. Like
I
it's
am so
so
fucking
bad.
sorry. That
No,
sounds
just never do it.
miserable.
Just always wear sunglasses, please. Especially if you have blue eyes. It's so
Damn.
bad. It sucks.
Isn't
Yeah, a lot of people don't know it's real, like ocular migraines. I didn't know it was a thing
Yeah,
until it
I've never
happened.
heard about that.
Hmm.
It's weird to think how fragile we are.
Yeah.
But at the same time we're also very durable, but we're also extremely fragile. Like my eyesight has gotten progressively worse every single year, and I
Oh my
notice it
God,
because
me.
like last year I got my eyes checked and the time before I got my eyes checked previously was like 4 years ago. And the
Mm.
doctor was like, what the fuck? Oh, he didn't say that, but he was like, your eyes have shifted very much in the last 4 years. And
Imagine you go into an eye doctor and they go, "What the fuck?"
I'd be
I
like,
would walk
what
right
happened?
out. I would walk right out and be like, "All right,
I
okay."
need help. No, but now it's been a year since, and now I go outside and potentially, so what I've heard is like if you're staring at screens all the time, your
Yeah,
vision just gets a little bit blurry just in
yeah.
general. And so I'll go outside and like the leaves used to look super crisp a year ago, like right as I got my new prescription. I could just see so far away. I could see signs perfectly legibly. And now it's like, nope, it's already getting back to where it was. Like, honestly, before I had that eye appointment the year or just last year, I don't think I was like legally able to drive, even with my contacts, because the prescription was so old. It was bad.
Yeah, I think, okay, so the last time I went to get glasses or my eyes checked in general, I think I was in like freshman year of high school or some shit, and I just wanted glasses to have glasses, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
and so I didn't really take it seriously. And also, I've had pretty good eyesight my entire life, like far away, I can see, used to be able to see like signs like mile away. I would be able to tell you if there was McDonald's, you know, like
Damn.
I would read all the time as well, like in school. And so I had really good close up eyesight as well. And so I guess, yeah, exactly like you said, after streaming, my highs have gone to shit. Like I'll be driving at night, and now that I have a like car, and I used to have an SUV, and I've always driven like my mom's SUV. I learned how to drive in a truck, my dad's truck, and so I've always driven in a bigger car. You know, I've never had a little car, and so now that I have a little Honda Civic. It's just like driving, I'm literally eyesight, like eye level with people's headlights. I'm just guessing. I'm literally guessing as
Oh
I'm driving.
God.
I'm just like, oh, sick. Like, sure, let's just keep going straight and just hope, you know? I know where I'm driving because I know like where I am. So I know where turns are and shit. But
Yeah, but you
like,
just get
I'm
totally blinded by
blinded.
lights. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not even legal to like tint your front window, I don't think. So like, I'm screwed. And so it's just like, I either get like, some gunner glasses, but for cars. Or like, I don't know. But I do. My community gets on me all the time because I'll be sitting here squinting like at chat or trying to read something. And they're just like, Nicole, literally just go get glasses. Like, what is your issue? And it's like, I just don't want to. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. And
I should, but
that's another funny thing about life is you just never for me at least, maybe some people are a lot more proactive, but for me, I procrastinate everything until it's like the last resort. Like, okay, I actually got to get my shit together. And
yeah,
yeah,
me.
it was the same thing with like getting a job. So I've worked some really shitty jobs. Luckily, I've never had to deal with customer service like you have. That sounds like ass.
Oh,
But I would work in warehouses and I worked at this metal factory. And by the way, that fucking metal factory, I would come home from work every day and we are just handling like plumber tape, like oily plumber tape that would give you micro cuts on your hands. And
oh,
for part of the job, you're attaching barcode stickers to every individual plumber tape on the metal itself. And so they would recommend, of course, oh, wear a mask and wear a gloves, but you can't wear gloves and peel off stickers. It's just like fucking
right,
awful. And the masks and stuff, like you would need like a full face mask because there's metal particles everywhere in the air. It feel like you can't really see them,
right.
but they're there.
I mean, like a hazmat suit. Yeah.
Yeah, legit. Because I would come back home after working, and first of all, I'd look at my fingers, completely calloused up, slices everywhere, and dirt
Oh,
and metal pieces just in my fingernails, everywhere. And then I would blow my nose in the sink when I would come home, and there was like metal, there
oh,
was like gray in my snot, and you just don't even see it.
oh,
So yeah,
yeah.
long story short, I didn't work there that long, but um. I don't even know where I'm going with this, but it was something like uh I fucking lost it. I lost
Oh
it.
my God, you're
But yeah,
pulling
I worked
me.
at
That
that
was me
metal place.
earlier. That was me earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds miserable. It makes you think about like people still working there and shit. And like you see like
Dude.
videos online. Like I saw this one guy that was like, I don't even know how to like understand what the fuck it was. It was like a little canal type of thing where it was like a little triangle type of bridge where like something was like going down, right? Like a little river type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And at the top of it, there was like a bunch of fucking gravel, I don't know, type of black salt type of shit, I don't know. And there was this guy, I think it was in China, and he just stood there, no safety equipment, no harness, no mask, no anything, just taking a shovel and like hitting it down the canal. Like imagine
God
he
damn
hits it
it.
wrong, the entire thing just breaks and just covers him. Like there's no health regulations, anything like that. Like,
Yeah.
and you think about like he's going home like coughing up all that shit and like
Yep.
ah, it's just so gross to think about. Like, and they're probably not even getting paid for the amount of work that they're doing. You know
Dude,
what I mean?
my
Like,
my brother lived in Mexico for a little bit, and
mhm.
he would see workers and that were literally shoveling shit in these potholes in the road. Like
Yeah.
like just think of the absolute worst fucking job you could ever have. Just hot, humid Mexico, and you're
Yep.
shoveling shit. And they would say, and
Hot gravel. Yep.
my brother asked some people around. He's like, how much are those people getting paid to like do that like all day? And they're like, yeah, they make like I think they said like they make like 100 pesos a day, which is
Oh
like
my God.
fucking like $5
Yeah.
a day.
Which is okay, so like not to obviously empathize because that's fucking disgusting that
Yeah,
people make that low amount because nobody can live off that.
yeah,
But also the cost of living there is a lot cheaper. Like food that would be $20 here is probably $1.50 there. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But there definitely is an imbalance of this amount of labor is going into it. It should be worth this amount of money. It doesn't matter the cost of living in that situation. You know what I mean? Like that is
Mm-hmm.
it's literally jobs that could kill you. You know, you could literally pass out from dehydration. Your body could just shut down. And they probably don't have insurance or anything like that. You
Yeah,
know what I
there's
mean?
just
So
no fucking
like,
way. Like they're just like shirtless in this
yeah,
pothole shoveling shit. Like,
yeah, like hot cement that could
dude.
literally burn their skin off. Like, and there's just nothing. That's so
Yep.
crazy.
No, and I think so this I'm gonna try to tie this together. I already know I'm going to fail trying to tie this together, but
It's okay.
you had mentioned something about like um well, you didn't really mention it. You just said something about like we don't need to talk about religion here or anything, but I'll just briefly share.
Right.
So, like I grew up in a religious home, and
Hmm.
like there were obviously very dogmatic views and stuff. And also, this sounds weird, but and I love my parents to death, by the way. This is nothing to like this is just
Right.
my I guess
What it was.
yeah, and there was a lot of pride, I guess, as well, like kind of like if you like it was almost like us versus them sort of in a way, and obviously not that extreme, but it was almost like this sense of pride, like we are a part of this religion, and like everyone else like is kind of lost in a way. And
Right.
again, my parents are not extremists or anything by that nature, but it was just kind of like the environment you're in where you're like, oh man, like I believe in this and stuff, and you just kind of go with it. And like now
Right.
that I've become an adult, I don't believe in that religion anymore, and I just kind of I don't know. I just understand that I don't understand what the universe is. I don't understand how I'm here. I don't understand. Like
Yeah.
I believe a lot more um in just experiencing life and being happy, and like that's the goal, is to like be happy and stuff. And um I think because of that, it's given me a lot more empathy. And this is really weird. I was listening to a podcast talking about like how the boomer generation was like incredibly prideful. Like
Yeah.
again, this is very just generalizations like happening right now, but like a very kind of there was a bunch of reasons for it too. But sort of
Right.
like, you know, they were kind of a prideful generation, and so sort of I don't know. It's like they never. Um, I feel like bad saying this, so I'm just not even gonna say it. But I don't know. It just feels like I was grown up in an environment, and I've even talked to my dad about this. Like I called my dad, and he was just saying like he opened up to me, and I've never felt like my dad has been like terribly open with me growing up, but he admitted that
Mm,
when he was in his 20s, yeah, he was just totally prideful, totally into himself and what he
right,
thought was right, and it doesn't fucking matter what other people, and he would just be really judgmental toward people that he didn't understand. And he's understood
right.
nowadays, just from getting older and wiser and stuff, that like, okay, clearly I was in the wrong completely there. And I feel like
Hmm.
because of me leaving um the religious mindset and stuff, and by the way, I have nothing against people believing in things. I
Oh,
think
no,
it's live your
absolutely. You
life,
don't have to, yeah, so long as you're not hurting anybody or
exactly.
forcing anybody into it, then believe whatever the hell you want, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but it was just interesting because I think because of that, of me leaving and making a choice that was socially a little bit difficult, it put me in a
Right.
place where I can empathize a lot more with a lot of people and like see it, humanity in just a different way. That's not so like God made the world and like gays are bad and stuff. It's just like weird shit that's just like, dude, how
Right.
how is this still being like taught and believe? Like, oh my god, like this is bad.
Yeah.
Like this is fucking like
So,
we're in the 21st century. Can we, like, I don't know. Again, I don't want to move
yeah.
into all this stuff, but it's like I just see the world in a different light now, and it's extremely liberating and extremely like
Yeah.
I see people differently now. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm so I can relate very heavily with your upbringing and religious wise and things like that. I was brought up in a very structured religious upbringing. My nana was the biggest advocator for anything to do with religion. She would do 20 Hail Marys every single night. She would pray for every single person that she knew passed away. She had a little book with every single person that she would pray for every single night.
Yeah.
I 100% support her and I loved her for it because it showed me a different side of what it could be and the good aspect of it. Because as a kid, I don't think anybody really wants to get up on Sunday morning, and go to church
Yep.
or whatever you're going to, whatever you believe in. I don't think like any kid's dream is to wake up at that early and just
Unless you
have to
had
sit there.
friends there. But then it's not
Yeah,
even about the
right.
church, it's just about hanging out with your friends. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think like any kid is
Yeah.
really excited to do that.
Yeah.
So for me, I view it now as being somebody who just believes in we're here for a reason. We don't really need to know what reason that is. We would just put like I don't know, think about it in a funny way. How many blanks did is so and so have to shoot for you to be born and you got so lucky to be placed in this world for a reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To think
Yeah.
about it in a funny type of way instead of having an existential crisis. Um, but I just think of it as I'm here for a reason. Like everybody, every aspect in my life is for a reason. Shit's gonna suck, and it's not sucking for a reason of me needing to be miserable. It's sucking for a reason of me needing to learn a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
So, in an aspect of somebody attacking me online, I sit back and think like, okay, from this I need to learn patience. I need to learn like how can I view this in a good way instead of letting it just ruin me from the inside, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, the religious side of it and going into a more spiritual side of it and viewing it as here for a reason, it doesn't have to be a person that put me on this earth in specific. It can just be I'm here. I don't need to figure out who put me here. I don't need to figure out who put the earth here. You know what I mean? Because that's too much for my head to even correlate or
Yeah.
even comprehend. So it's just, I'm here for a reason. What can I do with my life to better other people's lives? And then from that, I will benefit because I'll feel better for myself because I'll feel validity and worth and feel like I have a place
Yeah.
and like be proud of it, you know? So I was bitter for a long time about like the religious aspect of it because I felt like I was going against my parents' wishes, and I felt like a letdown, or
Yep.
like,
Same.
I should believe this, I've been told this my entire life, I should believe this. But it's also, like you said, very liberating and freeing whenever you realize I'm able to think whatever the fuck I want, so
Yeah.
long as it's not hurting somebody, so long as it's not being malicious towards somebody, I'm allowed to believe it, And so I feel that the same way as I feel about religion now. I'm not bitter about it. If you want to believe in God and it helps you be a better person and helps you feel like you have a reason for being here and helps you wake up in the morning, go for it. You know what I mean? The only like issue I have, I guess, with religion, I would say, is whenever it's pushed on somebody. So like in my aspect, whenever I felt like a letdown for not believing in it and not
Mm-hmm.
viewing it the same way as my family all did, it was like, I don't want to ever put my kids through that, if I ever have
Yeah.
kids.
Absolutely not.
I don't want to repeat that cycle. So anything in my life or any childhood trauma or issue or anything like that, I'm trying now as an adult. It's a recent like a adaption, whatever the fuck word I'm trying to figure out right
Mm-hmm.
now, within the past few years, where I've realized, okay, being bitter that something has happened to you and just being like, this isn't fair. Why did this happen to me? This it shouldn't have happened to me. It's not going anywhere with it, And it's not like you need to view trauma as, oh, this should have happened. This happened for a reason. Because things, like we were talking about earlier, happen for no fucking reason. Wrong place, wrong time. It just happens. But sitting there and beating yourself up about it, being like, oh, I shouldn't have gone to that place. It was my fault for going to that place. I should have known that this was going to happen. It's not going to help you at all. If anything, it's going to keep breaking yourself down and just make it worse. So for me, I've tried viewing it as like, okay, this happened. Yeah, it fucking sucks. Yeah, I wish it didn't happen. But what can I view as a lesson from this? And in the future, if something ever correlates to this or happens along these lines, I now know what not to do, or I know what to do, you know?
Yeah.
So it's all mind adaptation and just realizing that everything is within your mindset. If you're in a shit mindset, everything that you read is going to be malicious. Somebody could be trying to be nice to you and you're just going to view it being like, oh, fuck, here's all the bad things about it. Here's what they actually mean. When in reality, they don't mean that at all.
Yeah.
And they could just be going through a hard time, or you're going through a hard time, etc. And so streaming has really helped me with that as well. It's just I've come across obviously so many different types of people, like we were talking about before. And it's just like you come across trolls, you come across like insanely supportive people who only want the best for you. You come across people who present themselves as that and then have malicious aspects to them. So I've tried viewing it as, okay, this, I might obviously 100% have some growing to do with myself, so I'm going to make mistakes here and there, but I don't need to constantly blame myself for everything that goes wrong in my life.
Yeah.
Because how's that going to help me grow? I'm only going to get smaller and lower from it mentally,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's so interesting. Um, just the last thing, by the way, I'm gonna get into. I will get into some Twitter topics right after this little
All
thought,
right.
because we have just like I've just completely ignored it. I've been really enjoying this, by the way.
Yeah,
Um,
me too.
I was gonna say briefly that like I think the things that I really did take away from my childhood, there was a lot of trauma, by the way, and I should word that lightly because I have not experienced nowhere near the trauma that some people have experienced in their childhood. But
Well, that doesn't mean you have to lessen yours,
yeah,
Like just
yeah, that's
because
true.
you're,
There's just different
because
degrees of it.
yeah, 100%. And you can have the same situation happen to you as somebody else, and somebody else can come out of it fine, and you can be awful from it.
True.
Not everybody interprets things the same way. It's also something I've picked up recently. You're, just because somebody is hungry in a foreign country doesn't mean you can't be starving.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
you're obviously still hungry, and there's obviously people who are hungrier than you, but that doesn't mean you can't be hungry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's true.
interrupting. Go on.
No, that's I mean it's totally true. No, I was just gonna say like there are things that I took away that were positives, and those are things like what do I believe in that I actually believe in, and all those things that I actually believe in are things that are like real and in front of me, and I can see, like, for example, something I believe in is like treating your body with respect and like eating nutritiously and things. And do I do that all the time? No, but like that's something I believe in. It's like I want, like, I know where happiness comes from, and it all stems from happiness. It's like what that is what I believe in. I believe in happiness, and so what are the tools to like make you happy? And so when I think back to
Right.
my childhood and like the religious things, like there was some things like, for example, Noah's Ark. Like I don't believe that the earth was flooded. I'm sorry. I can't accept that. And so,
It's just
but you,
not tangible
but
for your mind.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like, it's just like, okay, like your claim of like this happened, like, I don't know. I don't even know how long ago, like most religious people think that happened, but it was like 5,000 years ago or something. Like, so really, like we just,
Before Christ.
yeah, like just
Like
slightly,
I don't even know.
yeah, I have no idea, but I'm like, I just can't believe that. But that's not something I need to take from there. I'm now just taking the things that like I want, which is like more real things that have real consequences that you can see rather than like the afterlife consequences. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Because I feel like a lot of religion sometimes is viewed as living for the afterlife,
Yes.
as you're doing
No, I
everything
mean,
in this life
s-
to get to the afterlife. And it
seriously,
just
like
kind of seems,
there were people, I remember going to church, and there would be people that were 350 pounds, but that like they would just, they're in their wheelchair there. Um, and I'm not trying to like judge them or anything, but like that isn't taught. That isn't taught as
right.
like a sin or anything. It's just like, oh, like that's fine as long as you believe, like you're totally good. But like I would almost see, and who fucking knows, but it's like I almost see like that is like the most disrespectful thing. Like that is like almost worse than like, doing something else. Like, I don't know. I almost
It's
feel like,
it's hard because gluttony is a sin, I'm pretty sure, if I'm doing
yeah,
my
and that
reading
was never
correctly.
really taught in
But
our,
yeah,
it's
a
like
thing
avoid the
that
conversation sort of.
yeah, a thing that religion likes to focus a lot on is the harsher aspects of it. So like you were saying, like people in religion a lot say like, okay, being homosexual is bad.
Hmm.
So that's viewed as negative. So that's something that's very much so pushed. To being a woman and being sexual, I don't know what word. I don't really want to demonetize you, but an SLUT,
Yeah.
like it being like that is a sin. But men can have many wives and do whatever the fuck they want. And it's just,
Yeah.
there's so
It's
many double
weird.
standards to religion that people focus on, I feel, the wrong aspects of it. Because I do think religion is rooted in something good. I
Hmm.
think it's in believing a higher power, believing we're here for a
Yeah.
reason, finding worth in it and things
Hmm.
like that.
No, there was
And I
so many good things taught.
Yeah, and I believe people gravitate towards that for that reason. The same reason, not obviously to the same aspect, but the same reason that we gravitate towards, like we said earlier, like some streams that feel like home.
Yep.
Some people view religion as that. They feel safe in a church. They go in there and they feel like, okay, I feel like I can just talk and just be myself. And like I'm around like minded individuals that have the same beliefs as me. So I
Hmm.
feel secure and okay with that. But it's also the pushers of the bad aspects of it of okay, you can only be Catholic if you believe that being gay is a sin.
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, what if I believe in X, Y, and Z of being Catholic, but I don't believe in being gay is being as a sin? Like, what if I don't believe in one aspect of it? Can I still be a part of the religion? No. It's just like it feels very closed off as like you have to believe these X, Y,
Yep.
Z, otherwise you cannot be a part of this religion. And that's why I feel like it's sometimes like scary to be put in that situation as a kid because then it's just like, well, I have to believe this because my parents are my sole providers, your grandparents, whatever the case may be, home providers. If they don't think that I believe the same, then they're not going to accept me, you know? And it's
Yep.
scary to be a kid and feel like you're not accepted because that's all you really want. Just to be accepted, feel loved, and feel like you have a place that you're able to safely learn things. And so it's scary whenever a religion or anything like that can play a major role in that.
No,
And that's why,
you're totally right.
yeah,
And just kind of going back to the whole, I know I made an example of an overweight person, but the the reason I brought that up is to not fat shame. It's just to, it was sad for me to see that nothing was ever taught about keeping your body healthy. And so
right,
this guy was totally, because he was so deeply rooted, who knows? But to me, in my childhood mindset at the time, I thought he was extremely deep rooted in this religion, that he didn't fucking care anymore about getting healthy because he already knows that when he dies, he's going to have a perfect body, or a perfect
right.
whatever that's going to happen.
So
It's
it
like,
just cancels out this
yeah,
life.
it's like why even
Yeah.
bother, because it's not, I'm still going to go to heaven or whatever. And that was really like dark to me at the time. Maybe I just took it in a
Yeah,
weird
it's
way.
still, I mean, it still is kind of dark thinking about you living only for the afterlife.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
you
strange.
only get one body. As much as I say, like, obviously energy is recycled and things like that, I don't
Hmm.
think I'm gonna wake up in 30 years and be like, oh, I remember streaming back in 2022. You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
I don't believe in it like that. But it's just like, I don't know. It's fucking like parts of religion are so good, but parts are also so fucking bad. And it's scary to think about
It's weird.
what's pushed and what's not. And it's just like you shouldn't be living in hopes of what happens after. You know what I mean? You only
Yeah.
have one body. And so, like, even just like with insecurity and things like that that I've dealt with in my life, it's just like I've come to realize recently, like, okay, I can hate my under eye bags, I can hate my teeth, I can hate how pale I am and how I burn easily as shit. And like, I'm insecure about a bunch of things, and like, I can hate those, but like, I can't change them. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
have this one body. So unless I'm going through physical surgery, which there's nothing wrong with that, if you want to do that, it makes you feel happier about your body, go for it. But I only have one body, so why am I spending 20 plus years fucking hating it? You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep.
Like, I can't change it. I can change who I am as a person. I can change my beliefs. I can be a better person. I can not be malicious towards people. That's something I can control. So I can be mad at myself for being a bad person or something like that. But why am I upset with myself for not liking my body? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, there's nothing I can change about it. There's nothing I can do. And it's just, I've learned that about a lot of things in life. Like, if you meet somebody and you realize like, oh, they might be a good person, and like they sometimes have shitty qualities about them, you can hang out with them and see if they change or something like that, but they're never going to change if they don't want to,
Yep.
you know? And so I've come across like a bunch of people who come in my chat as trolls and things like that, but I turn out to find that they're a good person and that they just like to troll online and they think it's funny. And it's so long as they don't take it too far, it's all good with me, you know, because I know they're a good person. Somebody that comes to mind is Optimax. I fucking love Max entirely. I hope he's listening to this because he's going to call me an absolute baby for saying this, but he's one of those people that you see in a chat and he's trolling everywhere, just posting just shit posts nonstop. And you're like, what is this motherfucker doing? You know what I mean? Like, why is he wasting his time with this? He is one of the nicest people. And I thought about banning him so many times in my chat whenever he first started coming in. Because I was like, I've seen him in so many chats. All he does is troll. All he does is take the piss. Like, there's no point because I'm a sensitive person and he's going to get to me, you know?
Yeah.
And then I just gave him a chance. I was like, you know what? I think he's a good person, you know? I don't think his trolling is his entirety of who he is. I think he's a good person. So I gave him a chance. And he stuck around, luckily. And I fucking love when he's in my chat now. We have the best banter back and forth, but we also know at the end of the day that we would be there for each other. And he's probably gonna cop some flame in some group chats fighting for his life because I'm talking him up. But I don't know. I feel like it's really hard as well because like I even said like earlier, it's easy to just like take the piss out of like trolls and things like that and just be like, okay, easy content. Like I'm gonna flame you the fuck out, you know?
Hmm.
But then at the end of the day, there could be a really nice person behind that troll, you know what I mean?
It's
And
like the
sometimes all it takes is one person giving somebody a chance, you know?
it's like just breaking down the barrier. It's just, I see it as a barrier. Cause like real talk, like I have my own viewers in my stream that initially first impression, I was like, you are a jerk. and then you
Yeah.
start seeing a little bit more of them, and you're like, okay, no, that's just who you are, but you have a soft center. You know, you
Yeah,
got to push through the
exactly.
barriers first. But
That's
yeah,
not who they always are.
exactly. By the way, let's get into some of these Twitter topics, and I'm just gonna
Yes.
start from the top so I don't lose it, because 100% I'll lose my fucking spot. But Ali asked this first question: favorite Twitch
Oh
channel that
God.
frequents solo cocks and Fortnite dances. I don't
All right,
understand.
this is literally just a plug to his channel, and he doesn't even stream. The motherfucker just loves to do a Fortnite dance. So I will go with Shrimp Double P is my favorite channel for that content.
Oh my god. All right. Gonad asks. Well, first of all, he says good morning. Was there an
Morning.
originator to the GM meme?
I honestly, okay, so I was talking to my stream about this the other day, and I was like, do you guys even know like where we started that? Because like obviously it's not something I originated, you know? I
Mm-hmm.
didn't invent good morning. But my community just for some reason picked up on it very quickly. And now like doesn't matter what time of the day it is, it doesn't matter if it's 3 a.m., it doesn't matter if it's 4 p.m. Everybody just comes in my chat and says good morning. And I think what really helped it obviously stick is the channel points say good morning or you're banned. So now everybody just does it. And
Yeah.
it's, I don't know, like for a little selfish reason, it's really nice because you can probably relate with this, obviously, is like sometimes, chat goes a little bit dormant and quiet, and that's okay because obviously people are doing shit and then maybe they're cooking dinner or maybe they're in the middle of a hardwood top, you
Yeah.
know? But like sometimes it's just nice to have like a little command being like, okay, everybody wake up, let's see how many people are just like lurking and hanging out, and it just like revives you a little bit, being like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
we're still here, people are listening, like this is good. So I really like the good morning as well because some people like won't come in chat and say like hi because they don't want like the attention or they're just nervous about it or just want to lurk or something like that. So
Mm-hmm.
then whenever I see somebody type for the first time in reaction to good morning or your band, I'll be like, "Oh, hey, so and so, like how are you doing? Like hope your day was good." And then obviously they don't have to reply, but at least they got, like a hey, like I see you, like thanks for being here and things like that. So they don't feel like they have to talk. They can still be a part of it at least.
Yeah. That's like the wide people happy redeem I have. It's
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
non-threatening. You just click it, and hopefully wide people happy. By the way, I've realized like the GM is a lot easier than typing out wide people happy, because there's still a lot of Twitch viewers that just don't understand how to tab emotes, because I see them
Yeah.
still mess up the very end of it. I'm like, dude, did you actually just type all
Yeah.
that out? Like,
Yeah, it's crazy.
yeah,
Please use tab emotes.
yeah,
Please stop typing them out. Unless you're on mobile, there's absolutely no reason to be
yeah.
doing that.
By the way, when the fuck is mobile getting BTTV and stuff? Like, why is that
I don't
still
know.
a thing? Like, fix it. I'm glad
It's
animated emotes work now, at least, but
I wonder what their numbers are for correlation as to how many mobile viewers they have compared to PC viewers. Because for
true.
me, the only way to view that is they're not making as much money off of like mobile app. So why would they upgrade it? You know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
the only way
yeah.
I can view it as to why.
You know what's really fucking stupid too is how much they overcharge. And I understand why they overcharge. Like the bits, I think on
Yeah.
mobile it's literally like $1.99 to buy 95 bits. Like you can't even get 100 for it. Like, bruh. Anyway,
Yeah.
and the reason they do it is because Apple. I mean, I have an iPhone and Apple wants a big cut, and so like for most creators it's a 70-30 cut. So I don't know if they have a deal with Twitch and stuff, so it's a little bit less, but yeah, buying anything on mobile, first of all, I want this actually just to be a PSA. Don't buy subscriptions on mobile, because almost
Yes.
always they're overpriced. I remember seeing
Yep.
YouTube Premium when I was going to get YouTube Premium. I saw it on mobile, it was $15.99. I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of expensive, but like, let's do it. And then I went on my desktop and I realized it's $11.99. But Apple
Right?
wants to jack $4 from you. And so,
Yep.
yeah, it's unbelievable. And that would be a recurring charge. So
Yeah.
get all your subscriptions on desktop, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. Yeah, I think the first time I saw that GM meme, by the way, was actually in Coxie's stream, but you were in there a lot, so I'm assuming maybe it maybe stemmed from your stream a little bit, like the kind of saying good morning at whatever time.
Maybe, I don't know.
Not
I
sure.
don't want to obviously claim it because I
Claim
feel
it,
like that's kind of a
copyright it.
cringe thing to do. Yeah, good morning is only mine.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it stuck. Like, I don't know where it originated. I don't know how it stuck. It just kind of came about and then didn't go away. So then I made an emote for it. I was like, okay, well, now it's around. It's a thing now.
All right. Furret asks, if you were a tick late on a double OS Wave
Oh
7,
God.
how would you adjust to keep a 75 in the picture? Leech, of course. Thanks and good morning. What the fuck did I just read? What?
I'm gonna guarantee it's some shit about BA, and he knows I have no idea what he is on about at all. I've leached like maybe, God, 4 BAs because I want it for my what is it called? You know what I'm talking about. No, yeah, my achievement diary,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yes?
Achievement Diaries.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I only have that and something else. What was the other thing I have left? I have something else left. I only have 2 more, and then obviously the entirety of the wilderness in my achievement diaries because fuck the wilderness. But
Yeah.
um yeah, so I've only done like 4 leeches, so for it can get the fucking lot because I have no idea what he's on about.
Okay. Daisy Fletchy asks, I would like to know when we are going to kiss.
I
I think that was
would
the only
fucking
topic I like. Oh,
love
no, I liked a couple of them, actually. Take that back.
I would love to meet Daisy. She's one of the nicest people. If you've ever talked to her, she's just a sweetheart through and through.
Yeah, she
I'm a
is.
big fan of her.
Absolutely.
So I would say ASAP. Especially if I'm going to the UK, then let's meet up, Daisy. Let's arrange it. Take a picture and post
Okay,
it
I
on
was
Twitter for
gonna,
clout.
no, I'm kidding. You saw that whole Sinferna and Megan like kissing.
I saw it vaguely because it was retweeted onto my
Oh
timeline.
my god.
So I saw it, but I kept my distance
Like
because I
the
didn't know what the situation was.
OSRS,
So
the horniest gaming community of all time, and you're posting that
it
shit on your
actually
Twitter.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually is the horniest community ever. It's
I,
mad.
I literally saw it and I literally burst out laughing. And I never do that. Like, I never burst out laughing with stuff, but it was just so fucking funny. Like, everything that was going through my mind at the time just, oh my God.
I don't mean to break the art that is that picture, but I think it might have been faked.
Oh, yeah. No, it had to have been fake.
I think the little hair over the
Their faces look
face.
their faces look like 2 inches apart.
Yeah. Yeah, but I respect it because
Yeah, no,
it was clout. It
yeah,
was
no,
clout and
that's exactly all
it
it
did the
is for.
job.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So go the fuck off. Collect the likes. I'm
Exactly.
not gonna fucking follow you for it.
And that was all
I
that
just
was
thought it was
needed.
crease.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
just
so
thought it was
funny.
crease.
All right. Speaking of Sekon, I guess it's been like 2 hours since we've talked about him,
Oh my
but
God. Oh my God, it has.
he asks, why did you start streaming? Favorite stream to go to, into, and watch, and thoughts on photoshopping Adam.
Oh, let's start with the photoshopping. God.
Who's Adam?
I add one.
Okay, Adam. I'm just making sure.
Yeah. So we would sit in voice calls, Sekon and I, and like Jolene and Adam and Pink and everybody. We would sit in voice calls and just take pictures of Adam and Photoshop them onto the dumbest shit and just sit there and scream laugh for hours, just nonstop. Like I remember Sekon edited his face onto a neck reel and we were just crying for like 2.5 hours. Like it was insane. And like I fucking miss Sekon. He hit me up the other day and I was like, oh my God, Sekon. He was in my chat. And I was like, oh my God, I miss you. It was just, I don't know. I fucking love Sekon.
Yeah, it's also his elusiveness that makes it so much better. Like,
Right?
it's like he just
Yeah.
pops in here and there. Like, he'll drop a tier 2 sub on me randomly. And I'm
And then just
like,
disappear for a little bit.
bruh, like, you're fucking awesome. I don't know.
Yeah.
He just
He
comes in,
is a
says a few
genius.
things, and dips. Like, I don't know. It's cool.
Yeah, exactly. Um, Favorite streamers? Was that the question?
Yeah, favorite stream to go into or watch.
I would say Skidler. I think I mentioned earlier. I
Yeah,
would say Skidler, Coxie, or Lauren at the moment. I have a lot of shit obviously going on in my life at the moment. I got first sponsor, by the way. I just signed a contract yesterday. We just finalized everything today.
oh wow, congrats.
Um,
Are you able to
Thank
spill
you.
spill the beans?
When are you posting this?
Probably tonight.
Oh, no, no, no.
Okay. Okay.
I'm announcing this weekend though
Okay,
to
cool.
just give a little plug if anybody would like to find out. I'll have you pause champagne until then. But
Very
I
cool.
just signed my first contract. Thank you very much. So I'm very excited about doing that and getting down that venture and everything like that. And I obviously, like I said, just bought a car and I'm trying to go to Europe and vaccination and getting a passport for the first time in my life. So I have a bunch of shit going on.
Yeah.
So I haven't really had time recently to just be able to enjoy being a chatter on Twitch, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I've had to just kind of view it as a platform for streaming and just being live, you know? And then getting off and going to do my laundry and, take care of my bills and things like that. So I haven't really been around the Twitch community much recently, which I feel like is affecting me because I don't like, it's something that once you walk away from, it's just like, fuck, like I miss that. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
something that's really hard to get out of the routine of waking up every day and going on your PC and hanging out with like your friends and watching people and laughing and stuff. So I want to get back to it, obviously, but I just need to do some time management shit with my IRL and my online, you know? The
Yeah.
balance is key.
I want to just briefly say about the sponsorship thing. If it's your first sponsorship, like, first of all, I think it's awesome. Like, I'm really excited for you. But just keep in
Thank-
mind, like, not all sponsorships are the same. And if you ever feel
Right.
uncomfortable, like, if there's like something that's just off about it, like, don't. And I don't know your fucking contract or anything. I don't even know what it is. All I'm saying is the sponsorships I've had and the experiences I've had. Like, if you're ever feeling like I don't like this, just fucking end it because there are so many other sponsorship opportunities that'll come, and it's like,
Right.
yeah. Anyway, I
Oh,
not to say that your sponsorship's not great. I'm just saying
no,
there's
no. I was scared as well because, like, I obviously don't mean to speak out of term for
hmm
any potential sponsors that would like to sponsor me and Sae Bae. But uh, sponsors can be predatory,
Yep.
especially
Yep.
if they know you're a small streamer and you
Yes.
don't have a manager or anything like that to help you
Exactly.
through it. So I got insanely lucky, and shout out, I keep talking up Elliot and Secon and all these other people, but shout out Elliot because he actually hooked me up with somebody who helps me sort it tremendously. And
Very cool.
me having anxiety, I was just sitting there on edge every single day, like being like, because they asked me to fly in a VC with them, and it was with the CEO of the company and the person who approached me. And they asked me to fly in a three-way call and talk about like the contract and everything and talk about the sponsorship. And I was like, oh my God, I can't imagine anything more terrifying in my life. Like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
And so I was just like, I'm gonna say like the dumbest shit. I'm just gonna like just not know what to say at all. If they give me a shit offer, I'm just gonna take it because I'm passive in business and stuff like that. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like I'm
Yep.
just submissive. Like I don't want to cause anybody any issue by like asking for more or anything. So I'm just gonna take it, you know?
Yep.
So I was like, oh, I'm fucked. So I hit up Elliot and I was like, hey, like, can you like help any type of advice, anything? Like, how do I act in a situation like this? Because I've been a longtime viewer of Elliot, and so I've seen him go in and out of sponsorships all the time and things like that. And I like to view him as not only a friend, but like kind of a mentor in a type of way with streaming and stuff.
hmm
Because I like how he's able to handle himself on stream and how he presents himself and is just very sure of what he does in his life. But that's just something I admire about him and why I trust him with things like this. But he said like, yeah, I have somebody who can help you. And I got very, very fucking lucky to have somebody who just like was like, hey, I want to do this for you because it's your first sponsor. I don't want anything out of it. I want you to have a really good experience your first time. I'm going to tell you if it's not a good deal or not, but like I don't want you to be upset if I like tell you that you should turn it down. And I was like, no, like I'm 100% going to respect like what you say because I know nothing about this and I'm terrified. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he managed to not work me out the deal that we initially wanted, but we got to a conclusion where it's a very easy sponsorship. I know a lot of sponsorships have deliverables, so you have to talk about it for 45 seconds every single stream. You have to send in clips of you talking about it every single stream to the company to prove that you're actually like endorsing it and things like that.
Yep.
So with this, I don't have any deliverables. I don't need to talk about it. I don't need to really do anything. Like if I want to, I can, you know?
Yep.
So it's a really easy going first sponsorship. And that's why I was so inclined to take it. And also on top of him telling me this is a pretty good deal. Obviously it's not ideal and you're somewhat of a smaller streamer, so you can't expect the best, you know, for your first thing. But he was like, even if you do this and you don't really enjoy it or something, you're at least getting your feet in the water, you know,
Exactly.
for potential sponsors being like, okay, I made this amount with so and so, redacted for now.
Yep.
So like you should offer me this amount because I'm worth this amount because I was able to come up with this for this company, you know?
Yes. And that
So
is why it's so important to just I almost actually encourage streamers to even just take the shitty sponsorships. Almost like if it's really shitty, don't fucking take it. But if it's something where you're not fully satisfied, but it's okay, like it's some money and stuff, and it could help you out, like take it and then understand what they did wrong and what you would like more, because that's
in
what
the
I've seen.
future, yeah.
Like I was literally reached out to a week ago about some other thing, and before I even wasted any of their time, I just literally told them exactly what I want. And then they're like, oh, okay, that doesn't work for us. I'm like, all right, cool. Like, that's exactly what I wanted to get to the conclusion of. I don't want this awkward, like, me being your salesman on my stream and turning the fucking stream into me being your salesman. So I
Yeah.
made it very clear what I want. And that goes a lot smoother when you just know what
Yeah,
you
it
want.
does. Whenever you're just like decisive about it and you say like, okay, this is what I'm accepting, this is what I value myself as. If you can't meet that, then no deal.
Exactly.
And I think like it's really hard to come to that decision, especially whenever you're like submissive and you don't like value yourself high, you know? You're just like, okay, I guess that's what I'm worth. But it's scary because like I said, like sponsorships can be predatory and they can just say like, okay, here's this, like don't accept it or do. And they know you're a small streamer, so they know the money would help tremendously. You know what I mean?
That I
So,
think Eviescape was actually the one talking about his first sponsorship. Like he was offered like $100 to like do something, and then Raid Shadow Legends offered him like $2,000, and he's like, "What the fuck? Like these
yup,
predatory sons of bitches giving me $100,
yup,
and I thought it was good because I had no experience." Like,
exactly. And you're sitting there all gassed about it, and like it's your first sponsorship, so obviously you're gonna talk it up a bunch, you
I
know?
know,
And they're not giving you shit for it.
I
And
know,
it's just like you're constantly giving them like advertising, regardless if you
I
have
know.
30 viewers or you have 300 viewers, like if you say it enough, it's going to be in those 30 viewers' heads nonstop. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's constantly there and it's constantly giving like companies free advertising. And that's why, like, whenever the guy who was helping me, a manager was helping me, he told me, like, you need to value yourself high. He was like, regardless if you don't think like this amount of money is what you're worth, you still need to throw it out there as an option to tell them like, hey, I'm not going to be fucked over. This is what I value myself as. Can you meet me in some type of way with this?
yep,
And so whenever you hit them with a counter instead of saying like, okay, this or no deal, which sometimes does work, like you said, like they weren't budging, so fuck them, you know, they didn't want to value you that high, so fuck them off, you know.
yeah, and
But
that's a
in some
good thing. It's like,
cases,
thank God I
yeah,
avoided that.
yeah, yeah, because it would have been a fucking nightmare probably.
Yep.
But in some cases where you're able to like for your first one especially, like you can't go out of the gate and be like, okay, give me 5 grand, otherwise I'm not fucking doing this, you
Yeah.
know? Because
Yeah.
what leg do you have to stand on, you know?
Exactly.
So like with this one, I was just like really excited because I feel like with it not needing deliverables or anything, I
Yeah,
can
that's
just
nice.
organically do it and just enjoy being a part of like this little team and like I enjoy whatever I'm about to endorse. I can't talk, but I enjoy what it is and I support it. And so I'm okay with putting my name behind it. I was also approached for Raid Shadow Legends, and not anything against them, it just wasn't my thing. So I turned it down, and that was quite a while ago, whenever everybody was kind of approached almost.
Mm-hmm.
And I just
And
like looked at
continues
it
to
and
be
I was,
approached. Sorry.
yeah, yep, exactly. But I just like saw it and I was just like, I can't view my community as backing this. And like, it's also not something that I really enjoy myself. So it was just, I'm not going to do this just for the money, you know what I mean? And have to sit there and say it 8 million times and hope that people reach my goals so that I get paid out, you know? It
Yeah.
didn't seem worth it for me. Sometimes it is worth it for people. And if you took Raid Shadow Legends, collect the bag, sis, go the fuck off, you know? It wasn't for me, and I didn't see my community backing it, and I didn't enjoy it, so I just didn't go with it.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with turning down sponsors,
Nothing
100%.
wrong.
I'm excited to have an easy going one for my first one and just get my feet in the water and just hopefully have this be a good experience that I can then fall back on and just say like, okay, in the future, if somebody else approaches me, this is what I was able to do with them. So,
Yep.
you know, a little bit more, please, you know?
Yeah. All right. Steezy asks, what was your favorite game as a child that wasn't RuneScape? And do you ever go back and play nostalgic games? And he also says GM. Good morning.
Oh God. First of all, good morning. That's a good question. So, like I mentioned earlier, I've always liked Sims and anything type of simulation like that. I guess you would call those type of games, right? Simulation?
Mm-hmm.
What would you call them?
Yeah. Just,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, so I've always been a fan of those, but whenever I was really little, like whenever we had a computer, but before we had internet, I had so many CDs. I was one of those type of kids that just wanted every single computer game ever. And so I was a big fan. I don't know if any of you even know what this is, but Pajama Sam? Does that ring a bell at all?
It sort of rings a bell, but I'm imagining it from a book. And then I'm like, no, that's not Pajama Sam.
No. Oh God, it was such a good game. Maybe somebody knows that's watching this, but I would play that day in and day out. And I'm trying to think of what other games I used to play on the computer. I remember I had a Scooby-Doo one that I was a really big fan of. Um, but I don't know, I was also a DS girl. So I liked
Nintendogs.
playing Nintendogs. I liked playing the Hannah Montana game and like it just shit like that, like Cooking Mama, stuff like that. Like I had a Wii growing up, so
Same.
was that dance game? Just Dance. I had like all of those. Had a Cold Stone game. So I've always, I don't know. Also Animal Crossing. I'm a big fan of Animal Crossing. I've
Yeah.
always have been.
I played Animal Crossing
So
on the GameCube, the original one.
oh God, that was so good, wasn't it?
It was
My
good.
neighbor had it growing up. Oh,
Yeah, it was really, I mean, it was amazing for its time, but then as soon as I started playing City Folk, which is the Wii version, um, the whole, like, it felt
yeah.
nicer navigating because with the GameCube, whenever you had to load up a new chunk, your dude would, like,
Yeah.
it would, like, kind of swoop over
The
there. It was
Wii was
weird.
sick.
I
Also
know.
on DS, I remember my cousins and I would always play Animal Crossing together on our DS. On the topic of GameCubes, though, did you ever play Billy Hatcher?
No.
Oh God, Billy Hatcher was so good.
What was my
Oh
favorite
God,
game on the GameCube? I don't even
I
know.
think mine was Billy Hatcher.
Did you ever play Sonic the
Yeah,
Hedgehog 2? Like
yeah.
Adventure Battle, the one with Shadow and Sonic on the
Uh,
front? With the chows, you could raise chows and stuff.
So with me, a lot of games that I played growing up was because my brother had them. So I
Mm-hmm.
remember playing Sonic and I remember playing Spyro and Pokemon and stuff and like Yu-Gi-Oh and things like that with my brother, but I couldn't tell you the specifics because it wasn't my
Yeah,
like
yeah.
interest, you know? It was via my brother that I liked it. So I couldn't really tell you which one I actually played, but I do remember playing it growing up,
I
but it was just whatever my brother had, you know?
I actually do remember my favorite game, and it was
Go on.
007 Nightfire. And we would go on the
007.
GameCube and we'd have 4 split screens. So we'd plug in the controllers on all 4 slots and we'd play split
I've
screen.
seen this game. I've
Dude,
seen this game. I've never played it, but I've seen it. I've just looked it
okay,
up.
listen. So there was this map called Skyrail, I think. And what we would do is we would take the lower base and then there was a castle on top. So you could play these like kind of like sort of like a capture the flag thing, but with guns and shit. And what we would do is
Right.
we would program bots. Like we would have 6 level 10 bots,
Oh
and
my
they would
God.
all be in the castle, and they were like perfect fucking aim, you know, because they're just like it's super like early AI, and they just insta
Right.
target you and just start fucking headshotting you. But it would be 4 of us at the base, and there are like 6 basically sociopaths out to kill us, and we're like, holy fuck, like hold down the base, you know, hold down the fucking base. And
Right.
that was probably like peak video gaming for me because it was just so fucking immersive. It was the shittiest graphics of all time, but it's like, oh, you're just connecting with your friends and you're doing something against fake like sociopaths that are trying to get it
Yeah,
was so
you're all
fun. It's
trying to get
teamwork.
to one goal. Yeah, it's
Exactly.
teamwork,
It
exactly.
was so
It's like the
fun.
same thing like now with like Tob and stuff. It's just like
Yeah.
Tob is so much more fun whenever you don't take it seriously. Like you obviously take it seriously, get the KC,
Yeah.
but
But
like
just
whenever
chilling
you
out.
wipe, yeah, whenever you wipe like hard modes, how many hard modes have you done?
Like
Have
a
you
hundred.
okay, so you're well immersed. You're more immersed than I
Yeah,
am.
relatively. Uh I could have
They
enjoyed them more, but I just did it for the CA requirement. But yeah.
Yeah, they are so fucking mauled whenever you just like it just I don't know, like whenever somebody gets mad in the team and then the energy's off and like it's just a shit time because it's pretty fucking hard content if you're not paying attention to what you're doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you actually have to pay attention. And so it's just like I don't know. I so much more enjoy like just playing the game now where it's just like nobody
Chill.
yells at each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like we all want to get to the same thing. We all want a purple chest. We all want dust in our name. We all want kits in our name. So like let's just relax. My anxiety can't take this, you know? I
Yes.
can't deal with the flame anymore. I just want to have a good time on the game. I used to be all about flame though. Like if somebody wanted to flame, like I was here to like give it back. But like now it's just like
Just
too
chill.
much shit going on, man. Yeah, I just want to have a good time, you know? Here
Yeah,
for a good time, not a long time.
I'm really excited to see what they do with Raids 3 because uh they're making it so it's 1 through 8 mans. Like you can do solos and up to 8s. And I just
Okay.
really wonder because uh I don't know. I just wonder how the team aspect's going to go because there's these invocations you can turn on. They're like little plugins to make it more difficult. But then I wonder, like, if you wanted a chill raid and, you know, like normal Theater of Blood is just a constant difficulty, there's no way to really up it. I wonder if there's going to be sort of like contention among the teams, like, dude, don't make it too hard. It's like, yeah, but we want to like go harder, and it's like, there, I feel like there's gonna be so many
Yeah.
options to do it, and it could be a really positive thing. But I also wonder if it's gonna like separate or divide people into like
That's what I
super
was gonna
elitist
say.
groups.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say also, like, there's already like little, if you think about it, there's like already like as much as like endearing friend groups are, it's just like whenever it's malicious, it's not so good. And I feel like it's very, not the malicious part of it, but just like little groups is very common in the RuneScape community, which makes sense,
Yep.
obviously,
Yep.
because you want a group of people to PVM with and everything like that. But it does sometimes come to a point where it is elitism, where people can't join if they don't have a fucking Nilo PB or you know what I mean? And
Yep.
it's just like, or if you don't, like, I understand having a KC requirement because you don't constantly want wipes, you know, or having a scythe requirement because you don't want somebody who's leeching with a fucking a whip and then they get a scythe split, you know? But it's just like, it comes to a point where it's just like, I don't know. That's why I've never really been a part of like a clan or anything like that because I CBA with requirements and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. I understand it because a lot of people do take the game very seriously and they want to be surrounded by like-minded individuals that actually take the game seriously and have questions and like come up with new metas and shit like that. Completely understand it. It's just not for me, you
Yeah.
know? I'm just here to click in the video game, hopefully get a pet and talk with my community and have a good time instead of figuring out new metas and shit like that. Not for me. Although I would like to be a part of it. Like I want to obviously someday get an Infernal Cape and try to go for PBs or completion type of things or
Yeah, but
like you like
you're,
TAs, but
you're not gonna stress yourself out over it when it's not time.
yeah, exactly. It will come at its own pace because I for a long ass time literally just didn't have void. So I would show up to top in, well, not elite void, should I say. I would show up to top in regular void, and my team would fucking flame me every single time. Every single fucking time. And so I just got to a point where it's
God.
just like, it's not great, but fucking peer pressure got to me. And I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking do it. And so I did. And it was the same way with my fucking fire cape, with my Barrow's gloves. I just literally got bullied into doing it by my community.
Yeah,
And so I'm thankful now, but like at the time, it fucking sucked.
I would love to see actually like a percentage chart. This is like almost not feasible, but just see how many people got infernal capes because of pressure they felt. Like I would actually love to see a
Yeah.
Jagex poll of like 5 options of like why did you get your infernal cape, or like if you have an infernal cape, what made you go get it, and just have like 5 realistic options.
You
Like
can
the
fucking tweet out a poll.
Yeah, no, real talk. And I could even
Yeah.
I know Reddit has polls, and those obviously it's Reddit community, but there's still
Yeah.
I think those pop off a lot more because the entire
Yeah.
community sees it. So you'd see a poll. Yeah, that'd
Yeah.
be a cool thing to do.
Could do both. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Swing both.
Yeah, see how it differs. That's a stat on
Yeah.
its own.
It's
And
yeah. I don't know. I just feel like the
yeah.
only I don't because I don't care about max hits. I don't care about anything. The physical, like it doesn't give me fashionscape. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's no appeal to it for me because I don't care about being max efficiency. I don't care about having a max hit. I don't care about like all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So there's no appeal to it except for getting a pet, and I don't even know the content yet. I'm not interested in it, so I'm not going for a pet, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so it has no appeal to me. And if I try to go for it now, then it's only just gonna piss me off because I'm not interested in it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Manic Marauder says, "Good morning. Talk cats. Share a Mimi story."
Oh, do you want a good or a bad one?
Both.
Both. Which one first?
Bad and then good.
She's actually right beside me. Okay, bad. Well, I don't mean to slander Mimi's name, and I also don't mean to make me sound gross because I have a cat who just chooses to do random shit, but I once woke up on my couch and I woke up to the smell of something horrific. And I was like, no fucking chance. Mimi is a serial shitter. She, for some reason, she is not bad at all. She's so nice, such a sweetheart. She would never attack anything except for a bird. She fucking hates birds. So it makes no sense to me that she chooses to just serial shit in the dining room. She's never done it in any other house, only whenever I've lived here. So whenever I woke up and I smelt shit, I look around and Mimi's looking at me with the widest
Oh
eyes. And I'm
God.
like, oh my God. And I'm looking around for it, right? Because I smell it.
Yeah.
Guess where she chose? Behind the couch where I can't reach. And I have a sectional couch. So it's like a half of a U. You know what I mean? Like it's a
Oh
big
yeah.
couch.
Yeah.
They're all connected. You can't just move it. And so I had to reach down and like with my fingers like tongs through a bag pick up her shit because I couldn't reach.
Gross.
It was ridiculous and I had just woken up, so you know that that feeling of waking up and having to deal with something so annoying, so you're extra pissed off.
Yep. Not even extra. It's
Oh,
like on steroids, your pissed offness.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I've never, I don't think I've ever been that mad in my life. I was so fucking mad. And I was just like, this is outrageous because she's such an absolute angel. Like, she's so sweet. She sleeps with me every single night. She's a little spoon with me. Like, she loves me, but for some reason, I don't know if an animal lived in this house before me and went to the bathroom in there, and that's why she's choosing to do it. Because she didn't do it at my brother's house. She didn't do it at the place that I lived before that. Like, so it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
But that's the bad story. Mimi is a serial shitter, and everybody already knows that. So, um, the good story. I would say the day that I met her, because I had just dealt with losing my childhood dog. And I told myself, okay, this is far too painful. Never doing this again. You know, I mean, like, just never gonna put myself through the pain of getting an animal. And I was being, like, kind of selfish in that sense of just saying, like, nah, mentally can't process this again. And just shutting
Mm-hmm.
myself off from helping any animals. And it was 4 or 5 days later, whenever I was at my ex's grandma's house, and I was just on the street talking to his grandfather. And I was at the time gross, really fucking gross, but I used to smoke cigarettes, so that was outside. And glad I quit that and picked up a fucking Juul instead, like if that's any better. Anyway,
It smells better,
it
at
was out.
least.
Yeah. Oh God, that's fucking huge, isn't it? It's disgusting, the smell of them. Um, but I was standing outside and I just saw like this little cat just walking. And she was so little. I thought she was like just growing out of a kitten because she was so skinny, and I could see her rib cage and her back and her all her bones and everything. And I was just like looking around, and there was neighbors outside on their porch. I was like, is this anybody's cat? And they were like, no, she's like been here for like a week, and like I think she lived at like this house over here on this street, and I think they moved out because there was a for rent like sign up outside. So they were like, I think they just left her like to be by herself. And so I was like, I turned to my ex and I was like, hey, we're taking this cat. And ever since then, she's just been like attached to me. The only time I've ever been away from her was 2 weeks, a week each, whenever I went on vacation. But other than that, like I've just been attached at the hip with her because, like I said, I'm a fucking neat that doesn't leave my house except for the dispensary and Five Guys. So pretty much my life,
Yeah.
literally, or to pay my rent. That's it.
Yeah. That's cute. I wish I
Mhm.
had a cat. You know what? I'll just share this. This is something I vowed to never fucking share because it's an embarrassment. Well, I say it's an embarrassment because I overthink everything. But uh,
Go on.
I was watching YouTube and I got recommended a channel, and it was just this 40-year-old woman that vlogs her life. And so for me, like, you know what I mean, like what are you doing? Anyway,
Oh, go
I,
on.
I watched this video, and it was really well done, really professionally edited. She obviously cares about like fashion and um life and just like nature and stuff like that, just like the typical, I don't
Right.
know, like middle-aged 40-year-old woman, I don't know.
Yeah.
And for some
Chilling.
reason, I got so immersed in it, and I watched it, and then I watched another video of hers, and then I subscribed to her, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, what? I've never enjoyed this stuff, like, ever. Like, this is completely not me. But there was something about it that was really like refreshing, like seeing somebody else's life that lives in a different country, and like we're all like interconnected. The main reason I brought it up is because she had a cat, and she just like
Mhm.
had a little video segment of just her cat, like just doing random stuff. And I was like, cats are so fucking cute, but I can't, First of all, I don't even think I could responsibly take care of a cat because I've just never done it, and I feel like I can't even take care of myself right now. Um, but on top of that, I'm allergic, like severely allergic.
Oh,
Not like
fuck.
severely, like I'm
Well,
gonna die, but I will sneeze and until I die, basically.
I I was gonna say you can get over the first part of it because for my entire life, like whenever I was born, my mom had a cat before like my brother and I were even born, and it was her baby.
Hmm.
So I always grew up having a cat, but it was never my cat, and it was always obviously older. And so like it just wanted to be left alone or wanted to go outside because it was an indoor outdoor cat.
Yeah.
So I never even picked up my cat until one day I came home from school and my cat was just chilling like outside on the street, just laying on the road. I was like, no. So that was the first time I ever picked up my cat because it just wanted to be left alone. But I was probably like 9 or 10 years old at that point. Um, but anyway, so I always had a dog growing up, and I was always a dog person. If you asked me, I was through and through a dog person, just didn't really associate with cats because I never had a friendly, lovey cat, you know?
Hmm.
And so whenever I got Mimi, I was just like, what the fuck am I doing? You know, like, who do I think I am? I have like $4 in my bank account right now. Like, why do I think that I can get a cat? I don't know anything about cats at all. I just lost a dog. I'm in like grieving and I'm doing this to myself. But I don't know, just the way that she is, whenever you find a connection and you don't force a connection with I'm so, you know how I'm saying about like not pushing religion? I'm trying not to do the same with adoption because I'm very proactive in adopt, don't shop. And so
Yeah.
I feel like when you want like a purebred German Shepherd or something like that, and then you don't connect well with it because you only picked it because it's a purebred, well, what did you expect? You know what I mean? And then
Interesting.
so many people give up their animals because of that, because they're being bad or something like that. But it's like if people that adopt huskies, for example, they say like, "Oh, too needy. Like I didn't need a dog like this. It's just too much. It's ripping up my carpet and everything like that." Well, if you get a husky, you need to take it on walks. You need to get it like associating with other animals so that it's like active during the day, so that it's tired at night. It needs a big yard to be able to run in. You need to be able to give it attention so many hours per day. Otherwise, it's going to be like depressed. And it's just like people don't realize that. They just say, like, oh, huskies are beautiful. I want a husky. Okay, it's $5,000. Okay, go for it. I want it, and they get it, and then it acts up as an adult, and then they give it up for adoption, and then there's a beautiful dog that's just misunderstood sitting in a shelter, not wanted anymore, not understanding why it's not wanted. And it's just sad. And it's just like if you go to a shelter, you can go there and just say like, hey, I don't know if I'm adopting. Here's my papers. Am I even qualified for it? And they say, like, okay, looking through, see where you live and see if you have a yard, if you want a dog or something like that. And then they analyze it and say, like, okay, yeah, you're able to get a cat or you're able to get a rabbit or you're able to get a dog or whatever the case is. And then you can go in there multiple days and just like ask them to call you whenever new animals come in, and just like you can sit in a room with like five animals and just see like which one comes up to you and which one you connect with. And then like just say like, okay, I'm interested in this one. They won't keep it on hold, obviously, because if an animal's wanted, they're gonna give it away, you know?
Yeah.
But they'll say like, okay, you can come back tomorrow and like see again if you'd like to see that animal, and like if you guys connect again. Like they're very willing to be there and give you the time to like see if you're dedicated to an animal, because the last thing they want to do is see it get back in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
To
for
get
real.
adopted. And so that's why I'm so proactive about it. It's obviously like I understand. My friend who passed away really, really loved huskies. So I would love to have a husky myself, but right now I'm not financially in the place. Mimi hates dogs. I couldn't deal with that much attention being needed from me. So like I'm not going to get one right now, you know?
Yeah.
I would love to have one day, but say I'm 35 and I see a husky for adoption in a humane society. Yeah, I'm going for it, you know? But like right now is not the time, so like I'm not gonna even bother with it as much as I would love to help an animal. But feel like a lot of people just like, I don't know, focus in on, I just want this as a purebred, or I just want a puppy. And it's just like, well, there's a loving senior that's 10 years old and has been in this shelter for 2.5 years of its life. And, if you're in the place financially and emotionally to give it a forever home and allow it to have a safe ending point, then go for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. I've never considered that of what you just spoke on of like people adopting pets and then like not wanting them actually, because I've just never been a pet owner.
Yeah.
Neither have my parents. Like I
Right.
guess my parents growing up had dogs and cats, but like we never did.
Yeah.
So we adopted a cat for a week, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I'm sneezing, my eyes are watering. Like, what just happened to me? I didn't even
Yeah.
consider that it was a cat. I told my parents so
Yeah.
afterward, and they're like, oh shit, sorry.
Yeah. That sucks because that's something you can't even change. You know what I mean? So that's like just something that's completely out of your control.
Hmm.
But yeah,
That's
for
really,
people that just like want the special breed, it just sucks so bad for
yeah,
those animals. And it's just like, even then, it's just like you have to think about even further than that. Like the people who are selling those purebreds, are they treating the mother of the babies good? Or are they just treating it as a cash cow, essentially? You know what I mean?
yeah,
And it's just like sad to think about. And it's just, it goes so much deeper than just, okay, buy dog on Craigslist and okay, good. As much as it is obviously saving an animal, you could be, then it's just, it's sad because there's so many, like, especially going for my charity stream and seeing so many of those animals in cages and stuff, as well as they're taken care of and they have a big yard to run in and a bunch of toys now that my community was able to provide, and so was my best friend. It's just sad, because it makes you think, how did they get there? Like, what ended up? Who let them get to this point? And you just want to be able to save all of them, but you can't.
yeah,
That's why I keep telling my dad, I'm like, my dad's retired. He just got a Mustang. The man has coin. He's just like chilling with his life, just like enjoying everything. And he always talks about getting a dog. And I know he misses my childhood dog. So I always tell him, I'm like, Dad, just come with me to the Humane Society. We'll just sit there. We'll see if any dogs come up to you. You'll see like how it feels. And like I said, like come back the next day and everything like that. And he's just like, no, Nicole, like I just can't deal with the emotional part of it. And so it's like I can't even talk him into it because like I respect that, I
yeah.
understand it. So
Wow.
sucks.
Okay. Big change in topics. Zulu
Big
asks,
diversion.
Zulu asks, do you use your middle finger or index finger for the scroll wheel / middle mouse button? By the way, he's asked this on the last like three
Oh.
fucking casts. So
He's probably doing a poll like we were for the
this is the
the
most
Twitter
inefficient
thing.
poll of all time. He's gotten 4 answers in a
Yeah.
month.
It's taken him a while. Okay, so I know a lot of people use their middle thing to like move the screen, right? You
Yeah.
know what I'm talking
Yep. Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
I don't do that. I use like my keys for that.
Arrow
So,
keys.
or my right key even, like I'll drag it and like move it like that instead of using my middle. But whenever I'm scrolling like on a site or whatever, I will use my pointer finger. So I
Yeah.
guess it depends. I don't know.
Interesting.
Both? Yes?
I
Here's
know.
my answer.
I had a friend in college that didn't even know you could move the like game with the middle mouse wheel. So he was just always having his on his laptop. You know how like he has to use the like little arrow keys.
Oh God,
He like
yeah.
fucked his wrist up because he was always using that. I'm like, you don't have to use that because these just fingers are like planted on there. I'm like, dude, you can just
Yeah.
do it with your mouse. And he's like,
I
oh
think
shit.
I think I used to do that at one point.
Yeah, I did too. I think for my first like 2 weeks of playing old school again, because I came back in 2015 and I
Yeah.
was still just used to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Stegali asks, well, first he says, good morning. How is it being a
Mhm.
girl in the OSRS scene, and how do you deal with people sending weird champ messages? Also,
Uh,
UIM when?
Oh, well, that's an easy last question. Never. Holy shit, no,
Just
never.
never.
Congrats to UIMs for having the capacity to do so, but fuck no. I can't even commit to an iron, so yeah. Um, as for being a girl in the RuneScape section, that's a loaded question. At first, I obviously knew that there was some type of risk involved because being a girl online in general inherently really isn't safe for the most part, if you don't take precautions.
Yeah.
So I hesitate to talk about this, but fuck him, honestly. Whenever I first started streaming, like I said, some people helped me get out of a bad situation, and it was me being doxxed, and it was some guy threatening my family and myself and my ex, and saying that he was better for me than my ex was, and that if I wasn't gonna be with him, then he would pay my family a visit. So, it's definitely scary. I've obviously now, since the situation, I took a mental break and I obviously went through everything and secured all of my stuff. It's scary to talk about because it makes me think that maybe, God forbid, something happen with him show up, because he also threatened that he would see me at TwitchCon, which is why I hesitate to even go to those type of things.
Fuck that.
I've never been to one, by the way. um, but it is intimidating sometimes because it is, as much as I hate to say it, it is, the gaming community is quite, how do I say this, saturated with men, should I
Yep.
say?
Yep.
A majority. So it is quite intimidating, but at the same time, I find it empowering that I'm able to have a community that will back me in case of harassment or somebody being weird to me or sexualizing me. Because I don't know, some people don't really mind compliments of physical appearance, but it's something I try to go against, because as much as I obviously appreciate people complimenting me, I want people to compliment my personality or how I'm approaching a situation instead of the way I look. So it's just a personal choice. So for me, it's just something I try to go against because I don't ever want somebody to think that I'm leading somebody on or wanting that type of connection with somebody via my chat or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, it's just a decision that since that happened to me, I've chosen to stray away from wanting those comments in my stream or anything like that. So I don't know. It's at the same time as it's empowering because I get to meet a lot of obviously other female content creators who also deal with the same issues or worries as I do, and I see how they get to work through it and come out as powerful women through it. It's also obviously intimidating at sometimes because you never know who's behind a screen. You never know what people's true intentions are.
Yeah.
And being inherently sexualized for being just a woman, it's scary because online, like I said, you never know who's behind the screen, what they want, or what they think that you want to give them. So
Yeah. Again, like I said previously, like I don't imagine, I can't imagine what women go through online in any capacity, because yeah, it is pretty, like I will literally go into a chat that, it's a girl streaming, and then like I swear within like 2 fucking minutes it's guaranteed I just see something that just makes me like kind of like cringe a little bit, just like, dude, why are you
right,
asking that, or why did you say that, or like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And
legit,
it's
like
just like nonstop. I'm like, God, like you have to like almost pep talk yourself, I'm imagining, to like tell yourself, I'm not gonna deal with bullshit today. Because like if you just let that slide for long enough, your chat's gonna become the fucking weirdest thing ever.
Yeah, because it like festers. If you allow it, then people
Yes.
come in and see that you allow it and things like that.
Yeah.
But like even unprovoked, like here, I'm gonna send you a tweet. It's up to you if you would like to show it. But unprovoked, like that is my Instagram DMs. Like one of them's funny, the other one it just hello. I literally didn't do anything to deserve being sexualized in that at all. It just literally was. I looked at my Instagram DMs after stream one night and I had that request. So it's going back to
Dear
the
God.
being a woman thing.
Yeah.
It's just questionable at all times as to like if I don't humor myself over it, then I'm going to be utterly like terrified. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
try to do my best to keep a balance of keeping obviously my security and keeping that as number one priority, but also being able to see people come in my chat and be like, oh, sexy girl, please sex me. And just like make fun of them and just be like, hey, loser, like go touch grass and watch porn. Like get the fuck out of my chat, you know?
Yeah.
Like there has to be a balance because if I sit there and I allow myself to sit back and just feel like disrespected and disgusting and just feel like I'm just being objectified, then I'm just gonna allow myself to be in a shit mood and allow whatever his intentions were to be, you know? Because then I'll just end stream and be alone and scared and vulnerable.
Yeah.
So it's just, there has to be a balance. Otherwise, you allow yourself to just get in the routine of, obviously, there's nothing wrong with feeling disgusted or just attacked by it because it is disgusting. But at the same time, like for me, if I don't humor myself, at least by them being a loser, then it's just going to eat away at me. So
Yeah.
I choose to try, at least try, to humor myself by it.
It's weird to think of like the evolution I went through with banning people. How like it was
Yeah,
a big deal at first, and now it's just like, eh, just click the
no,
ban
fuck it.
button. Like,
Yeah, they're annoying. Fuck it.
yeah. And it's and
uh,
like you said about the community backing you, like that's a huge thing that really helps in those situations because like if you had like just imagine 3 viewers and nobody's really chatting and then somebody's being a fucking creep, you can't, it's way harder to make a joke about it and ban them. But when you have a
oh yeah,
community behind you, it's
a
refreshing.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I don't know, I've gotten comments like, because you know how people love to take the piss out of you for like your about me or something in your bio that
Yeah.
sounds like very like scripted. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because it just has to be in case like a brand sees it or somebody
Mhm.
new's coming in and you just want to give them something. So I always get the piss taken out of me because like people will come in my chat and like objectify me or just be a fucking idiot or just troll and it's just not a good time because some trolls are funny, like I'll entertain them, like I said, to make a joke light out of it. But some of them are just fucking annoying and just like mean, you know? So it's just like I'll get comments being like, "Oh, you're not being very wholesome right now," because it's like in my bio that I just want to have a good time and like be wholesome. And it's like I don't have to sit here and accept somebody being an asshole to me and just be nice back to them to be considered wholesome, you know? Like if somebody's being an asshole, like fuck them, you know? Like why wouldn't I be an asshole back and then just take the piss out of it and then ban them for content and then move on and go back to caring about my community and talking to my community and shit, you know?
Yep.
Like it's a win-win. And so like it's just dumb that people are like, you're not being very wholesome right now, Nicole. Okay, suck me. Like I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, going back to the whole like focus back on your community rather than dwelling on like negativity and stuff. That's a lot easier said than done.
Oh
Because,
yeah.
like, for me, especially, I mean, I will just, like, I have a YouTube, and so I get comments here and there, and I read every single comment all the time because it's just like, it's like reading something that you got on a Twitter post. Like, you're going to read every reply that you get to a post you got. It's
Right.
just natural. Maybe if it just became out of control, like you're getting 1,000 comments every time, maybe not. But right now,
Right.
I read every single one, and like I will always focus on the ones that are just more negative focused or a criticism. And they don't even have to be like seen negatively, but it's just a criticism of my channel or what I'm doing. And that's the shit
Right.
that just sticks in my brain. Everything else, like, wow, like great video or something, I'm just like, ignore, ignore, ignore. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I feel
Why
like
am I
it's
ignoring
human
the positives?
nature.
Yeah,
I
maybe
feel
it
like it's
is.
human nature though, because it's just like it's so easy to accept like, okay, yes, I like what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing is in good heart and good nature and everything like that. So like people complimenting you, like as much as you do appreciate it, it kind of just not bounces off, but it doesn't stick as hard as somebody saying like, I don't like what you're doing. I think what you're doing is shit. Because you're like, well, why the fuck not? Like I'm putting so much work into it. Like these other creators who are joining me with this or helping me with this, or I'm editing this video with so and so and this and this. Like I'm putting all this time and this effort into it, and I know what I'm doing is in good heart. Why are you not liking it? You know, so you want to try as much as you might not think. Your subconscious is like, yeah, I want to please this person, so why the fuck don't they like it? You know, it's so easy to just focus on that instead of, hey, this person likes it. Okay, good. You know? I feel like I'm the same way. Like if I do something wrong, like on stream, or a joke doesn't land, or somebody like doesn't like the content that I'm doing, like I'll just sit there and I'll be at Sire and just be like, fuck, like this sucks. Somebody made a comment that like they don't like whenever I'm at Sire. Meanwhile, like if 40 other people are enjoying that I'm talking about random shit at Sire. So why am I focusing on the one person that's probably not even watching me right now? You know
I
what I mean?
know.
Like
It's so
it's just
bad.
human nature. It's literally just human nature. It is what it is. It sucks to say, but it's just human
It
nature that you're just focused on people pleasing.
Yeah, and it's also good. I think it's like biological. Like it makes sense that we go that way because
Yeah.
then we make improvements. Because like if you never focused on any negative stuff, you probably would have pretty dull. I don't know. You wouldn't have as much priority to make your content any better. But like sometimes that
Yeah.
negativity kind of makes you think, and you're like, okay, maybe this is exaggerated, but maybe he's got a point somewhere hidden.
Yeah, and it definitely like because you never want to be completely surrounded by somebody who's not going to challenge your thoughts, you
Yes,
know?
exactly.
Because if you make a shit like mistake or you do something wrong, you don't want somebody sitting around you being like, "You're okay." The other person is the reason that like this is an issue. And it's like you want somebody that's going to actually call you out. Obviously, not trolls who just dedicate their entire livelihood online to making your life shit, because fuck them. But people who maybe objectively say something that's not the best wording for it and it just makes you feel a little shit, it kind of does push you to be like, okay, I want to prove this person wrong, so I'm gonna like step this shit up. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It does push you in a type of way. Not that I want fucking flamed out, please. Whoever's listening to this, please don't flame me out. I don't need tough love. Just need love. That's it.
Yeah. The other cool thing is just experiencing like shit, just experiencing things that just aren't very comfortable living through. Gives you just empathy, which in turn is just a good, powerful tool that is just beneficial for life. Just in
Right.
general, just experiencing discomfort in life is just a good thing sometimes. It gives you a different view on certain things. So,
Have you ever watched Yes Theory on YouTube?
no. No.
Their brand is literally called Seek Discomfort, and they just do the craziest shit. Like they'll go from like $0 to like a plane ticket, and then they'll give it away to a stranger and like go on a trip with them just to like put everybody out of their comfort zone. And it's like the coolest fucking videos in the world. I would look them up if I were
Wow.
you.
What was it
But
called
you
again?
saying yes theory.
Yes Theory. Okay.
Yeah. You saying discomfort, like seeking discomfort, just made
Yeah.
me think that's literally their merch.
Yeah. Speaking of seeking discomfort, of course, discomfort in a way that's um, beneficial. So
Beneficial.
not just fucking
Yeah.
chopping your finger off. That was discomfort. No,
Right.
but no, real talk. I think I've started, and it's always weird because I look back 3 years ago. My mentality is so much fucking different than it was 3 years ago, and 3 years before that was way different than then.
Yep.
So I can only imagine how I'm just going to get wiser, hopefully, as the years go by. And the discomfort thing is definitely real. Like, just kind of trying new things and doing things that you wouldn't normally do, like getting out of those habits that maybe aren't necessarily bad, but just like kind of limiting you.
Right.
And like, I mean, this is one of those, is like a podcast. I'm not the greatest public speaker. I
Oh, ditto.
I am so self-critical of like just I'm constantly eating myself up inside. I'm like, I'm such a dumbass when I go on these podcasts. But
Were you like in school, like the person that would sit there and be so scared to like give like a paper speech? Because that was me.
yes, it was fucking
Oh,
awful.
the night before you're
Yeah,
shaking in bed
it's
thinking
fucking
about
awful.
it.
And what I realized as I've grown older is kind of how to adapt to certain things. And a really
Right.
nice thing is being the host of a podcast rather than being a guest on a podcast. And people might think, well, what's like really the difference? Is like you just feel like you're in control. You know what's going on, and there's no like I don't know. Everything's predictable somewhat. You don't know where the conversation is going to go, but you know that you can end it at any time. You're in control of publishing it. You're in control of potentially just editing something out if it didn't go right or something. It's just like I feel like I'm in my element. Now, I've been on the Hexus podcast. This is like 2 years ago. And I remember by the way, I just briefly re-listened to it probably a few months ago. And I was like, dude, I couldn't even open my eyes. I was cringing that bad. You know, you just like close your eyes and you're like, Jesus. Like it was just, and
Yeah.
it wasn't even that bad. It's just, I'm super judgmental when I speak. When I listen to myself
Yeah.
speak, I'm like, oh my God. And the worst part is when you can almost anticipate what you're about to say, because then you're
Yeah.
pre-cringing. You're like, oh my God, I'm
Yep.
about to say this, aren't I? Oh, gee, I'm going to go on this stupid rant. Like,
Yep.
yeah. And I listened to
I
that, and it was because I was a guest on it, and I didn't really know what was happening. I was a little timid, and like that makes my nerves worse.
yeah.
So anyway,
I feel like I don't know. So with you saying like you feel like you're in control and everything like that, I like in the same way, I don't feel like it's I feel like you do a good job is what I'm trying to say of making it feel like balanced. Like I feel like if I didn't want something in the video that I've said, I could message you and you would cut it out.
yeah,
Or I don't feel like I have to talk about something if I don't want to or anything like that. So I don't in the same way of you feeling like you're in control, I feel like you do a good job of making sure, at least with me, I don't know if with your other guests, I'm assuming so, but you
I
do a
try my
good job
best.
of, yeah, of just making sure that we know that it's just a conversation and if we want anything cut out of it, then we can do so and
Yeah,
etc. And just having it be chill and not like scary because obviously I've never fucking done this shit before, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
and I realize a lot
I
of
feel
people
like a lot of
haven't.
people didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
hmm
I feel like a lot of people haven't, and it's just like nice to the same thing as my first sponsor. Like, I feel like it's nice to just have this be a stepping stone, even if I will do exactly like you said, even if yours was 2 years ago, I'm still gonna look back on this and be like, oh, why the fuck did I go on that tangent? Or,
yeah,
oh, why the fuck does my voice sound like that? Or some shit. Because I'm the same way. As stupid as it sounds, because it's very like icy hot and it doesn't make sense together. I have social anxiety, so like going to order Wendy's, I'll sit there and I'll tell myself the order like 25 times or I'll write it down so I can just read it off a list instead of fucking up my words or something because I'm super judgmental of just like having a stutter or just like saying something wrong or confusing
hmm
somebody or making somebody waste their time or because working in the food industry as well like really fucked with my social anxiety because people would come in screaming saying I need my food like so and so flew in from so and they're here visiting and I need my food right now and I'm just like
Jesus.
I'm not back there, I'm not making your food, why are you shouting at me, you know? Like
Yeah.
and so, oh, Mimi just sneezed. Are you okay? She just scared the shit out of me. I forgot she was in here. Um, oh God, I forgot. Okay. Yeah, social anxiety. So like streaming, like you even said, like putting yourself out of your element and like making yourself uncomfortable in order to like gain like life growth and things like that.
hmm
Like that was streaming for me. I would have never, if you would have told me 5 years ago, oh, you're going to be live and doing this almost every single day and talking to people every single day and trying pretty much to get people to like you as a job, because that's pretty much what streaming is. If you do it full time, it's pretty much you rely on people liking you or wanting to support you in that type of way. And so if you would have told me that, I would have told you to fuck off, because like I said, I was the person in school terrified to do any shit like that. The only time I ever put myself out of my comfort zone was cheerleading, because it was my way of trying to get confidence and putting myself out and doing something that I normally wouldn't do. And so streaming and stuff like that, I was just like, God, this is really pushing me, but I want to try because I want to make friendships and I want to be able to connect with people and things like that. And this is a really good stepping stone, doing it online to doing it in person, especially with COVID happening and things like that. And so it was just the really good timing and just the safest option for me, and just put myself out of my comfort zone. And I've learned a lot from it. So I don't know. I feel like a lot of growth happens whenever you just decide to take a jump or a leap or try something that you wouldn't, as much as I'm gonna cringe as watching this. But this was also a leap because I told you I was terrified to do this shit.
Yeah.
So I approached you about Lauren because I was just like, oh, fuck, I don't want to be on it. I'm terrified. I want Lauren to be on it.
Now
So
I have this list, and I always say the list to try to keep it mysterious, but I write down names of people that I would like to talk to. And like, you've been on there for months. Like,
ooh,
I have a bunch of content creators and also just normal players that I would love to talk to. And so I try to find
right.
time to like schedule it and what makes sense to me and who I would want to talk to. And
Hmm.
yeah, so when you brought that up, by the way, it made me like just think to myself, I was like, okay, like clearly if she's asking for Lauren to be on the podcast, then she's probably going to listen to it, which means she's probably listened to other ones. And I've known that
Yep.
you've popped into some of the Sae Bae casts when they premiere. And so I'm like, you know what? I
Yep.
think Nicole would love to be on it. So let's just ask you.
Yeah, it was definitely like it's obviously something I wanted to do, but it was something that it was like, okay, I'm not going to approach him for this, but
Yeah.
if he
Yeah.
hits me up about it, I'm hesitantly going to say yes, and then I'm going to convince myself for the entirety of the time before it to do it and not pussy out. Because I was terrified. I think I told you like 4 or 5 times. I was like, I'm scared. I'm scared. So
Yep.
it was definitely something that was like, okay, put yourself out of your comfort zone. You're going to enjoy it. 99% you're going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
There's 1% chance that you couldn't enjoy it. So just like take the risk, go for it. And so I'm glad I did it, because it's the same thing with streaming. I don't know about you, but for me with anxiety and stuff like that, I've been streaming almost 3 years, and every single time I go live with Facecam, I get fucking nervous.
Yeah.
Every single
Yeah.
time. And I just sit there and I have this weird, I don't even know what
A
you call it.
ritual. I'm
Yeah,
already knowing where you're going with this, I think.
exactly. I do have a ritual. I sit there for 7 minutes
Yep.
before my live stream. I sit there with a 7 minute intro and I just sit there and okay, it's gonna be a good stream. You're fine. Everything's fine. Good stream. Maybe hit a dab here or there. Just relax, hit my Joel, take some water, pet Mimi. And I'm just like sitting there, just like convincing myself, like, you're fine. You've done this before. You're all fucking good. Like, just send it.
Yep.
And then whenever 7 minutes hits, I'm just like, okay, my heart's fucking racing. But like, as soon as you hit like 15 minutes in, you're just gonna be fine.
Yeah.
It's all going to be adjusted. You're going to be in conversations with people. Everything's going to feel normal. And
Yeah.
it's just the startup that's fucking terrifying.
I like how you said the 7 minutes after you've pressed live, but you didn't talk about the 30 minutes before you press live, where you're
Oh,
like
yeah.
staring at yourself in the fucking OBS
Oh,
window, and you're
oh
like,
my, no, it's
Jesus
more
Christ.
than that. It's more than that
And did you
because
take
I
like
do
3
my
piss
makeup.
breaks as well? Oh, I bet it's so
Yeah.
much worse for you.
Yep, I do my makeup in my OBS because obviously I want the lighting to be good, you know. Because
Yeah.
if I do my makeup in the bathroom and then I come in here and I have blue lighting, it's gonna be like, what the fuck? So like I'll do my makeup in here looking at my OBS, so I'll be looking at myself for like an hour, and then by the time I'm about to go live, I'm like so fucking tired of looking at myself. I'm like, oh God, you look bad. Like that looks fucked up. Your eyelash is fucked up. Like just turn off the face cam. And then I'm convincing myself, like, oh, you're not, like, just don't do this, you know?
Yeah.
And then it takes me the 30 extra minutes of, okay, you're fine. Just change the hoodie. It's just the hoodie. Okay, change the lighting. It's just the lighting. And then it's just like fucking an hour and a half, two
And you're
hours later,
still
and I'm
not
finally
satisfied, but
live.
it's either you
Yeah.
do it or you just fucking scrap the whole day. It's just like, no,
Or
it's
you just go to
over.
sleep. Yeah,
Yeah,
because it's fucking
exactly.
12 o'clock at night. Yeah, because I go live
Exactly.
at piss late hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what that the reason I bring it up is because well, I guess I don't know if it was brought up by me. I can't even fucking remember, but that is controllable by me because I would realize, you know, back when I was like very fucking degenerate, you know, order a pizza at fucking 11 p.m., eat the whole thing, and then sleep on that, and then like try to wake up and stream in the morning. I'm just like, dude,
Yeah.
like what the fuck? Like I don't want to stream right now, and so. Of course, because I'm a slow fucking learner, it takes me a while to realize, hey, maybe that's not a good thing, and maybe that's preventing you from doing what you're passionate about, and that's content creation, and you know, like talking to your community and stuff. So why are you still doing that? And
Yeah.
so it's cool because I'm in a state, and it's been lasting actually over a month now, where, and this is a very long time for me, where I haven't had like a setback where I I deleted all my delivery apps, like food delivery apps,
Good.
literally, and I unsubscribed from all the emails that I just automatically get subscribed to. It was like, oh, you fucking new Papa John's pizza or new Taco Bell
Right.
item. Like, delete all that shit, take it out of my
Hmm.
mind, and now like I haven't ordered food in over a month now, which is insane to me because I've tried that before by
Yeah.
just like willpower, not deleting anything, and it lasts like 3 days, and I'm like,
Yeah.
so
Before I bought my car, I obviously didn't have like, I live in the sticks. So I didn't have like if food around me that I can just walk, you know. Say I lived in LA, I can just leave my house and walk a few blocks down the road and get some food. I don't have that type of luxury, if you will.
mhm.
So I was a cereal orderer. And before I bought my car, I made a vouch to myself. I said, whenever you buy a car, you are not ordering any food. You can order takeout and things like that, but you're not ordering like delivery.
Yeah.
Like you're not doing Uber Eats, you're not doing that type of shit. You can order a pizza because it's pretty much the same price, just
Hmm.
plus tip, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have a few pizza places around me that are like little local places, so I don't mind supporting small business. But I was just like, I looked at my like total and I was just like, fuck, like you could have bought a car. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
why are you spending this much money? And it's also making you feel like shit. And then you just have leftovers in your fridge and it's just not good. It's just so wasteful. And like the amount of shit that they give you with takeout and like packaging and plastic and stuff, like it's just so wasteful and just bad. And it's just like I made that realization as well, and I made a vouch to myself as well, and where I was just like, I'm done with this, you know, like
Yeah.
unless somebody on stream says like, here's $20, order a pizza, like I'm not
Mhm.
doing that shit anymore. Like,
Yeah, no, I mean, it's even beyond by the way, like I mainly use DoorDash. I probably used Uber Eats a few times. The fact that I have both installed on my phone, just like what the fuck. Anyway,
yep.
I had a DoorDash subscription, and like I
Oh no.
literally just said, okay, like I'm deleting this. I'm canceling my subscription and everything. I didn't
Right.
even want to look at how much I had spent on DoorDash. I was like, dude,
You
this is
still
going to like
shouldn't. Yeah.
scar my mind. So let me just not even take a fucking look. Just delete it and just get it
Yeah.
out of my mind so I don't think about it. And it's been great, honestly, for a month.
If you ever think about going back into it, I would use that as a shock of realization and look at the amount before you click buy.
Yeah, no, I'm
Because it is outrageous, at least for me, because like I said, I live in the sticks, so like delivery fees are like probably quadruple what it usually is for
sheesh.
people. So
Yeah.
like I was just dumping money because like what was I gonna do? I couldn't even go to the grocery store sometimes. I would go to the grocery store like once a month.
And it's
And
not like
then once
social
you
anxiety helps anyway. Like
Oh
going
yeah,
to an
that
actual
as
fucking
well.
store. Yeah.
Yeah, that as well is in itself a battle, but yeah. Um it's just I don't know. There's ways to get around that though. Like if you don't go to Walmart, you can go to like a small little local grocery store.
Hmm.
There's like not less people, it makes it a little bit better, but
Yeah.
still.
No, I mean, honestly, what's changed my life, and so I say, delivery food services. I mean, like food, like quick food that's already there. But I got Instacart, which is, and I'm not sponsored by Instacart, by the way, but any grocery service delivery app, those are incredible. Like I use Instacart now I literally just go in my bed and I'll just be like, what do I want for like what meals do I want to make? And I just go on there and just click on the fucking items and it's delivered to me within an hour. And like
That's
I'm
sick.
like, dude, this is how the modern world works. I touch on my phone, this fucking glass. I make my money from fucking looking at pixels as well, and then I use pixels to
Right.
get my food. It's like, what is going on?
Yep.
Like this is magical. Like I am literally just touching exactly what I want, and it comes here without me doing a fucking thing, and it's been amazing. And I've actually been learning how to like cook legitimate meals, and so that's been really nice too and fulfilling. So I'm trying to
Oh,
stick with it.
cooking
It's
is
very
so
tough.
fun.
Yeah,
Cooking's so fun. The only
it
shit part
is.
is cleaning up.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's the only downside. That's why it helps if you have somebody like living with you or if you're in a relationship, because then you can just be like, okay, well, I cook, so you fucking clean.
Yep.
But yeah, that's also a struggle if you live alone is finding balance of not wasting but still having fulfilling meals because I literally last night, this is actually embarrassing. I fucking hate saying this, but I went through my cabinet and I have a well-stocked pantry, like nice little cabinet with all of my goods in it. And I like to think I keep my house well-stocked with food, especially for living with one person. And so I went in there and I was just like, I did some yoga last night and I was just feeling a little OCD. And so I just started going through my cabinets and I was like, what the fuck? All of this food like expired in 2020, 2021. And you want to know why? I've been ordering out food and just haven't gone through my pantry at all. I haven't even
Yep.
eaten in my fucking house.
Yep. Dude,
So like I went through it last night and I literally have an empty pantry now. There's like nothing in there. There's like noodles and like cereal.
listen,
That's it.
I,
And like canned stuff.
I have one of those big cylinders of oats. So as like a month ago, after I canceled all my things, I was like, I'm gonna make some oats. This wasn't at
Right.
the point where I was making overnight oats. I just want to heat up some. And I just looked at the expiration of his oats that I've had for what feels like maybe just a few months. It fucking expired
Right.
like October 2019. I'm
Yes.
like,
Yes.
dude, I
That's
swear to
literally
God,
the
I just
same
had this.
feeling I had. Yeah, that's the same feeling I had with all of the shit. Like I bought ramen and stuff and I was like, I literally just bought this. There's no way it's expired, but like I'm gonna look anyway since like a majority of the shit is expired.
Yep.
And I look, 2020. And I'm like, hello? 2 years? Where did it go? Like I feel
Yeah.
like I just bought this. Like that's
Yep.
so crazy. I had the same realization, same realization.
That's so fucking funny. I just saw it because it's been on the
Uh,
counter for years, and I was like, "Oh, this is
yeah,
still good," because I see it every day, so like it must still be fresh.
surely.
And to be
Right.
to be fair, I still did eat it because it's just fucking oats. But like,
Oats. Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
it
Had
didn't.
it been covered in chocolate, it wouldn't have been good,
Yeah,
but
and
it
it
was
didn't say
fucking raw
expired. It
oats.
just said Best Buy. So that's my copium. I'm like, it's probably fucking fine, right? It's not gonna poison me.
You're just throwing up the night after. And you're like, it's definitely not the oats.
Yeah, there's no way. All right.
Oh, God,
Oh,
that reminds me of something, but that's a whole other tangent if you would like to go out with
yeah,
the
let's
Twitter
do it.
thing
Go for it.
again.
No, 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 go for it.
So, it's actually something I wanted to mention because I did mention earlier about getting vaccinated. And so I don't want people to think I was ever anti-vax because I'm not. 100% I am pro-vax. I just have an insane phobia of needles, especially shots and surgery or blood or anything like that. It's just something that literally like it kills me.
Hmm.
So that's why it happened recently where I got my first dose yesterday. And I went and they were very nice. There was a person, I went to a pharmacy and there was a girl who was a woman, I should say, an older woman who was working. And then there was the person who administered the shot, but he also owned the pharmacy. And so they were so nice to me and everything. And I told them I like didn't want to see it. And I brought my dad because I knew I was gonna cry like the little pussy I am. And so I'm there with my dad and I'm crying and I'm like on his shoulder and I get the shot and everything's fine. And he puts a band-aid on and I'm sitting back and I'm like, oh no, it's happening. This happens to me every single fucking time. It doesn't matter if I go to the dentist, it doesn't matter if I go to the doctor, it doesn't matter anywhere except for like the eye doctor because who's scared of the eye doctor? I mean, maybe you are. I don't know. Who am I to say anything? But every single time I go to the doctor, it happens. It's just as soon as whatever's over with, as soon as my fear is done with, like, and my adrenaline come down just completely shuts my body off. Like I could see like surgery or something and I'll like be awake for it. I won't immediately pass out or anything. But it's the second that I like correlate what it is, I will pass out or throw up or just completely have my body shut down. And
Damn.
so I got the shot. Yeah, right. I got the shot and he was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "I think so, but like I'm like shaking and like my body's really cold, but I'm sweating." And so he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna get you a water." Comes back with the water. I'm drinking the water. And I'm like trying so hard to take a deep breath, but I can't because I have my mask on and I'm like freaking out and like trapping myself, you know? I'm like scaring myself then because I'm like constricted. And even though you can breathe well through a mask, might I add, masks don't constrict your breathing. I was just suffocating myself. Um, I was like freaking myself out, and then my full body just shut down. Like I had goosebumps, all of my hairs were standing up, but I was completely drenched with sweat. And like
Damn.
my eyes started fucking rolling, and like my dad like had to pick me up and like take me out of like the shot area and like take me into the waiting room so I wasn't surrounded by all of that stuff. So I stopped thinking about it.
Yeah.
And then he was like sitting there and he was like, "Do you need anything?" And I was like, "I need a trash bin. I need a trash bin." And he was like, "What?" I was like, "I need a trash bin right now, right now, right now." And he was like, as he's running to the counter to like to get somebody to get me it, I turn around the corner to where the shot thing was and I see a recycling bin and I'm like, "Oh, here we go. This is beautiful,
Clapping.
right?" Yeah. And I just, all I ate that morning was a smoothie. And
Oh
so
God.
all it was smoothie. And as soon as I threw up, I just started immediately full body sweating. And the nurse came over and gave me like a wet, cold paper towel to like put on my forehead and my neck and everything like that. And I took my hoodie off and she gave me smelling salts and she was like, "Okay, here." And as soon as I hit the smelling salts, I was like, "Okay, we're gaming now." I was completely back. And I was like, this just sucks. Every single fucking time it happens. And then they gave me a ginger ale, so I was a happy camper at that point.
I have a few questions about that. First of all, I've
Go
never
on.
smelled smelling salts, but my little brother had he's in college right now and he had a roommate that gave it to him and his roommate was like, "Hey guys, take a big sniff of this." And he got
Oh my
fucked. Like
God.
he like couldn't like even
Yeah, I
it was
I I
bad. But what how
I
does
don't
that
know what it would be like if you don't need it, because I've obviously never done it whenever I didn't need to have like just my senses jolted back. But it's just very minty, and I'm pretty sure the way because it's like two little capsules, but it breaks right in the middle, so they snap it underneath your nose. So I think
Oh.
some of the spray goes into your nose. If I could be completely wrong because I'm always passing out while they're doing it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I never really look. But from what I'm hearing, it sounds like something snapping and it smells very minty and it like completely just like I don't know, it just like it clears my body. Like it just completely makes me stop sweating or cold or anything and it just like makes me alert and just be like, "Okay, this isn't real." You know, like
That's
I'm
fucking
smelling
awesome.
this and I'm okay. Yeah. It's weird. It could be just a placebo,
No, no,
honestly,
no.
like
There's no way.
but
There's no way that I mean,
Yeah,
partially maybe at like a percentage of it's placebo, but like there's no
right.
way. That okay, so my brother just had like this little container that you just open up and you sniff it. It's just like from oxidation, like I don't
Oh,
know.
okay, yeah.
So I guess it's not the same thing, but the fact that there's just
No,
something you sniff and just within
that
in
just
an
brings you
instant you're
back.
just there.
Yeah,
That's sick.
it's crazy. Yeah. And it's just like, it's now whenever I go to like the dentist because growing up, I never had cavities or anything at all. Like there was never any issues with my mouth. So
Mhm.
like I was just always fine. But then, like I said earlier, my gross habit of picking up cigarettes, I also picked up a soda habit at the same time because cigarettes make your mouth taste like shit. So you want something to clear it out, and water doesn't really do it, you know?
Mhm.
And so I picked up that, and then I just never went to the dentist because, like you said, you like to procrastinate everything.
Yep.
I'm the same
Yep.
way. And so I just never went. And then when I finally went, they were like, okay, you need 2 root canals and you have like 6 cavities.
Jesus
And me having
Christ.
a fear of needles or anything, I was like, oh, hell no, this is not happening. So I've slowly tried to work my courage up, and I went to 2 really fucked up dentists at first because my mom recently got remarried recently in the past few years. And so I was on her old insurance, which wasn't such a great insurance plan. So at the time we were trying to figure it all out, I was going to shit dentist because I didn't have the best insurance. So whenever she remarried, I got on a really good insurance because it's via my stepdad. And so I now have really good insurance. So I go to a really good dentist. But my first 2 cavities I ever got filled were fucking by 2 botched dentists.
Oh
One of them's out
God.
of practice now because they're so bad. And so I have to get those cavities fixed again, still, by the way. But like last year, I ran out my entire insurance like within half the year because I was just constantly going to get I got a root canal done, and that was like 75% of my insurance. And then I got like a few cavities filled, and then I couldn't even afford to get a crown or whatever it's called. I think you get a crown on top of a root canal.
Yeah, I'm not
I think
sure.
so. You get something on top of a root canal
Mhm.
after they fixed it, but I have a temporary one and I've had it for a good 2 years or something now, a year maybe. But it's just because my insurance fucking ran out because I'm doing it all in the same year, you know? And so like I don't know, over time I've tried just so hard to like because a lot of people just say like, oh, just like make yourself like what's it called? Oh God, what's the word? Just like you have to see it to get over it. Just like immerse yourself with it to get over it.
Mhm.
Like shock therapy or some shit I'm trying to
Yeah.
come up with.
Yeah.
But it's not something my body can just handle. I can't do it. It just my body shuts down regardless how comfortable I am and the like situation and environment I'm in. I will just never not pass out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just not something I can do. So I got really lucky recently, though, in the past few years to find a really good dentist. And he just like, he's so nice. And just like every single time I come in, he's like, how are you doing? Like, did you sleep enough? Did you eat today? And like, he'll give me like water or like a granola bar before we start just to like make sure I'm okay. And then he'll give me the shot or whatever the fuck I need, like for all of that. And then he'll give me like he'll have a smelling salt sitting there waiting. Just like as soon as I walk in, it's sitting there waiting. He won't show me the needle. He'll count down for me before the needle's going in. He'll rub my gum after because he knows I think it helps. And then he'll leave me for 15 minutes to calm down after with a nurse. And she has like Gatorade and things like that to like up my blood sugar, things like that. So I got really lucky finding a nice nurse and dentist area, but I also went along the route of taking like anti-anxiety medication to get dental work done. And
Mhm.
it honestly, it did bad shit for me. It
Really?
did not work. Yeah, it kind of depressed me, honestly. The last time I did it, I was quite fucking low after taking the pill and everything. It was like the whole week after I just like didn't feel fucking purpose. Like I
Damn.
didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to leave my bed, and it was literally the pill was the size of half of your pinky nail. Like the fact that that's able to do that is like insane. So like that was the second dentist I went to was giving me those pills for it.
Mm,
And so I just like after that, I was just like, okay, I can't obviously shock therapy or whatever the fuck you want to call it myself into this because my body's just going to shut down. I just need to accept that it's going to happen and have everything I need in place to help me after it does, like have
yeah.
my dad there or have smelling salts or. So I can't do that stuff alone. I just have to go with somebody. It sucks because I'm 23 and I feel like a baby, but it is what it is. It's just crazy because a lot of people take the piss out of me, but
Yeah, my people are just different. Like, I personally can like get stuck with a needle and I'm like totally fine. But like my dad, he gave blood one time and just because he felt kind of like the need to because he never really did it. And yeah, he
right,
got a big ass bruise on his arm and then he passed out and like the kid
passed
like
out.
just any amount of blood. I mean he even
Yep.
passed out like after the fact like just
Yeah.
thinking about blood was taken from there made
My
him fucking
brother did
woozy.
that. Yep. My brother loves, not loves blood, but like he loves like House and like Grey's Anatomy and like shows
Mm,
like that. Like he loves surgery and like knowing like all of that type of aspect of stuff. But he got blood taken and he watched it and he passed the fuck out.
damn.
So like I'm even the type of person that like not yesterday, but the day before, whenever I was like waiting to get a shot, I was just like sitting there thinking about it. And every single time I would think about getting a shot, my arm would hurt. I'm the
Yep.
type of person that can literally like materialize like scaring myself and
Yeah.
like making it actually hurt, like whenever I think about it. And so, like, even one time my brother's girlfriend and I were coming home from a store and she was talking about getting a root canal and she was going into like very vivid detail about it. And I looked at her and I was like, "Do I look pale?" And she goes, "Oh my God, yeah. Are you gonna pass out?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't feel good at all." I was like, "I think I'm about to pass out." And she was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "You're just talking about this very vividly, and I'm also like going to the dentist at the moment, so I'm putting myself in that place."
Oh
And I'm
God.
like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna pass the fuck out in like her passenger seat while she's driving, and she's gonna be terrified." Luckily, she was a nurse, but it didn't really help,
That's
but she was
convenient.
driving.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
funny though.
right?
Yeah, that's so weird. Um, I hate, by the way, I hate watching like open surgeries or any. Dude, you know what? Actually,
Oh,
I
yeah.
hate. You know what the thing I hate the most of just
Go ahead.
seeing? This is very strange. I guess it's not that strange, but I wonder if anybody else experiences it. You know when dads like throw their kids up in the air and then catch them again? Like
Oh, yeah.
literally fling their kid up like 5 feet in the air?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know
Terrifying.
what the fuck I saw at one point, but or maybe I made it up, but I was a child and maybe it's just a made up thought, but because I can't actually recall ever seeing this, but I just had this memory of a dad dropping his kid because of that, just missing and just kid hits the
Oh,
fucking
you could have seen it. I had something like that growing like it's like obviously it's a realistic fear because it could
yeah.
happen. But like it's just something where you're like, where the fuck did I come up with that from?
Yeah.
I was the same way. I watched somehow I came downstairs during the middle of the night and like I thought it was a dream, but I like actually like lived it, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I went downstairs and I saw my mom was watching House with my brother.
Hmm.
And there was an episode about a kid eating sand at like a park and there being like feces, like animal
Oh
feces, and this
God.
kid was going into like full body shock, like dying. And so they had him on like life support and everything like that, and like tubes in his body and everything. And I just remember going downstairs and looking at it and watching it. And I was like, oh my God, I'm never gonna eat sand. Like I never had the urge to before, but like now I'm definitely not going to, you know what I mean? So it's just
Yeah.
like you have like this, you must have seen it somewhere or
Yeah.
somebody just talking about it or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. So it's something. Yeah. For some reason, I think. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't happened, but I just imagine this situation where it did happen. I can almost visualize it. But whenever I see that now, by the way, I have to look
Yeah.
away. I have to leave the fucking vicinity. Like I don't want to
Yeah.
see that. It would scar me to see a child drop from a
Yep.
far distance because of
Yep.
negligence. Like Jesus Christ, I get so fucking worked up with that kind of stuff. I have to leave. And that's like my little, again, it almost feels like a traumatization that I had like back when I was a child, and it's just like continued with me.
Yeah, I have that stuff too, but there's like nothing like rooted in it, but that like doesn't like invalidate
Mm.
it, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because it's like still like a real fear and like you're allowed to be scared of it, you know?
Yeah. 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 The other thing I absolutely hate watching people get hurt, like fail videos where people jumping off a diving board and hitting like the base of
Nah.
like Jesus, dude, I don't want to see that. My older brother loves watching that shit, and he used to link me like random Reddit posts of somebody like getting seriously fucking hurt. I'm like, dude, or dying. That is like off limits
No.
completely. Like I do not want to see that shit. Makes me
I
depressed.
I'll crease if somebody like trips whenever they're showing off. Like there's this famous like TikTok or whatever the fuck it is, where it's like this girl's showing off her outfit and then her foot gets stuck on the cabinet and she falls. Like I'll crease about that shit.
Hmm.
Like that shit's funny to me. But like if somebody's actually hurt and you can tell they're
Yeah,
hurt,
like
like it's
hospital,
not,
like needs to
yeah,
go to the
it's
fucking
not
hospital.
funny to me and it also like makes me woozy to watch because it's just like
Yep. Yep.
I'm such a
Same.
person to put myself in that position and then like feel that
Same.
pain, you know? And it's just like, couldn't deal with that at all.
Same. And so my brother's obsessed with that. Like he loves watching that. He wants to be like my little brother will send him like some video of some guy doing some stupid stunt and it goes fucking wrong. I'm like, dude, why the oh my God, like don't keep me out of this completely. Oh, I
Yeah,
hate it.
legit.
But some people are just different. People like the morbidity of it or whatever. Um
I know what you're trying to say,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so we got a couple questions here. The Duck Chris asks, favorite cheese, and Furry Wall asks, do you shampoo your eyebrows?
Favorite cheese? That's a question I've never been asked. Havarti. If you've never had Havarti, I would try Havarti. It's very fucking
Havarti?
good. Havarti, yeah.
Huh.
That's actually so funny because remember I said this is such a callback. It's Pajama Sam.
Yeah.
There's a little mini game in it where you play tic-tac-toe with cheese and crackers,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the cheeses is Havarti. It's so weird that I just thought of that, but there you go, Havarti, I would say.
I I think
Um,
I was
go
just
ahead.
gonna say I think my favorite cheese is smoked Gouda. You ever had that?
Yeah,
That shit, I love the smokiness of cheese where it has that smoke flavor. I fucking love
yeah,
that. And the other
I'm a
cheese,
big fan. Go ahead.
the other cheese I like is mozzarella, or not mozzarella, Parmesan. I love Parmesan cheese. Like not the super crumbly ones, but like the ones that are just like
Yeah,
shredded. I love that.
yeah. I'm. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Shit, what did you just
Was
say?
it a cheese you were gonna look for? There was a second topic, which was, do you shampoo your eyebrows? I don't know if you were gonna continue on to that or
No, it
not.
wasn't that one yet. I was gonna say something. Oh, I'm a big fan of like a cheese and crackers meat board to like start a
Yeah.
meal, you know, at like a family event.
You
So
know,
my mom's really big on that, so I'm glad she is.
what's really good is
Go on.
those platters, but then those little grape tomatoes on it. I didn't realize how much like more I don't it gives it another kick to it. Like you put your cracker, you put your cheese, put your little meat or whatever, and then you put a little tomato on it and you just eat it. It's like, oh, it's so good. I love
Yeah,
tomatoes
I've
though.
I've never been a big tomato person. Like I've always liked cooked tomatoes,
Mhm.
but growing up, my dad would eat like he would grow tomatoes and just like slice them and dip them in salt and pepper and just eat them like raw, you know? Like
Yeah.
so I've never been like that. Like whenever I was little, I really just went with what my mom liked. My mom never really liked tomatoes or Brussels sprouts or anything like that, so I
Yeah.
just kind of went along with it. But in my older years, like now, if there's tomatoes on something, I'm not gonna pick it off, you know? I'm just gonna fucking eat it because it is what it is. But I don't know. I want to get into liking things like that and liking raw onion and
Oh, I
things
love
like that.
onions. Yeah.
But
I love
yeah, see,
onions
I'm
and
just not a
tomatoes.
raw onion person. I love cooked onions, but raw onions just aren't doing it for me.
Let me just also say that it's not like I can just eat any tomato. I'm very picky when it comes to produce. Like, I want what looks the best. I don't want some
Right,
bruised ass tomato or a tomato that like looks like it's kind of, I don't know, wilting. I'm like, okay,
right.
that's bad, even though it's not quite bad yet. It's like, okay, I want good stuff.
I'm that way with fruit. Like I will pay
Same.
extra for organic bananas and organic apples and oranges because I actually notice a difference. Like they are so fucking good. I went through like a year of only eating oranges. I'm not kidding. Whenever I said I like ate oranges 5 times a day,
Yeah,
like 5 oranges a day for like a good year. It's
dude.
probably why my stomach is so acid, but
So
that's besides the point.
okay, you brought up oranges. I love
Yeah.
cutie clementines. I love those like bags of just a bunch of cuties. And I
Oh,
had a weird
I used
experience.
to stash those.
Oh yeah, no, like
Yeah,
literally, I could just grab like five of them and just like peel them and just eat
right.
them. And I had this weird moment a couple months, maybe it was just a month ago actually, because I got them delivered, and I did a little bit of yoga beforehand, and I just
Right.
looked at the orange, and it was like in the light, it was like in the sunlight, and
Isn't it
I'm
crazy?
like, dude, there is a fucking just completely grown naturally this beautiful work of
It's
art. It's
perfectly symmetrical.
I know.
It's
I'm
insane,
like
isn't it? I think about that shit all the
dude,
time.
I
Whenever I see a kiwi, it blows my fucking mind. I'm like, how the hell? Or like a dragon fruit. You're like,
yes.
what? They're insane.
Dude, I peeled this cutie and I just picked off a little teeny piece of it, just the little uh
Mm-hmm.
how many slices are there? Like 10 or 8? I think there's might be. I guess it depends. But yeah,
Yeah.
I picked one of the things. I just looked at it in the light, and just like you could see the little like veins and like the little packets of juice, because you can like tear
Yes.
open the skin slightly, and you could see the
Yes,
little
and there's no
beads.
juice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
there's
like,
no juice until you pop it. It's
I
mad.
know, it's
This is
so
such
amazing,
a yoga conversation.
dude. By the way,
People that are just not into yoga are just sitting here being like, shut the fuck up. It's an orange. Nobody cares.
I know, but you start thinking very deeply about things, and I remember looking at this. I'm like, this is fucking amazing. Why would I have ever chosen a piece of candy over this? Like, this is actual goodness. Like, this is good for me. It's delicious as shit. It's amazing to look at, and it's completely like just
Good
natural.
sugars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why the hell would I ever choose anything different? I was in this weird trance about the whole thing. I'm like, I am obsessed with natural whole foods now. These are beautiful. Like, these are
Yeah.
beautiful. It was weird.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm
I
the
fucking
same
love
way.
oranges.
If you go to like, have you ever been to like a Trader Joe's or like a Whole Foods?
Yeah. Yeah. We actually,
It's so expensive, but like their shit is so fucking good.
mhm.
Like
W-
it shows that it's organic, you know?
apparently Trader Joe's doesn't deliver. That's what I heard. We got a Trader Joe's somewhat close by just
I
recently.
I think they do via Amazon delivery. Do you know what that is? I've never used it before, but supposedly Amazon has like a delivery service for groceries.
Okay. Well, I
So,
know they do Whole Foods Market because that's kind of owned by Amazon, I believe, but Trader Joe's isn't,
oh,
is it?
maybe I'm thinking of Whole Foods then. I
Yeah.
could be. But I thought Trader Joe's would. That's dumb that they don't. But
But
I guess it's just like you said, the ownership.
yeah, but I think I again, I don't fucking know, but I think I read somewhere that Trader Joe's is trying to keep everything like trying to benefit their employees as much as possible, not trying to expand like crazily and
Oh,
lose
that's
that.
good then.
Yeah, it's really cool. Of course, that's a respectable business model, but again, you're not going to
Right.
receive infinite capitalistic growth from it, but I respect it. And
Mm-hmm.
um but yeah, I've been to Trader Joe's a few times. I grew up in Oregon and they were everywhere, so like yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. For me, it's not like very common. Like, so I used to be vegan. I was also vegetarian for longer than I was vegan because
Mm-hmm.
God, it was hard to be vegan. Shout out any vegans, you are much stronger than I. But I love the like thought behind it and the cause of it, so I 100% support it. It's just something with my diet I can't like withhold and do it healthily. And so
Yeah.
whenever I tried being where I live in the sticks and things like that, like organic food or vegan food or not a paleo food or just any type of shit like that is like new here. It's like a new discovery. It's like, holy shit, like there's new type of food? That's crazy. Meanwhile, in California, it's been around for like what, 5, 6, 7 years, you know?
Yeah.
Like every place has a vegan option to it. Here, it's like shocking if it does. So whenever I tried it, like years and years ago, whenever I was in high school, I didn't do it the right way. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if this is realistic, but I'm pretty sure I shrunk my stomach because I just wasn't eating anything but pasta and bread and like things like just lettuce, and my stomach having a stomach disease, my stomach doesn't digest lettuce, so I wasn't getting anything
Oh
nutritional out of it
God.
at
Yeah.
all. Yeah. So whenever I started smoking marijuana and things like that, I just like found out that like, okay, you're able to eat whatever you want, but if you eat, I don't know, fucking two medium pizzas that have pepperoni on them, you're gonna have the consequence of still being sick. So within restriction, you can eat what you want. So
Mm-hmm.
like sometimes I'll treat myself and be like, okay, you can have like a ramen, even though I know it's full of sodium and stuff that's gonna make me sick and gluten and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, okay, you can have this, but like your stomach's gonna hurt later, you know?
Yeah.
So like now I just like smoke so that I'm able to like have like a piece of toast or a smoothie and not get sick and just be able to have like the nutrients in my stomach and be absorbed and things like that. So,
Yeah. Yeah. My sister was also vegetarian and vegan. She's still vegan actually. Well, she's married and her husband and her kid are all vegans, and it's cool, and it's really popular nowadays in some areas where it's like, yeah, just there's a bunch of vegan restaurants that'll cater toward it. And before that, I mean,
right.
you'll never find them. 15 years ago, you would have never fucking found one.
Exactly. The availability is what I think is key. And also, at the moment, I think the issue for a lot of people and why they don't choose organic or all natural or like cage free or whatever the case may be is the price. And that's because it's such a niche market still, as
Yep.
much as it's now like bigger than it used to be. It's still such a niche market where things like that are expensive for them to like produce. So they have to upprice it to keep up with it and actually make money, you know? So I
Yeah.
think a lot of people are turned off by the pricing of it, but it's also if we all support it and we stop supporting just shit that makes us sick and just
Yes.
kills our body, then that will go away and the organic will be the normal and then it'll be the normal price, you know?
Yep.
So it's just like it's all or nothing though. So like it's hard, obviously. It's never gonna happen. It's like asking for world peace. But and we would all like it, but is it realistic, you
Yeah.
know?
Have you ever watched Mad Men?
No.
So it's just this show that's based on like in the 1960s, and it's like this guy that's he's like the head of an ad agency and stuff, and they, are clearly trying to produce propaganda and stuff about certain things. But one of the things that you notice instantly off watching the show is that everyone smokes cigarettes because it's the fucking 19. It's literally 1960, and
Right.
and there was just no fucking health information on it. And there was, but it was just like basically covered up. Like everyone does it. Like shut the fuck
Right.
up. Don't destroy this agenda. So it'd be funny to see like, I mean, you you've seen those pictures on Twitter where you see like this is what the fuck like this is what a KFC meal was back in 2000. Just this
Oh
fucking
yeah,
loaded
like
like
milk and eggs and
no no
yeah, the
no no no
prices.
no. I'm talking like those KFC meals where it's like a 44-ounce fucking soda with like 6 pieces of fucking chicken, toast, and like all this shit, and it's like it's like that was
Yeah.
kind of seen as like cool. I mean, like normal. And when I was a kid, it was cool and popular to go to a Circle K and get a 40. No. I take it back. It was a 64-ounce slushy. 60
Yeah, that's
fucking
mad.
4. I'm like, dude, that is the.
Even think about it in current time, like people on fucking YouTube that are doing like 600 chicken nugget
Oh
challenges
God.
just because like they can, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And it's crazy. Like mukbangs, like do you think like
Yeah.
people need that amount of food? Like surely it makes them sick and everything, but they do it because there's an appeal to it. You know what I mean? And it's
Mhm.
kind of crazy that especially in America, we idolize that type of shit. Like I think there's a place called the Heart Attack Grill. I think it's in like Las Vegas or
Heart
something.
attack grill. Jesus
Yeah, listen.
Christ. The
And
fact that it's in
if you
Vegas. Oh
weigh
God.
yeah, if you weigh over like 500 pounds, I think you eat for free. And they have like
What?
they have a
What?
food
What
challenge
the?
that is like 35 patties or 30 patties or something. I could just be pissing in the dark. I don't know exact numbers, but
What
it's
the
a big
fuck?
ass burger. Like imagine a burger that like can't stand up by itself, like you have to hold it up.
Yeah.
And so if you eat all of that within a certain time frame and fries, I think in a milkshake or something, it's like an $85 meal and you eat for free for the rest of your life or something.
What
There's
the
some type of
fuck?
appeal to it. And
I
it's just like people train for that. Like that's actually people's jobs. Isn't that crazy?
yeah. No,
Eating is people's
yeah,
jobs.
yeah. No, that's the beauty of the internet is that you can basically
Yeah.
you can go down any
Capitalize
path
on
you want.
anything.
Yeah, anything.
Yeah. It's
I,
crazy.
I was I was thinking the way I was taking it is like imagine in I don't know 500 years if the world's fucking still here and not
They
totally
look back at
nuked.
our meals now being like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
they're like you.
Yep.
And I even imagine that. Okay, my sister's vegan, and so we've talked, and so I sort of have a different mindset. But she even
Yeah.
brought up like, well, I guess I brought this up to myself. Was just like, imagine 500 years from now, they realize how fucking carnal we were to just eat animals and shit. Like, and then
Right?
they're in an enlightened state, and they're like, what the fuck were they doing back then? Like fucking cavemen, like, or just something. It doesn't have to be that, but I'm just imagining anything. Like they didn't know that. I don't know. I'm just
That you
trying to think
shouldn't
of
look at
something. Yeah, like
computers
they
all
didn't know you weren't
day
supposed to
or
stare at your computer, or like the
yeah,
5G
like
was killing you or whatever.
yeah, or
Now
that
this
like
is actually
cars
canceled.
shouldn't hover, so like
Yeah.
or that they should hover so we don't hit potholes and stuff like that. It's
Yep.
crazy. That's what I was talking about before whenever I said it's hard to envision what's after this because you're just
Yeah.
like, well, what are they gonna think of us now? Because even like we're living history. Like think about
Yeah.
it. Like
It's
we've had
weird.
the first black president, we've had a crazy few past years, but like politically,
Yep.
there's so much war and so much separation at the moment. We're literally living history. Like it's crazy to think like I don't know if you're planning on having kids or anybody who's watching this is planning on having kids, but it's crazy to think that right now, even with the COVID and everything like that, we are living history. This will be in history books. Like we've read about like the Boston Tea Party and things like that and wars and as crazy as it is to like think about and as much as you obviously have compassion for those people who put their lives on the line to bring us to where we are now, it's also you think about now and just be like, I am actually an active part of this. You know what I mean? Like even if you attend like a riot for police brutality or anything like that, like you are an active part of history. And it's crazy to think like if you have kids someday, like they will be taught exactly what we went through along with the Boston Tea Party and things like that. But I feel like these are not easier concepts to grasp, but like the idea of shooting a a gun where you needed to load in gunpowder and it takes 45 seconds in between shots is kind of hard for us to picture us as right now. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So like our
Yeah.
kids looking back and seeing crazy fucking things that are happening in our history that are able to like still happen now. Not that history obviously repeats itself, so things could still happen from the past, but it's crazy to think about that it's like easier to conceptualize and just be like, holy shit, like we are living exactly what the future generation is going to learn about. And like we
Mm-hmm.
can actually have an impact on it if we try hard enough.
Yeah. I was also thinking that that's another point is like I try not to rely too much. Now, there is a lot of history we can learn from. I'm not
Right.
saying that, but like the sort of views where they're like kind of ancient views on things. Like I've
Uh-huh.
kind of I don't know. I kind of not like worry about it, but I'm more cognizant of it of just like okay, we are humans. We're not fucking perfect. We all have our own like imperfections and stuff. And like clearly, people back in the day were just human. Like there's no this is the thing I always
Right.
kind of relate it to is like no human has ever lived for more than like 120 years. Like we are all relatively babies, and then we die.
Yeah.
And it's like
Yeah.
well, first of all, it's fucking insanely impressive how we've built the society with
Right.
just people that only live to be, I'm even going to just say the average age. I mean, just like, let's just say 70. It's like people only live to be 70 and
Yeah.
somehow we've created this civilization. Like that's insane. But you also have to remember that nobody's fucking perfect and nobody's learned everything. So you can't, like, there's no
Exactly.
individual you can just trust, which is also sort of beautiful in a way because it makes it seem like,
Anything is possible.
yeah, like there's so much
Yeah.
optimism about like the future I don't know.
Right. I think it's just like also it's really important because I think like our documentation of history and everything of realizing that history does repeat itself regardless if it's not in the same way, it's
Yeah.
in some shape or form, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like human
So,
tendencies and stuff.
yeah. So I think like looking back on like you said like ancient views and things like that, we have to put it into perspective. Well, they didn't have the issues of social media, so there wasn't like online bullying or harassment.
Yeah.
So they didn't even have to conceptualize that. They didn't even know that that was the thing. Like how we don't know what the future has of like VR being a reality or hovering cars or whatever the fuck it may be. Like
Yeah.
they had no idea of what the hell the internet was. So they didn't have those type of issues. They had issues of property, who owns what, whoever has the most property has the most power, also other shit like fucking racism, things like that that were just that were their issues, you know?
Yep.
And not to like push those down at all because those are major, major fucking issues. And it's just like now I feel like there's so many different aspects to things that we've somehow added on to aspects of life, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's harder to think about like, oh, like fuck the ancient views, even though they're garbage, most of them, you know?
Yep.
It's just like it's easy to also empathize with them and just be like, okay, well, they only had like these few views of things because that's what life was at the time. And that's
Yeah.
what they had to recognize and things like that. And I'm glad since, like you said, since life is so short, there's documentation of this stuff so that the people who then come after can shut down those shit views like racism and stop it. And
Yep.
so even though it hasn't completely stopped, we are still as a society able to view back because of documentation and things like that, view back and be like, okay, this is still wrong, this is still an issue in our society, so let's fucking address it by calling it out. And now that we have social media and things like that, it's so much not easier, but we have more tools at our accessibility to vocalize things and vocalize our views and show issues in multiple different ways. So I think it's not easier for us now, but looking back, I feel like there's a lot more physical documentation now for our future, whatever comes after us to look back on and be like, okay, these are issues, these are documented issues, let's not continue them. Because in the same way, like how we talked about religion a bit earlier and said like, okay, if we ever have kids or anything like that, like we don't want to push that on them because we don't want to make them feel like they're not like correlating with us or making us prideful by not believing in what we believe in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just viewing that as just like, okay, in the future, let's not continue this trauma or let's not continue pushing this agenda. Let's try to shut this down. So I think documentation is key to history repeating itself because it just will always continuously come back up if the situation isn't addressed and it's shut down, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
crazy.
It's like, okay, so do you ever have this feeling where it's like the feeling of missing out? Like you kind of missed out on, I don't know, just any sort of social media, or like you missed out on being a YouTuber back when like it was probably a lot easier to grow, or like you like, man, I could have been a streamer, or I could have done this, or I could have invested in this fucking thing. Like, do you ever get that?
So for me, it's more in the fact of like, as a kid, I wish I pushed myself to have hobbies more.
Mm-hmm.
So now as an adult, I would have something to fall back on, you know? Because as a kid, I was a big quitter. So like in soccer or anything like that, I had earrings and, you know, I'm terrified of needles and everything like that. So I never wanted to take my earrings out because then there's a chance of them closing and me having to get them re-pierced, and I didn't want to and was scared. So I would always tape them up, but some refs wouldn't allow it. So I'd always have to sit out. So eventually I just quit soccer. And with dance, I fell on my Heelys outside of JCPenney one time and I almost fractured my tailbone. There was a
Jesus.
small little fracture in my tailbone. They said it would heal, but I fucking doubt that because my tailbone still hurts. Um, but after that, it was dancing was really hard because it just hurt all the time. I used to do tap, jazz, ballet, and for a bit I did hip hop.
Wow.
And now it's just like I stopped doing that. I used to play with the flute. I used to play the ukulele. I used to like just do a bunch of stuff. I used to be really into art and pottery and things like that. But now as an adult, the only hobby I've really picked up on in the past fucking God, 8 years probably is plants. I just picked up plants recently within the past year-ish during quarantine and stuff, and I was just able to find peace in my social anxiety of being able to go to plant stores because like the only people there are old grandmas, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, no old grandma is gonna frisk me up. Maybe she will, but I could probably beat her ass, you know?
You know,
So,
I want to just briefly interject. Okay, are there Fred Meyers where you are?
I've been to one.
Okay.
I don't want to say for doxing reasons,
Yeah.
but I've been to one.
So Fred Meyers, they're all over Oregon and stuff. And I just remember when you said like a flower place, I just
Yeah.
there's a gardening section of Fred Meyers generally.
Oh,
And
okay.
and I can just totally imagine, I can like pinpoint the smell right now sitting here
Oh,
of
yeah.
when I was a 5-year-old walking right behind my mom when she's pushing a cart getting like seeds and plants and shit. I could totally just remember that
Yep.
smell.
Yep. It's so good as well because
It's
like I don't know,
nostalgic.
the nursery that I went to growing up with my dad, because like I said, he would grow tomatoes and things like that. So we would always go to nurseries growing up. So it was like a re-tapped in like childhood memory, you know?
Hmm.
And it was just like living it as an adult where now I have the funds to be able to like support myself doing it. And so I got really into like just learning about it and like devoting something that like needed me, you know?
Yeah.
As silly as it sounds, it's a plant. It's not like a human, you know? But it was like, okay, this plant is going to die if I don't water it and if I don't find out the soil it needs or if I don't find out the nutrients it needs, it's going to die. And so it actually, a big part of it that started it was my grandma passing away and my grandfather also passing away during quarantine. And they went through their house and everything like that. And my grandma had a big bay window. And I remember always going there growing up. You remember because I played the RuneScape in their basement and my brother would play at home. And I would always go there and I was always looking at her plants and she had an African violet. And she said, "Don't touch it. I know it looks furry, but if you touch it, like the plant will die because it picks up your oils on your fingers." So I remember always being so cautious, even though I wanted to touch it. And I remember one time I touched the leaf and it died. And
Wow.
she goes, "Nicole, did you touch it?" And I was like, "Oh, I just wanted to feel it." And it was like so furry and soft, you know?
Wow.
And she was like, "I told you if you touch it, it's going to die." And so from there on out, I would just always admire her plants, but I would never touch them.
What
And
a
so
delicate
whenever
plant. Wow.
I know, right? They're very, very, like, I don't know, they're very fickle plants because you have to bottom water them as well, because if you get water on their leaves, they die as well. So you have
Jesus.
to water them from the bottom so that the soil sucks up the water, you know?
That's insane.
Um, yeah, they even have special pots for African violets, everything. It's crazy. But after they both passed away and they sold the house and everything, they were getting rid of all the stuff. And my aunt got most of the plants, obviously. And she was like, Nicole, do you want like one of grandma's plants? Because you would always like look at them when you were little. And I was like, yeah, could I have an African violet, please? Because I remember that story. And so whenever I got it, I obviously didn't know anything about plants and I didn't know you had to bottom water it. So I ended up killing the entire plant except for one leaf. And I took that leaf and I put it in water and it grew roots out of the bottom of it. And now I have a completely new plant, but it's still her
Wow.
plant, you know?
That's
And so, like,
insane.
yeah, after I did that, I was like, okay, I really enjoyed this because that was so scary and I almost lost my grandma's plant, you know? Like
Yeah.
my one little piece that I have of her. I have a bunch of her jewelry and everything like that, a bunch of memories and stuff, but the plant was really important to me. And so I was like, okay, so if I do this, and that was really fun and like it was scary, but it was fun to be able to remake a plant. I want to do this a lot. So I just completely immerse myself, YouTube, plant stuff, look up soil. I would go on Etsy all the time and buy exotic plants. I actually have a really bougie plant, not to flex, but I'm actually going to sell it coming up because sis needs to pay her rent. But I just completely immersed myself in it and was so fun for such a long time. And then I just like hit a little depression and just like and then it was just like an issue. You know, you have to wake up and you have to go water everything, otherwise they're all gonna die and you don't even want to get out of bed. And it's
Yeah.
just like something that was so fun is now such a task. And it's just like it sucks, but at least I have my one plant, you know, for my grandma, and I have more and I can sell them and I won't like lose out that much money. So
Mhm.
fuck it. And I had my fun with it. So, but that as a hobby is, yeah,
Is that
an
like
adult, it's hard to find.
is that like something that's beneficial though to like if you do have a tendency to like just have these depressive episodes to have something like have plants and stuff that
Yeah,
wake you up almost like I need to take care of these. Like I wonder if that's almost like therapeutic and like can help.
100%, I would say, because I had a routine before I started into my plant journey where I would just wake up, go on my PC, watch a stream, sit around, smoke some weed, you know, do my dishes, maybe, do some laundry, maybe, and then I would just go live, and that would be my day. And that's it, you
Hmm.
know? So, whenever I started getting into plants, I would wake up and be like, all right, let's get a routine. I'm gonna say hi to everybody in my Discord and message a few people, and then I'm gonna fly in my plant room. And then I would go in my plant room and be like, okay, this needs watered. This doesn't need watered. This needs repotted. And then it would be 2 hours later, and I would be like so happy because I just did a bunch of shit and all my plants look good and they're all healthy, you know, and I've put my effort into something and I've made all these things better. And so it's really, really beneficial 100%. But not to be a downer or anything, but I also had a hedgehog in the same room. I've had a hedgehog for 6 years, I think,
Hmm.
7 years. And he was a gift. And so he's been with me through fucking everything, living at home, living with my ex, then moving out and living at this new place. He's been with me everywhere. And so I kept him in the same room as my plants because I have Mimi, my cat. So she can't be around certain plants because they're toxic. So I keep them in that room because I have a 3 bedroom place. So I just keep it away. I have an office and a bedroom. And so I always keep that door closed. So I put and his name is Gucci. Put Gucci in there and with my plants. And he also needed like 65 degrees in there at all times or 70. So I would keep it like up there for my plants as well. And so whenever he started going and having health issues, it was I had to go in the same room as him and my plants. And then it was, I'm obviously going to give my energy to this living being who needs me for everything to eat, to drink, to go to the bathroom, to take a bath, everything. And so it was, this needs my attention, fuck the plants. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it like came to a point where it was a choice. And I was like, okay, well, fuck my plants. And then I would go in there every single day and I would obviously be upset because I had to take care of Gucci, who wasn't doing good. Not upset that I had to take care of him, but upset he wasn't doing good. And then I would see my plants also dying, and I was like, oh, I'm dying inside. Gucci's not doing well, and also my plants are dying, and it's just like everything's falling apart, you know? So that's
Yeah.
when it started becoming such a task. And so after Gucci passed away, I was able to get back into my plants and everything like that, but they still don't hold the same value to me. And I think it's because it's in that same room still.
Yeah.
So it's just like I attach that mental thing to it, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just hard for me to get over that, which is like why I'm like, okay, I need to sell these plants to somebody who is going to enjoy them, you know, because it did bring a ton of joy to me and I would love to get back into them someday. But at the moment, it's just not where my mental is.
Yeah.
I'm obviously going to keep my grandma's plant forever, but yeah, it's just a bit, yeah, I guess it depends.
It's
But I think how all that stemmed from you asking me if I ever regret not doing anything.
and that was supposed to go in a different direction. I feel like because
Oh God.
no, but I love just seeing where things go. I mean, there
Right.
was no chosen path for it to go down. I was
Right.
well. First, I just want to say like it's weird that now I've gotten older, I sort of appreciate plants. Dude, a decade ago, I would have never understood why somebody would care about plants. I was just like, what? Like, it's a fucking plant. Like, who cares? But
Yeah.
now
Same.
I see things as more like, I don't know, there's like beauty in everything and like that. I don't know. And I also see how humans are like that we're like all like connected. Like we're from the earth. Like everything's from the earth, you know?
That's
And
so crazy you say that. I was just watching a video literally yesterday because I wasn't feeling so good after my job. And
yeah.
I was watching a video and it was talking about how, like, I don't know how, I'm not that educated on this subject, but like Orion and all of that and how we all come from the earth and how we're all just separate pieces. And whenever we realize that we come from the same thing, is whenever we'll find unity and find peace within being with each other instead of diversion and keeping each
Yeah.
other apart and
Holy
things
fuck.
like that. And it's crazy to think about because like I don't know how much you believe in like horoscopes and stuff like that. Like obviously some of them are just shitting in the dark and like obviously you can apply it to every aspect of everybody's life and it's going to correlate, you know, in some type of
Yeah.
sense. But star signs and stuff like that just there has to be a reason it correlates and like the moon fucking determines the waves and things like that. Like everything has a correlation. Even
Yeah.
I was watching a video of the pyramids and if you take the circumference and the height of it or some type of measurement and you multiply it by the same amount, it gives you the mass of the world, like of the earth.
What the fuck?
And it's just like, how the fuck did Egyptians or whoever made the pyramids know that? And everything's correlated. And it's just crazy to think about, like, in a situation like that. It's wild. And
It's
like you said, with me, I was
yeah.
never like that as well. It was something that's very recent. And just,
hmm
like, as an adult, I've realized it.
It's just cool. I don't like feeling older, which is why now, because I've just been young my entire life, now I'm realizing, okay, I actually do get old, surprisingly. I thought I would just stay young for my entire life, but I
Right.
can see myself, like, dude, jeez. I think the first time I took a good look at myself in the mirror was probably a year ago, where, like, I had, like, and I was just completely sober, just looking at myself in the mirror in the morning. I'm like, holy fuck, like I look like my old uncles. Like I'm just getting that resemblance of like being an old man. And of course I hadn't showered or anything. I didn't have, my hair was just messy, but I'm like, fuck, this is not like I am actually getting older. And so now I can start appreciating things a little bit more. And I think
Right.
besides the actual degradation of your body over time, the wisdom and like the things you've learned
Yeah.
and the things that you start believing and not caring about what other people think is amazing,
Right.
and it's so fucking beautiful.
I think it's super important in any type of personal growth to understand like things in a different type of light and try to not, if you judge everything on your first reaction, if you take everything like as an understanding with your first reaction or your first thought process through it, you're never going to grow.
Yeah.
You know, you have to, I've learned what I can control is not other people. What I can control is my reaction to things.
Yeah.
If I choose to give somebody a crazy reaction and I look like an asshole, that's on me. You know, I can control that. I can say, like, okay, I'm not going to have a good talk about this. I can't come to a good mindset about this right now. Let me walk away from it and come back to it whenever I've fully thought through what I want to say and how I feel about a situation. And I feel like that's a major part of growing up. And I don't even mean that in the, oh, you're immature, grow the fuck up type of way. I
Yeah.
mean it in the way of personal growth and how you're able to not even, I mean, like, because I've had the same realization. Whenever I turned 23, I sat back and I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm 23? What the fuck? Like, I know 23 is young, but
Yeah.
like, I am mentally like I'm 16, you know?
Yeah. And it
Like,
just
I
keeps
still
going.
feel young.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're just like sitting back, you're like, holy shit, I was 16 fucking 7 years ago. That's wild. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that is a quarter of my life ago almost. And it's just like, that's not good math. Holy shit. It's just like, I don't know. It makes you realize that like not everything is the surface level.
Yeah.
Everything has a deeper meaning. If somebody is attacking you and you don't feel like you've done something wrong, it's not an issue within yourself. They're probably battling something way deeper
Yeah.
and way bigger than what you could understand. And obviously, it's not your fault because how are you supposed to know that with no prior like knowledge of it? But it also makes you sit back and realize, okay, I don't need to jump on people whenever they first come at me with something that I don't understand like that. Maybe they're going through something. Maybe I ask them, hey, do you have something going on? Do you want to talk about it? Like, are you just deflecting your anger onto me? Because, like, I don't think I deserve this. And I think also finding out self worth and what you deserve is something really important as an adult as well. Because you start making these boundaries and you start realizing, okay, this person's treating me like shit. As much as I value their friendship, I've told them multiple times I'm not okay with them doing this. They're still doing it. They obviously don't respect my boundaries. I can't have them in my life at the moment, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And I'm such a person that feels bad because I'm like, oh my God, like maybe I could help them, you know? Or maybe they just need me right now and that's why they're acting the way that they are. But I think boundaries are really important as an adult to understand and not fault yourself for it and be like, oh, I'm such a piece of shit for not helping this person. If
Yeah.
you're not mentally in a place to be healthy enough to allow somebody to vent to you and it's going to actually affect you negatively, there's nothing wrong with saying, okay, I can't do this right now. I'm very sorry. Like, here are some like places where you could go and vent and they'll healthily help you. And that's why I have like a mental health section in my Discord because I know a lot of people struggle, and I know life isn't easy at all. I like to think that, regardless of what I've been through, and I think at 23, I've been through quite a lot. It's not really something I obviously go into specific about, but I like to think that through it all, I've obviously had bitter moments being like, why the hell did this happen to me? I don't deserve this. Like, why am I living the life that I am? But through streaming, I feel I've found a type of purpose and I've realized, okay, it doesn't have to be on surface level. There are so many different aspects to understanding a person or understanding a situation. And if you just allow yourself to have the control of knowing you control your reaction to things, it's super empowering because you sit back and you say like, oh, somebody's trolling me right now. Okay, I have the choice. Do I react to this? And I know it's easier said than done because people do get under your skin, but it's that power of knowing, okay, even like you said, the power of being like the host of this and not a guest on it. It just like gives you that sense of being like, okay, I have control of my own emotions.
Yep.
And I feel like once you've realized that, it's stupid empowering. It allows you to do so much shit that you didn't think you were capable of.
Yeah. Yeah. And just to kind of go on that, like how incredible it is to be a human being. Like you have so much power, but it's so hard to see it, especially if you've built up these habits and these walls and these like
Yep.
like this mental state of like I'm a piece of shit, or like I don't
Yep.
deserve anything. I'm like weak-willed. I'm everything. Like I've gone through that personally, where I just see myself and I'm like you have these like just horrible thoughts about yourself, and but there like actually is like a light at the end of a tunnel, like there is something to like
Yeah.
really look forward to, but it does take some effort and some concentration and like potentially meditation and stuff like that to like really discover yourself and be like, wow, I am a living animal on a goddamn planet in the middle of the fucking universe, and I can do whatever the fuck I want. Like I can literally like it's just insane. Like you are literally in a video game. It feels like you're just like you have
Oh,
endless
simulation
potential.
theory.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I mean, even if you
Simulation theory is a whole other wormhole that oh my God.
not to go into the simulation theory, but just the fact
Yeah.
that you know that you're alive and you're a human, like bro, you were literally made from the earth. Like
There's something empowering in the idea of waking up every day and knowing that you woke up. And it's something so
yeah.
crazy, like minor, that a lot of people obviously take for granted because it's something you do almost every single day until you're not here anymore.
Mhm.
Um, but there's just something so empowering of just waking up. And it's just like, even if we go back to like terrifying fears and things like that of being out in public, it's just like I'm not in captivity, thank God.
Yeah.
I have the choice of doing whatever the fuck I want. Like
Yeah.
if I want to sit butt ass naked on the fucking dining room table, I can, you know?
Yep.
Like not that I'm going to, but I could if I wanted to because I have the freedom of living alone. And it's just like it's so easy though, like you said, to get down on yourself because I find that it's obviously 8,000 times easier to be miserable than it is happy because you have so many disadvantages being thrown at you in life every single day, so many obstacles where it's just easy to be like, fuck, like this shit's difficult, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
But then, like, in the same aspect, it's also easy to sit back and wake up and be like, holy shit, like, I did the bare minimum even of just waking up, but at least I fucking did it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I made it through all of this shit, and you can sit back and think about all the bad things or all the good things in your life that you've gone through, and you think, like, damn, I'm still here. You know? I'm still doing this shit. I'm still able to get through it on the worst days where I couldn't even fathom getting through it. I got through it.
Yeah.
And so I think there's something stupid empowering with that as well. I keep saying empowering because I think it actually is. Once you recognize that it is something that you're capable of having, you're allowed to be happy, you can be happy. I think it's something that just like once it's attached, it's like a little leech, a good leech, should I say. Once it's
Yeah.
attached, it's just like you need to apply it to every aspect of life because it's something that you actively have to work on because being happy is a lot harder than it is to be miserable.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I
Life
know.
is wild.
It really is, cuz like it's happening right now in front of my eyes. Like I'm alive. Like
Yep,
but what was I 27 years ago? I don't know. I wasn't here
crazy.
though.
Just
I
a little
wasn't.
cell. Yeah,
It's like
just a thought.
yeah, like that's insane to me that I'm just alive right now and that it ends at some point and we don't know what happens. Like that's nuts.
Yeah, I literally have that existential crisis all the time. I just think about like,
Yeah. But it's like
at
beautiful in a way.
least,
Like I used to sort of be
yeah.
scared of it, but it's like whatever happens, happens. I mean, it's like you're not even gonna know any better. It's just like
And
whatever.
it's just like make your impact while you're here
Yeah.
and do it as good as you can. And that's why I feel like you and I both are so privileged to be able to give a platform or to be given a platform, sorry,
Yeah.
and just be able to know that we're allowed to speak about our opinions. You know, like
Yep.
that's such a
Yep.
privilege that not like some countries don't even have that privilege, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like if they even speak ill of their government, like if they were to even talk shit about Donald Trump, say their type of Donald Trump,
Yep.
People would be at their house and they would be taken from their house, gone, just
Yep.
like that, just disappear. We literally are so privileged in the fact of being able to say this right now. Us sitting here talking is a privilege,
Oh
like
yeah.
us even being able to speak is a privilege.
And
It's crazy.
and think of this, it's completely free, basically. I mean,
Yeah.
besides like maybe internet, but it's like,
Yeah.
but it's like we're just free to do it. It's like unbelievable. And
Yeah.
I have to just say, we are fucking lucky. We are so
Yeah.
lucky. Based just
Hmm.
think of all the, besides looking at the future, look at the past and look at like today. Like I could not have asked for anything better. Like I have like the best
Yeah.
RNG of all time. Like,
Yeah.
bruh, this
Like,
my life could have just been so much shittier. So much
oh
fucking
yeah.
shittier. If I just grew up in like the 1600s as like a farmer that has no education, I just die in my
Oh
20s
yeah.
because of some fucking illness that there's no cure for.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
goddamn.
It's like, it's also because, I mean, like, you have to think back then as well. They also didn't have the issues that we have of like police brutality or anything
Mm-hmm.
like that. So, like, we obviously face different issues.
Yep.
And, like, I wouldn't say our society is key at all. I think you would agree with that. We
The
obviously have
comforts we
tremendous
enjoy
growth.
is insane though.
Yes,
As
yes.
as Americans
The
especially, like,
luxuries, yeah, the
yeah.
luxuries that we are given, and we have the privilege of some of us, obviously not all of us have the privilege of internet or even electricity or anything like that. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't want to diminish that. But it's just like the opportunities we're given are insane.
Yeah.
And it's just like once we capitalize on those opportunities and we full force go for them, it's crazy what can come of it. It's something that you never imagined, like being a job like us, like you're creating content and playing RuneScape, something that we were both doing anyway, you know what
Yeah.
I mean, and making nothing off of it. And now we're able to not only make something off of it, but grow a community of people that we enjoy spending time with and
Yeah.
have the same likes, and we can banter with each other and joke and just kind of zone out from life for a little bit, you know?
Yep.
It's crazy the
Yeah.
privilege that we've been given as being platformed. I think about it all the time. Not, I'll be honest, recently, like with my headspace, like you said, it's really easy to zone in on negative and then that becomes your reality, you
Mm-hmm.
know? So recently I've just been like in my head, like I mentioned earlier, like stream not doing as good as it was like a year ago or 6 months ago or whatever the case may be. And I'm just sitting here blaming myself, but at the same time, it's not proactive at all because it's only canceling it out because I'm getting demotivated because I'm just talking myself down.
Yep.
So it's just like, I don't know. I just need to recognize once again, and obviously it's never left. I've never been unappreciative of the platform that I've given or been given, sorry. But it's just like you said, it's so easy to focus on the negative, and I've been in such a bad headspace for the past few months where it's just like, okay, let's now get back to focusing only on the positive and the appreciation and all the aspects of that, because once you surround yourself with that, that's what comes to you, you know?
Yep.
It's just like whenever you surround yourself with only negative people, are you ever gonna have a positive time, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like insanity to believe it's like doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. And it's just like literally the definition of insanity. It's just never going to work for you. So I've recently been trying like just I don't know. I obviously like banter and stuff like that, but even like I said, like I don't want to have stupid elitism like going back and forth and shit like that, like you're trash at the game or anything like that. Like I want to top in mole slippers. Like
Yep.
you know what I mean? Like I want to have fun. Like I just want to enjoy the platform that I was given and not take it seriously, even though like it is my livelihood and I do need to take it seriously, but in a different light. And I think for a long time I was like, okay, I need to be good at the game because that's what people care about. And then it just wasn't enjoyable. And so like now I'm working on getting out of the headspace of, okay, I don't really need to be good at the game, you know, I just need to be personable and I care about what people are saying and have people care about me and it be a two-way street, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just getting back into that because even like you said, with getting back into like 40-hour weeks is stupid difficult.
Yeah.
And it is. It's so intimidating after you get out of it because it is a routine. And it's just like, do people even want to watch me now for 40 hours a
I
week?
know, that's
Like,
what I think. I'm like,
yeah,
the less I
exactly.
stream, the more I'm like, I gotta keep lessening the hours because I swear the more I'm live, the less people want to watch. Like, God.
Yeah, because it's like a novelty type of thing. And I
Yeah.
think people get it. So, like, if anybody were to ask me, like, what's your best advice for like a new streamer or something like that, I would say obviously consistency is key because your community wants to know when you're going to be live. They're supporting you so that they can enjoy content and enjoy you, like, enjoying luxuries in your life and paying for your rent and things like that so that you can sit down and play the video game and hang out with people.
Yep.
And so I think it's really important, just, I don't know, like, as important as it is to be consistent and have your community know when you're going to be live, I went through last year of trying to be live every single day because I thought, like, oh, people are paying for me, like, to enjoy luxuries in my life. Like, I should be live because I owe them that. And in a way, obviously, you do. You owe people content because they are supporting you. But if you go live every single day, you're what are you gonna have to tell stream? Like, oh, hey, I just woke up 20 minutes ago, now I'm here. You don't have a story time. You don't like you didn't go to
Yeah.
Walmart and get yelled at by an old woman and then you have a story time to tell, or you don't have any type of content other than your stream, which isn't a bad thing, but I don't know. It's just
Yeah.
very,
No, no.
very easy to burn out.
Breaks are super healthy too. I mean,
Oh yeah.
even with
Like
diets, like you just gotta have some cheat meals sometimes because it balances. Like it's a good thing to do to incorporate actually.
yeah.
But yeah, consistency is definitely key.
Yeah.
I was looking at the Twitter topics. We don't have anything dire besides all the good mornings and stuff. So
I was gonna say bunch of good mornings
yeah.
probably.
I do want to ask a couple questions to finish off the cast, but I want to ask you first. Do you have anything that you would like to talk about that we haven't yet hit on?
Um, hmm. That's a good question. Fuck. Wish I had an answer. I I don't think so. I don't know. I feel really honored that you asked me to be on this because obviously I've wanted to have like more than a it's Sae Bae and Nick conversation with you for a
Yeah.
while because I don't know, like I said at the beginning as well, like I admire what you're doing and I think it's a niche that nobody's doing in this section and I think it's really important to not like you even said, like whenever you view streamers before you started streaming, did you view them as something that like wasn't really a human being, kind of?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it's really important to personalize streamers and make people realize that like, okay, whenever you're watching a stream, you don't know the entirety of what a streamer is either going through or has gone through or who they actually are.
Yep.
So I think it's really important to give like a side of this where you actually like personalize streamers and make them seem like human beings because we are, And I hate to be like, oh, such a streamer, like people don't view me as like a human being, but like I feel like some people just view streaming as like, oh, they have a chip on their shoulder, they feel like they're a big thing, they know like nothing can hurt them, so they just don't care what happens and like things like that. But like streaming is a really scary concept. You're putting yourself out there for the just opinions of how many people, even now, being on a podcast, I'm doing the same thing. And so I'm putting myself out there in hopes of people either learning something from me or me helping them or just enjoying time being around me. And so I think it's really important with what you're doing with streamers to be able to show that and showcase that not everything you see online is what it is. There's always a deeper meaning and there's a human behind the screen. It's not
Yeah.
just always some little gremlin in the basement with Cheetos on his fingers or some shit like that. There is always a person behind there that has feelings and is genuine. And I think it's important to realize that some streamers, obviously not every streamer has the best intentions, but think it's important to realize that whoever you do support, if they have good intentions, to treat them as a human being. Don't spam them, because nobody can really keep up with that type of mentality. Like, I can't keep up with like a bunch of DMs. I'm only one person, you know? I'm not a superhero or anything like that. I don't have
Yeah.
a manager or any shit. I'm literally just a 23-year-old woman who got lucky, you know? I got stupid lucky, and I'm just trying to figure it all out, you know? But I'm really appreciative that you asked me to be on here, and I've had a really good time. And I someday would like somebody to interview you and ask you about your start of streaming and everything like that, because I would like to enjoy watching that video
I feel like somebody could just go back into every episode of the Sae Bae cast and just
and
piece
just
together
clip
my
it.
entire life,
Yeah.
just piece it all. Because I've
That
talked
would
about
be
a
crazy.
lot of things in 71 episodes. So,
Yeah. Oh my God, who's gonna be your 73rd? No way.
Bodhi. Yeah,
Oh my God.
that is actually confirmed. I am unbelievably stoked because like he's like a
That
famous
is
person.
confirmed.
Yep, it's
Oh my
confirmed.
God, that's crazy. That's huge. Holy
Yeah.
shit. Let's go.
Yeah. So I mean I'm just
Dude.
fucking honored that he would even accept the invitation, but he's been going through a fuck ton, like just awful, horrifying.
Oh,
Um,
God bless his heart. Legit. I can't even fathom that. Like, I
yeah,
won't even speak on that, because it's just absolutely something I can't even fathom. I had eczema growing up, and it's not even a fraction of what he's going
yeah,
through. So
it's.
I can only empathize 100%. Yeah.
I'm very excited to talk to him though. I think it's just gonna be like I don't know where it's gonna go, but it's gonna be great. And I want to ask you one question, and then I'm gonna ask you for 3 shout outs as well. So I want to ask,
These shout outs. Oh, no.
where do you see yourself in 5 years, or where would you like to be in 5 years?
Okay. Wow. All right. Um, in 5 years, to give you a sappy short answer. I would just like to be happy, you know? I just want to be surrounded by people who also want the same thing, which is just being happy and going through life and taking it for what it is and seeing the good in it. And so for me, it would just be, in 5 years, I would like to see a lot of self growth. Obviously, my community comes with that, and I would like to see my community grow and bring more people into it and make more people feel like they have a safe place, and grow my numbers so that I'm able to have a bigger platform to reach out to more people and make more people feel like they're a part of something. But for me personally, if I'm viewing it selfishly, I would like to see self growth with myself. I want to learn how to stop like reacting to things, and just, I don't know, be a better person and make people feel like they're heard whenever they're speaking to me, and make them feel comfortable and safe, and just grow from everything, honestly. That would be my short, sappy answer, if it's short at all.
I think that's perfect. It's also just so hard to even know what's gonna happen in 5 years. Although, if somebody had
Oh,
asked
yeah.
me like 2 years ago, where do you see yourself? It's like I probably not much has really changed. I mean, a lot has changed, but like I don't know, life doesn't change
Yeah, I
that
think it's
quickly.
easy. I think it's easy to look around and be like, okay, I'm in the same type of environment. I'm kind of doing the same thing, you know, day in
Hmm.
and day out. But you also have to recognize that maybe you've gone through something like traumatic, or maybe not even traumatic, just bad, and you've had a different mindset that normally a year and a half ago even you would have snapped, freaked out, and had a panic attack or a breakdown, or just got really mad at something and just cut somebody off.
Yep.
But now you have the mindset where you're able to be like, okay, let me view this and view it healthily. Or like you said, even with your diet, you're able to now do that and focus on that, and that's being your passion. And so, like, I think it's, it's easy to view it as like, oh, God, I'm in the same fucking like chair as 3 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's still holding the same farts from 3 years ago. I'm in the same house. Like,
Yep.
but it's also important to remember that at the same time, you are making mental steps.
Yes.
And it's easy to put yourself down and be like, oh, I'm not doing shit with my life. But every day you wake up, you are doing something.
Yep.
And like I know it's easy as an adult, especially like you don't have people coming up to you and being like, "Hey, I'm proud of you." Because as a kid, like that's all you're looking for is like, "Oh, are my parents proud of me? Are my caretakers proud of me? Are my teachers proud of
Yup,
me? Are
yup.
my peers liking me?" That's all you're looking for. And as an adult, nobody's going to come to you and be like, "Well, maybe they are if you have healthy connections like that." But
Yeah.
that's why I always it sounds so dumb and it sounds kind of weird, but like I love ending my stream. Like it sounds ridiculous and it's not like I want to get away from my community, but like being able to leave people with a message of saying, take care of yourself, be nice to yourself. If you're thinking about somebody randomly, check in on them because there's a reason for it. Like nobody just pops into your head for no reason. There's a reason for it. Check in on them, pet your animals, eat good food, take care of yourself, wear a mask, wash your hands. Like if I can say that to people and one of those 35 things that I list off all the time on my tangents of ending streams sticks, then fuck it. I've done my job. I fucking love doing that because I feel like somebody's at least listening and going, okay. And I also say my tangent for that was because I tell people I'm proud of them. If nobody's told you this recently, I'm proud of you, even if you just woke up. Because it is a big thing. And sometimes people just need one person to say that. They need one person to reach out to realize, okay, if somebody cares, so that means I'm able to get help or I'm able to have friends. I'm allowed to be happy. You
Yeah.
know, this person thinks I deserve happiness. So go for it. I'm going to shoot for it for the first time in my life, maybe. I'm going to try to be happy. And if by saying one simple thing on a platform that I've been blessed to have can help somebody in that way, all is taking me is breath. You know, it's free. Like we said, this is free right now. That's free. All I have to do is be nice to somebody and tell somebody that they're not alone or that I'm proud of them for waking up or eating today or something like that. And it's just like then it festers the same way like bad things fester. It's a good type of fester. It spreads itself because then maybe somebody, for example, is in line at Starbucks and goes, "Oh, you know, I'm going to do something nice for somebody else today because like I want to do that because it's going to make me feel good." And they think about me saying it on stream. And then they pay for somebody behind me and maybe that person behind them couldn't really afford coffee that day, but wanted to treat themselves, but now it's free. So it's like really, it just like made their day. You
Yeah.
know, it's
Yep.
just stupid little things like that that are just like, if I can affect a long term little chain like that, or at least one person, then like that's what I want to do. And that's why I love, quote, ending stream because I'm able to leave people with that lasting impression.
Yeah.
There's only been two or three streams where I've left stream without saying goodbye and doing my tangent was because I was either being attacked or view botted or chat botted or just doxxed or something like that. And
Yeah.
it's just like, even then I feel bad ending because I'm like, fuck, like I didn't get to like tell people what I wanted to say because I'm in such an emotional state. And I remember one time I got view botted and chat botted, and the chat bot was disgusting what it was saying. And I was just so enraged. And it was like towards the beginning of my streaming. And I remember I was outside Guardians, Grotesque Guardians, or Gargoyles. Hello, I'm thinking of the new fucking, I'm thinking of the new mini game. But I was going for Noon Pet. And I was standing outside and I got chat botted and also follow botted and view botted and it was saying the most disgusting thing and I just had a break because I was just having a really bad day and I thought I could go live and zone out and that just took me. And I just remember like screaming at the top of my lungs and I just like ended stream and I just like sobbed for like 40 minutes and I was just like, okay, I need to go back and tell everybody I'm okay because if not, I'm gonna feel bad. So then I go back live and I'm like, hey, like I just wanted to let everybody know like I'm okay and I just want to make
Aw.
sure that like everybody knows I'm okay because I'll feel bad if not. And so it was just like it's streaming is a crazy, crazy experience.
Yeah.
You never know what's right. You never know what's wrong. You never know what's gonna upset somebody. You never know
Yeah.
what's,
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
very
That's
spooky.
it's unfortunate that that happened to you, but it's cool that you like understand. I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like you, for your age, I mean, I know you're only 3 years younger than me, but it's like, I don't know, you
right.
seem very mature and like, you know, kind of like how others would. I don't know. I feel like it's very easy to be selfish, like in your really early 20s and stuff, and not like care about others'
Right.
feelings and stuff, but you clearly do, and that's awesome.
I feel like I got that out of the way in my early teenage years.
That's
So
cool. That's a
like,
good trait.
yeah, I feel like I don't know, like had I not gone through like what I did in my early teenage years and like with my best friend and things like that, I feel like if I would have followed the path that everybody is air quotes supposed to follow of going to college and getting an education and getting a job, I feel like I would have snapped. Like I feel like I would have had a time of just like going crazy in college and going off the rails and like not just like pissing away money, just like not caring about an education or anything like that.
Yep.
So it just like wasn't the move for me. And it was just like I went through obviously a lot more stuff because I didn't go to college and I was experiencing a lot more of like life and needing to deal with things instead of just like dealing with an education and things like that. And so I don't know. I like to. That's the only thing I'm really like prideful in myself of, other than my charity stream is like my ability to almost view things in a way that's kind of above my age because of what I've gone through. Because I know how easy it is to just dwell on it and be like, oh, woe is me. Like, why did this happen to me? I'm so bitter. Like, this sucks. This is so unfair. And then you don't get anywhere from it. And so I like to at least give myself a little pat on the back for being able to, for the most part, I obviously have my faults here and there, but I like to pride myself in being well spoken and trying to have a different view of things and trying to see things 360 instead of just the frontal of it. And so thank you. I really appreciate that. That's
Yeah.
big compliment.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for 3 shout outs now from anybody in your community that you think deserves it.
Oh, is this like stream wise, like their
Just
streams,
and
or just like who they
honestly,
are as people?
honestly, anybody in like the OSRS community, just like, or you know what, we'll just fucking lift that. We'll lift the cap. Just anybody, just 3 people
All
for
right.
no particular
So,
reason. Just you think they
yeah,
deserve it? Yeah.
I know this isn't 3 people, but I would shout out my mods because a majority of them have helped me not only on stream, but also just in my life going through emotional things. So all of them as one. I would also like to shout out Elliot because he's helped me massively, not only with confidence on stream and just watching his stream in general and seeing how he conducts it and just being able to go about it so confidently, but also his friendship to me. He like helps me through so much stuff. I mentioned with the sponsorship that he helps me tremendously. So thank you, Elliot. And who else would I shout out? I feel like I should add I guess Elliot is a content creator, so I did add one in there. But I guess I would shout out fuck. This is so deep. It's like saying the fucking like which Kardashian is my favorite. Like I don't want to, or like which sibling is my favorite. Like I don't want to offend anybody. Like
Yeah.
fuck. But I guess I would shout out Ali Shrimp because he's helped me tremendously through my life recently, and I don't know. I'm a big fan of being able to meet people and just being able to have a connection through online, but also make it in real life. And he's helped me tremendously. So
Amazing.
those are my 3, but also that's like 20 people because I said my
Yeah.
mods.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I just gotta say a quick thing about Elliot. Like, isn't that nuts? First of all, that he literally lives across the globe, and
Yep.
you're just friends. Like, it's just like, what? How in the world are we living in a world where we can just talk with anybody anywhere, like instantly? Like, what the fuck? It's
Yeah.
insane. I'm still in that. I'm still like in that yoga phase. But anyway. I'm still wanting to like go back to those, but I really do appreciate this conversation we've had. I've actually thoroughly enjoyed this. It was really nice talking to you. And
So have I. I was really nervous and this was really fun, so thank you.
yeah, no, it's been a treat for me, and I'm hoping it was a treat for the audience as well hearing this. if I'm gonna have your Twitch link and your Twitter link. And is there anything else you would like to have linked?
Oh, no, that's all good.
Okay, well,
I
guys, go.
appreciate those. Thank you.
Yeah, no, go give Nick a follow on Twitter and Twitch for me. And I'm trying to think. If you guys would like to support the Sae Bae cast for $2 pledge, feel free to click on the Patreon link down in the description. And
Go on.
next week we are having
Click it or else.
next week we are having Zoe Pancakes on the cast. And of course, for episode 73, we'll be having Bodhi on the cast. So look
Let's
forward to those.
go.
And Nick, thank you very much again. It was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much for having me. I had a very good time. I hope at least one person benefits from something that we talked about. So
I'm sure of it. Guys, thank you very much for listening, and we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Bye.